Hey, so this is part 2 of a 12-hour episode. Spotify and YouTube don't support uploads of more than 12 hours, so I had to break this episode up into two files. Please listen to part 1 before you start here, or if your podcast app has a full 12-hour version, just hear that. Thank you so much. Welcome back to the Scene and the Unseen. A few seconds would have passed for you, gentle listeners, but an entire day has passed for me and Devdutt, or rather, we took a break overnight and we've met in the morning. And I have lots to ask you today. I feel like we have barely scratched the surface of your great work, which will remain the case because your work is, so both so wide and so deep, which is an amazing combination. I want to start off by asking you about something that we were chatting about just before we began recording when we were having, our black coffee, which was, you spoke about contentment and you spoke about how, in your experience with the rich and powerful, most of them just have no contentment. They haven't found it. They are disturbed. And it is much more the case with them than those who are not rich and powerful. And yesterday, again, offline, we were talking about how richness and success can be such a curse, especially if it comes early. Elaborate a bit on this and what you've learned from your personal experience.
So, when we go to school, we are constantly told to be successful. And this word keeps coming. And when you achieve success, nobody tells us what to achieve. We're told that that's the point of all existence, to succeed. And everybody asks, what is success? Definitions of success. Be that as it may, the day you're successful, someone does engineering, does IIM, IIT, and then he becomes a CEO. And we look at those people in those positions as CEOs and owners of billion-dollar companies, and we're told that they're successful. I've spent time with these people, those who the world sees as successful, and I never see them at peace. They are anxious, they are angry, they are on the move, they're looking for something else. They are looking for the next mountain to climb. And I kept wondering what's going on over here. And it is consistent. 20 years of dealing with such people. All the games they played, all the hard work they put in, whether they're sincere, strategic, doesn't matter. The moment I see they are perceived as successful, I assume they would be happy people. They would have the peace that you see in the images of the gods. They don't have it. They are angry, unhappy. Look at the richest people in the world. Just make a Google search of who are the richest people and look at their photographs. They look so anxious. And you realize, so one is to just to observe it and then to analyze it and to ask what is going on over here. And I realized that in mythology, in Indian mythology, they always talk about Indra, the king of the gods, who has everything. The wish fulfilling tree, the wish fulfilling cow. In other words, all his wishes are fulfilled. But he's always described as an insecure, unhappy god. Which means all the things that you have don't make you happy. And yet, all our lives, we are conditioned in schools to be successful. You report cards are done to make you compare with your friends, so you're constantly comparing, you're so constantly competing, you're constantly in conflict, you're constantly being measured, and you're always being made to feel inadequate, and you're being told that you have to reach this point. There is this rat race, dog eat dog world. Shark Tank is the latest language that is used, where there is almost a vicarious pleasure in pulling you down, mocking you, abusing you, and they're seeing how much resilience you have to triumph. And then the whole audience claps, and you are like, yes, I've achieved it. Because you see this in, whether it's Indian Idol, American Idol, Master Chef, even food has become a battleground. Kitchen has become a war zone. But what happens after that? What happens when the clapping stops and the light goes out and you go home? And that's the moment I meet them. And I see at one level, the despair, the rage, the anger. I don't see happiness. I don't see this burp of satisfaction. I've done it. And because it lasts for a few seconds, that sense of satisfaction, it's like winning an Olympic race. After that, what do you do? Because you see these old actors appearing on television because they're still yearning for the spotlight. You see the rich man starting a new business because he misses the thrill and the adrenaline. You have these billionaires doing podcasts, and they're writing books about how their life is and wondering why nobody wants to read about it. Or they go to these MBA colleges telling how to be successful, workshops. And I'm like, this is so sad. So that's where my writing came, because I said this is Indra, because our ancients, people have seen this Indra who has, we hear these stories, right, of the Midas touch, and we don't think about these stories. We are too busy trying to see if they're historical or real. They are real. Indra is real if you see it as a metaphor, not as a place to visit, but as a metaphor, because you see so many Indras around you living in Swargalok, but unhappy and miserable. And I think for me, mythology helped me see these people. And I felt, why are they not talking about contentment? And I think that was the big thing. I realized nobody in school teaches you. And I did a few workshops where I would say, so contentment. And I would see the pushback was so strong. People would get angry and agitated because contentment was equated with complacency. So people will say, then what is the drive? What is the motivation? Why should I work? Or if I'm talking to, let's say, workers union or a kind of a communist person who believes in socialism, he says, oh, that's a trick. You want me to be content so I don't demand my rights. So you see both parties, the both sides of the table. The company is saying that I can't be content because I want the company to grow. The workers are saying we can't be content because we'll be tricked and exploited into working harder. We'll be denied what we deserve. I'm like, oh my God, contentment has become this bad word. Growth, ambition is the good word. But it's great when you're a child to be ambitious. But when does it stop? When do you stop being ambitious and saying it's enough? And you're told, no, never. Because that's why you have these old people with Botox. You have,
And young people with Botox as you
and nowadays
pointed out.
young people with Botox, but the market has to expand, right? So and you have these old CEOs going on the treadmill with muscles, and my friend would call them Lex Luthor hairstyle. They all shave their heads rather than having a receding hairline, because that makes them look powerful, and they wear tight t-shirts. And you can see photographs of before they became billionaires and after they become billionaires, and how, because they can afford the best health and they are so excited to wake up in the morning and pump up in the gym before they pump up in the boardroom, and they're behaving like boxers going for a kill and a chase. It's like kings who go hunting, the deer hunt. And I'm like, oh, once you see the metaphor, you start smiling. You realize, oh, these are the kings going, both Ramayana and Mahabharata, by the way, begin with a deer hunt. The deer hunt is a metaphor for seeking something. And the deer is the mirage, is the marichika, is the mrig, which is going to take you on journeys and delude you and frighten you, and you'll find your Shakuntala, or you'll find your Shravan Kumar who you shoot accidentally, or you kill the Kandam Rishi who curses you, or the golden deer, and return home to find Sita has been abducted. So I said, these are people who are chasing on a hunt, and they feel the hunt should never end. They keep hunting because there's nothing else to do. There is nothing else to do. And for me, that made me smile, because I realized why Krishna smiles. Why this smile, this kind of a beatific smile of the gods in Hinduism, which, by the way, Bollywood actors who do the role of Ram, and when they would ask me, they would never understand why Ram has to smile all the time. They found it annoying. But Ram doesn't smile, though, I had to tell them. But then that's what some of the TV serials show. But Krishna always smiles. And they were like, why? It's so boring. What is the smile? And if I try to explain the deep philosophy behind it, they'll are too exhausted. And they're like, okay, I'll just smile. I'll just do it. I don't understand it.
You mentioned before and after transformations, and as an aside, I don't know whether it only happens to me, but whenever I see a before and after pic, like, there are all these Instagram videos where there's a woman without makeup and then somebody puts makeup on her, or there are other kinds of transformation, photographs you would see before and after, and I always find the before better looking. I don't know why, always, every single time. I don't know, maybe that's sort of just me and something's wrong with me. There's a beautiful story of yours which you've told in multiple places, which which speaks exactly to this, which is a story of the Emperor Bharat who wants to conquer the world. And you've mentioned this in Bahubali. You mentioned this in your 2009 TED talk. We'll link all those from the show notes. I'm going to read out the bit where you mentioned it in Olympus, and Olympus, which, by the way, gentle readers, Neil Gaiman read Olympus and praised it really highly. He thought it was such an original take on mythology that he is also intimately familiar with. So do read it. But your central sort of sutra, as it were, of Olympus is that Alexander the World has come to India. He's about to conquer. His soldiers don't want him to go on. He wants to conquer the world, and he meets this naked man, the gymnosophist, as you call him, who then at one point tells him, quote, "Every hero thinks his path is unique and original. Tragedy is discovering that all paths have existed before. This land you are about to enter is named after Bharat, a great king who conquered the world and then climbed the tallest mountain in the world to hoist his flag and declare to the world his great achievement. But on reaching the peak, he found there hundreds of flags of kings before him, each one assuming he had conquered the world." And I would imagine that each of these, 300, the 300 people who planted a flag, is not just everyone who came after the first guy who would have been unhappy. Even the first guy would have been, okay, I've got to the peak. What the hell do I do? And I'm reminded of, like, these days something that is in vogue, and it would amuse you to know it's in vogue. And surely many people have asked you about this. Are happiness studies? You know, you 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 spoke about how the West is trying to measure everything. So now there are happiness studies to figure out where it's caused. And I remember, I think I read this in a book by Arthur Brooks, where he pointed to these interesting studies of happiness in America, where they found, and this I resonated with and can quite believe, where they found that in men, you know it's like happiness is like a reverse bell curve, where it goes down and down and down till you're in your mid or late 40s, and then it starts going up. And the hypothesis there is that until that point, when it's going down, people are chasing money, career, all those standard things. And then after achieving that, at some point they realize that, boss, this is not it, and then they start living a better life. But what you're saying here is that for the super rich in India, that is simply not the case. That once you're on that treadmill, like you described the story of another big tycoon who, when he is walking to a lift, there'll be like 30 people lining the hallway to make sure the lift is open for him. And then when it takes him to his car, the car door will be open for him. So there is never a pause. And can you get off that game? What is he, how does the interior life of a person like that work? What's going on there? And I'm imagining that the same myths which through osmosis have shaped you and me and so many others, whether you're an atheist or not, it doesn't matter. If you're born here and you live here, in some subliminal way we have been shaped. One would assume that these guys also know all of that, right? Especially if they have once been a little humbler, but then something else happens. So
See, again, sorry, mythology is not about gods, it's about humans. These are stories being told to help your imagination navigate the forest. Theos as an idea is a very Western idea. They needed the gods. Indian mythologies, Buddhism, and all don't need gods at all. They talked about all kinds of beings that exist in the world. The translation, therefore, creates a lot of issues. As a mythology, I have to face it because people say, but that doesn't have a god, because they assume that mythology is the story of the gods. These are old definitions. We now look at any story. It has to be inherited, though. It cannot be a fantasy story. You can't call Lord of the Rings mythology because it's not inherited over generations and is not considered sacred. Two things, it's inherited and sacred, are very important because this is important. Now, what happens is with these guys is when they read the lore of their land, which as they were children, they are not interested. They just see why is the parent revering them. Nobody explains why the stories exist. You are told of it as a history, so it belongs to the past, so it is not relevant to me. One, this is the danger of calling mythology history, because it's lost relevance, because I'm not riding a ghoda and I'm not riding an elephant. Or if it's fantasy, then how does it matter to reality? So it's, if you call it fantasy, it's out of your purview. If you call it history, it's out of your purview. If you start saying it's a metaphor and this is life, and let's say you're a smart person and you sort of get it, you'll say, but I'm different. I can get away with it. These rules don't apply to me. Because you see, I am Alexander. I'm different. And our imagination, remember, every human being has a different imagination. Your imagination is different from mine. There are infinite imaginations in this world. And in every imagination, we think we are special. And especially when you're successful, you start believing it, right? Things are just working out for you. Everything flows in your direction. You genuinely start believing you'll always win. And that is Yudhishthira, who goes gambling away his kingdom because everything works out for him, right? From being nothing in the forest, who had nothing. His house was burnt by his cousins. He's in the forest, he's a refugee. He finds a wife, then they get a kingdom, then they build a kingdom, which makes their brothers jealous. And he does his yagyas and he's super powerful. Nothing can destroy him. So he goes and says, okay, of course, I'm the favorite of luck and Lady Fortune, and I will throw the game of dice. And then everything goes away, right? And these are the guys who believe that I can throw anything and it'll always work in my favor. And they're smart enough that when things don't go out in their favor, they will say, well, that is bad anyway. Angur khatte hain. So, so they will create this because they're smart people. They're so smart that they fool themselves brilliantly. I mean, that's the measure of a smart person. He starts telling himself stories to make himself happy. And I've met so many of these people. I remember this one person I met. He was the right hand man of a very rich guy. And the rich guy looked at me and he said, Devdutt, and I've been hired and I was made to wait and I met him and he said, tell me something about the Gita. And the right hand man was always nervous that I'll become so close to the rich guy that I'll become an influencer. And he didn't want that to happen because he feared whatever his insecurities came out. And then he said, oh, I know the Gita. I know the Gita. And for the next 1 hour, he kept explaining his version of the Gita. And I'm sitting over there watching. My time was up, and then I said, oh, I have to go now. And I left. And everybody said, why didn't you interrupt him? I said, A, I've been paid anyway. The one who has asked me the question is not pausing and telling him, listen, I called Devdutt to talk. But he's not doing it. He's letting his right hand man rattle nonsense because he doesn't want to upset the right hand man. And the right hand man is clearly more important than me. And Gita is definitely just time pass because he's not interested. And I just saw this thing happening. And I realized that, Saraswati can come to you. Lakshmi can, but just because Lakshmi is in your house doesn't mean you'll accept Saraswati. And it's some things that you learn because this is how scriptures talk about it. Ki Saraswati or Lakshmi, because you are so convinced I have Lakshmi, so I don't need anybody else. I don't need anything else because I've been told that if I have, and everybody wants me because I have Lakshmi. They all want the Lakshmi I have, so I must be special. And therefore, the rules of life don't apply to me. Therefore, nowadays they're talking about being immortal, of extending lifespan. So I keep telling you can only extend your life quantitatively. There is no technology that makes you happy. There is no technology that takes away jealousy. There's no technology that will make your children love you. Whenever the child of the rich man comes and says, I love you, father, the father is always saying, of course, for the inheritance. So, do you look at the rich man or his wealth? You look at his wealth. You don't look at him. And he feels lonely because his value comes from his wealth, not from him. Is he as a person valuable? And he's always wondering that. But he keeps gathering more and more money because that's achievable in his control, and that gives him the glamour and everybody wants him. But then that hollowness sort of just keeps amplifying itself. And the scriptures keep talking about this. There is nothing else that what they call Sanatan Dharma is this. But we only want to be proud of Sanatan Dharma. We don't want to live it and experience it because it means, what is Sanatan Dharma? I mean, it's a political word now for all crazy reasons, but it just basically means life. This is the way it is. This is the way life exists. Buddha is talking about it. And, the West talks about it slightly differently. It talks about this death as the finish line. And Indians just say that death is not the finish line. That's the only difference. But that's what they're talking about, life. And all of mythology is about life. The tribal mythologies, the Chinese every mythology is about life. And I think when you're rich and powerful, you believe somehow you can trick the system. You can get away with it.
But I would still imagine that even if you're rich and powerful, you have all the money in the world, but there does come a point in time where you realize that the scarcity that you cannot conquer, that there is nothing you can do about, is the scarcity of time. You can have all the money in the world, but the time is ticking by. And however, Indian mythology and might tell you that, hey, it doesn't end with death. In our mortal eyes, it does end with death, and we are terrified of it, and it is coming, and there is no time. You can walk to the lift and the door is open, but ultimately you've lost time doing that. There is nothing you can do about that. And I would then imagine that that will turn them that will give them some humility and turn them into seekers of a different sort. And the point of the matter is that a lot of these people have personally reached out to you, paid you money, and said, help me figure this out. So why have they done that? And where does the search lead?
See,
Like, how do you approach it? Like, what can you tell them? How do you want to change the way they look at the world?
you see, everybody's looking for a quick fix. Right, quick, give me a Maggie noodles, give me a pop-up pill. Given a choice between, I want to lose weight, right? I have always weight issues. It's so easy to wanting to pop a pill, take an Ozempic, which is working right now, right? It's so painful, but I always tell people they're not enjoying the pleasures of food and the complexity of managing your body. We don't want to deal with all that. They're looking for a quick solution. And when I start talking and explaining, because I can only serve the food, they have to eat the food. Even if they eat the food, it doesn't mean they can digest the food because their body is not prepared for it. So it's a complex process which people don't understand, that it is serving, I'm making it as tasty as possible, as humanly possible, but my control ends with the serving of the food. After which I can't do anything. I don't know what they're going to pick and choose. I don't know what they're going to digest, what they taste, how they taste, whether what I think is sweet for them. So this is where I'm very well aware of. The reason I'm in the room is because I'm interested in the money they're going to give me, because that will help me live my comfortable life, which I want to live. I know the value I bring to the table, but I know they don't know the value of what I bring to the table, or they don't want to make the effort by which this will become valuable to them. So it's a very thing. And what you talked about time, see, the mother of mythology is death, time. Because that's the one thing, rich, poor, nobody, if you love your life is shortened because you are so full enjoying it that death comes quickly. If you're bored of your life, death doesn't come soon. It just sort of goes long and long. So the happy person will be like, oh, I've used my resources, time is up, and now it's going to go. And you're like, oh my God, but it comes at a cost. Happiness takes away time. The thing is, Kala Bhairava is the great god of time. Kala Bhairava, Kala, time, Bhairava, Shiva in his most fierce form. And we use the word Vijnana Bhairava because knowledge is frightening. And we do not contemplate on death enough to understand that it is final. Ideas like Judgment Day and rebirth are coping mechanisms, or giving you the infinity to calculate your life and to say that, you know what, I don't have to, like, what does rebirth do? Let's look at the practical aspects of rebirth. You will not achieve everything in this life. It is okay. Tension mat lo at one level. Second, it is saying that, you know what, you're accountable for whatever you do. So you can't get away. Death is not an escape. You're going to come back and pay the price for it. So when people tell me that rebirth makes you fatalistic, I said, no, it's supposed to make you responsible. Because I'm saying, if you eat in this life, you'll be eaten in the next life. If you've been eaten in this life, you'll be eaten the next life. So there's a sense of accountability and responsibility, which is not the way missionaries wanted to, because they had an agenda. They didn't want you to believe in rebirth. They wanted you to believe in God. So every mythology is giving you that infinity to solve the calculus of your life. If I might, it's like that idea that helps you. It's a framework. You don't have to accept this framework. I'll give you another framework. But you need a framework. Without a framework, the imagination will just go mad. And that's where mental disorders come in, because you are going all over the place. And that's why therapy becomes very important at a certain point in time. And mythology was ancient therapy. They're telling you stories to deal with, because when people say, I love Karna, that when are you writing a book on Karna? And I instantly look at them and I know that they imagine themselves as Karna, the worthy one who has
They've
been
been
denied,
wronged by
who's
the
been
world.
wronged, because we are all wronged by society. We have not been invited to that party. It's, this politician, female politician, who keeps feeling Bollywood has denied her despite her talent. And it's, you feel sad because the Karna syndrome is emerging, this idea of Karna saying that, I am worthy, but I was told I'm not part of the royal family. I didn't get the girl. I couldn't marry the woman. And, everybody treats me with disdain and disgust. And look how talented I am. Look how meritorious I am. And the funny thing in the Mahabharata is that he is a charioteer who wants to become an archer. And Krishna is happy being a charioteer voluntarily. I'm like, nobody sees this. Krishna is called Partha Sarathi, the charioteer of Arjuna. And we always see him as the hero, not Arjun. And yet there is this man who says, I don't want to be a charioteer because, that's a lower status. I want to be the archer. That's the higher status. And there's Krishna trying to say, status is in your mind. Be careful. And the world around you will fool you into believing you are less important than others. And this is something that we, when we spoke earlier also, I said, when we look down on the lady who washes our vessels or cooks, we say, wo to maid hai, cook hai, housekeeping staff hai, CEO is better, the chef is better than the waiter. And I'm like, you are creating these structures in the imagination. Krishna can take any form and be happy in any form because he's just amused by these hierarchies and structures that we are creating to give life meaning. And this is what is called Maya in this in Indian philosophy. It's a word of, we have spoken of fluidity long before Judith Butler came up with this nonsense of hers, because they've never really understood imagination. And India's centralized imagination and said we cannot control it. China said we have to control imagination. West said we have to control imagination. Everybody is terrified of imagination. Mythology is really the human response to imagination and death. And that's how, those are the raw materials, death being real. But if you were animals, we wouldn't bother with it. It's our imagination that makes us wonder. Uske baad, what is going to happen after that? Then what's the point of this side and that side, the before and after of death? It's our imagination asking, and that restlessness. And the tribal elder coming and saying, giving a story, different types of story. And you think that, no, but I don't agree, because skepticism is there. You're like, nahi, there's something else will be there. The matrix continues.
So, there's this old saying I rather like, which says that the world is a tragedy for those who feel and a comedy for those who think. But I don't think that is the reason Krishna is smiling. Krishna is smiling not because he's an intellectual and he's thinking about the world, but, tell me, why is Krishna smiling?
I mean, many ways of looking at it, but it is like looking at your child throwing a tantrum. The simplest answer I can give is a child throwing a tantrum while you are feeding them green vegetables. The word used is Krishna does Leela, right? We use the word Leela a lot. Gods do Leela. Now, people, the word Leela is, the simplest way to understand it is to observe parents feeding their children and trying to feed them healthy stuff. And the child making all kinds of faces and screaming and shouting, and the parent starts doing drama and says, look, the bird is coming and the mountain is coming and this is coming and that is coming. And the frustration of the mother, and then she gets angry, but she's not really angry with the child. She's like, I'll beat you up. But she's not really going to beat the child. But it's a performance of anger. It's a performance of emotional blackmail. Lots of performances going on. And that's Leela. And that's the relationship in Indian storytelling of God and humans. Nara, Narayana. Narayana is the mother who's playing with Nara, this human being, and saying, and so Krishna is the mother. He's like, don't you see how lucky you are? Don't you see how I see you? I see you. And it's the smile, not of condescension. You're not condescending to your child. You don't say your child is an idiot. You say, oh, so sweet. But you will not stop there, right? You're continuously trying to you'll grow them. You're growing, you're helping their development, physical development, intellectual development, emotional development. You, as a parent, want them to be independent and hopefully dependable eventually. And you're working towards that. And that's what Krishna is doing. And that's the easiest way I can explain his smile, the smile. So when Durga is also showing her eyes anger, people, when they do these dancers, do these dances, they show anger. I'm like, see, please understand what's anger. Anger is a sign of helplessness. Divinity cannot have helplessness as a concept. It has to. So when you say divine is angry, you have to remind it's a playful anger because they're performing anger. So Leela is the word that is constantly used. That is, Durga is like looking at you and saying, you fool. And so you have to understand what they're trying to communicate. You have to look at it with not the way it is being projected, but it's a poetry, it's a metaphor, it's a vision. I always tell people that a temple is like a work of art which is talking to you. We don't see temples as work of art. We all know art talks to you, right? It's not words, it's using form, it's using lines, it's using colors, it's using plot devices to communicate something. What is it is the journey that you have to go through. It's like the meaning behind the word. You can see the word, you can't see the meaning. Without the word, the meaning doesn't exist. Atma is like meaning. Without it, it has no, things don't have anything. So I'm looking for meaning, but I cannot show you meaning. I can show you words. So words are sakar, sagun. Meaning is nirgun, nirakar. Therefore, Atma is. So people make it an exotic concept. It's not, it's just meaning. Find meaning in Krishna's smile. And depending on your level of intellect, the smile starts looking different. So, Bollywood actors, I will show these some of these serials where they'll show some Machiavellian politicians smiling and they'll say smiling like Krishna. And I'm like, who's sort of playing the puppet master behind? Chanakya is called Krishna. And I'm like, really? Because, like I said, please understand what happens to Krishna at the end of the war. Gandhari curses him and says, you are responsible for the death of my children. So when people talk about, I want to do Dharma Sthapana, I keep telling them, you will be cursed. And they're like, what? I said, because they're in their head, if I do good things will happen. As you sow, so you reap, which is the biblical line, not from the Bhagavad Gita. It's from the Bible. As you sow, because the predictability, certainty, I do this and I'll get this. It's chemistry. It's physics.
Isn't karma also that?
No. Karma is, there are no guarantees. Phal ki chinta mat karo. We are a culture where God doesn't give you guarantees, saying that, and let me explain what it means. So when when I say things like the tiger and the deer, and you'll always see me talking the nature metaphors, when you kill the tiger, the deer gives you a blessing. Thank you for saving me. At the same time, the tiger curses you. So as you sow, so you reap. What have you reaped? You have reaped a boon and a curse simultaneously. And this is karma. So as you sow, so you reap assumes as I said, physics and chemistry ka algorithm. It is not adding imagination to it because the receiver is a subject, not an object. And the subject has an imagination that can look at the same action in a very different way based on what they are going through. So in the Ramayana, when Ram strikes the arrow at Vali, people keep saying, is it right? Is it wrong? I said, do not judge mythology. Look at the story carefully. Everybody gets trapped in the legal courtroom battles, whether Ram was right or wrong. Because, that, as I said, judgment makes you feel superior. I can judge Rams. And that's the wasteful conversation. I said, please look at the story carefully. He shoots Vali, giving an explanation of why he has to kill. Let's not go whether that's right or wrong. But Vali's wife, Tara, curses him and says, you took away my husband. He may good, bad, I don't know. But the fact is, he was my husband. May you also suffer in conjugal life. When he kills Ravan, Ravan's widow, Mandodari, tells him the same thing. that good or bad, I don't know, but he was my husband. And you have denied me my conjugal life. May you be. And that's what happens to Ram. Ram doesn't have a good conjugal life. So everybody, even God, doesn't escape the consequences of his action. So that's how karma is explained. So karma, when people use karma as justice, karma happened to him, karma is a bitch. They use these words, and I'm like, but it's not justice. Justice is about certainty. It's about righteousness, and karma is about the fluidity of these things that you cannot control. And I keep telling these successful people, in nature, success is when you get the hunt, you catch the deer, you kill the deer. But in life, when you kill the deer, you have to deal with the family of the deer who's going to curse you. Animal kingdom, nobody does that. But in the human kingdom, when they say I walk over people's, I'm a go-getter, I get it done, I destroy, all this. We love those films where people manipulate and destroy people to get somewhere ahead. But I say, along the way, there are so many curses, the anger, the child doesn't talk to you, the parent doesn't talk to you, the world mocks you, and you're like, but I have achieved. But then the loneliness of and we started valorizing the solitude, lonely lies the head that wears the crown. And we create these nonsense kind of structures, which are not real at all. These are all imaginary languages of Shakespeare. And, we create poetry like this because that's how we can cope with mortality. And that's what Ramayana. So Krishna's smile is he's seeing everything. I'll give you another way of explaining Krishna's smile, because, as I said, one is the child discourse, which is an easy thing to understand because it's a very personal thing. But as long as the child is a child, you stop smiling when the child grows up because the child talks back at you. But in Krishna's case, he doesn't see you growing up at all. He just is smiling, because when you grow up, you become Krishna. You will start smiling too. And we all start looking at the world he'll smile even in the battlefield. This is what happens. And we'll say, but shouldn't he feel sad? He doesn't feel sad because there's another life. There's another life, and there's another life. It's never going to end. There's no tragedy in Hinduism. There is no comedy in Hinduism, because it just will, ye show khatam hua, next show, next show, next show. It's never going to end. So there is no sense of loss ever. And that's why infinity is an important concept in Hinduism. If that was not there, you can't smile, because it's the loss of a life. It's the tragedy, the tombstone. In India, there are no tombstones. You don't have to build a tombstone. The life goes on and on and on and on and on. It'll never end. It'll just, the hunt will continue. And the sage sitting over there keeps seeing the tiger and the deer and the tiger and the deer, the tiger and the cow, or whichever animal you want to take, or the human and the human, and he's just watching and watching and watching and saying that, okay, when am I going to be eaten? Because I'm also there in the forest and somebody's going to eat me. I'm so busy watching the fight that before I know it, I'll be eaten up. So these are the philosophical things. But again, coming back to Krishna and his smile, let's look at the Gita. And, to understand the Gita, you just have to look at the first paragraph of the Gita, where Dhritarashtra is a blind man talking to his charioteer Sanjay, who is having infinite vision. So look at the structural difference. Blind, infinite vision. It's not accidental. But the man with infinite vision has no power. And the one with all the power has no vision. And not that he can have vision, because he's blind. He's not like his wife blindfolded. It's blind. No matter what you do, he'll never get the vision. So the structure of the Gita is beautifully presented. The one who knows everything has no power. The one who knows or sees nothing has a lot of power. Then the first line, Dhritarashtra looks at and asks Sanjay, what's happening in the battlefield? And this is where Sanskrit becomes a little important, because he says, the translation has to be good. And the translation is very simple. What's happening between my sons, Mama Putra, my sons, and Pandu's sons? Now, it looks like an ordinary line, but it's not an ordinary line, because you and I know who Pandu is. If you had never read the Mahabharata, you'd keep wondering, who is this Pandu? Because the story exists, you know Dhritarashtra and Pandu are brothers. Half brothers, but brothers. Which means in India, you would have called him my brother's children or nephews. Why doesn't he use these words? Why does he say Pandu's children? He has othered them. He's saying they're not parts of the family. They're not mine. My sons and the other, the usurpers, the intruders, they're the outsider. He's the insider. Arjun's problem is, he's like, how can I kill these people in front of me who are my family? So he is saying both are insiders. How can I fight insiders? I can only fight outsiders. When people tell me that Bhagavad Gita is about violence, I'm like, that's such a pedestrian view. I mean, there are historians who talk about Ashoka's violence and Mahabharata violence. And I'm like, that's pedestrian because you're not looking at the personal pronoun. My family is very different from battle at Kalinga. And then Krishna comes along. So you have Dhritarashtra, or the father of the Kauravas, who says, it's a fight between my family and the outsider. There is Arjun who is saying it's a fight between my family on this side and my family on that side. And how can I fight them? Which means Krishna, he has no problems if they were outsiders. His dilemma is not violence, as unfortunately many people say. His dilemma is, how can I kill my people? He has no problems killing others. And Krishna then looks at him and says, and when he does the Vishwarupa and all that, he's saying, well, everything is me. Not even mine. Everything is me. It's not even mine. It's not that I possess them. I am you. I am Duryodhan. I am Dhritarashtra. I am asking myself to kill myself. How do I take sides? Now, if you do this structurally and put it on a board, you realize what the Gita is all about. It's a conversation with ourselves on ownership, property, what belongs to me. Because no animal will ask this question, because the concept of property is a mythological concept, a human cultural construct. It doesn't exist in nature. And human beings say, this is my land, my property, my weapon, my family, my people, my nation. And the moment you say my, there is another. And the moment you say there's another, I can kill them.
Actually, implicitly, I'm thinking aloud. It does exist in nature because dogs and cats are always marking territory, right? If you ever had a cat pee on you, you would know that, okay, I belong to this cat now. Too bad.
So,
but I'm kidding.
No, that's an important point you raised, because please understand, I do this for a living.
So you've heard every question a million times.
Most of the questions, not all questions. But this is a standard answer. Animals have territory. They don't have property. Property you can bequeath to your children. So you ask a lawyer, I can bequeath my property to my children or my even adopted children. I can bequeath it. You can't bequeath anything in nature because there's no registration authority which recognizes your right to the land. The bigger animal will come and throw you out, and nobody will come and say, but that's unfair. Because there is two lions fighting, the bigger lion wins, and that's the way it is. It's called in Sanskrit Matsya Nyaya. Just that is acceptable in the jungle.
And in foreign policy, this is a concept the folks at the Takshashila Institution in Bangalore talk about, but separate matter.
So this is, in Sanskrit, this is called Matsya Nyaya. When this becomes part of society, it is adharma. When humans become territorial like an animal, it is adharma because you are not an animal. You have a wherewithal called imagination that tells you not to be territorial. The animal is territorial not for power, but for survival. Its survival depends on the territory. If the territory goes away, which happens when you deforest, it will die. So this is where selfish gene plays a very important role, because its gene has to survive and the strongest gene will win. But humans, if I start behaving territorially, humans are not doing it for survival. We're doing it for the survival of our ego, my imagination of myself. This is property. So the notion of property, see, the tribal communities have always this problem, right? Because they always had collective property. They defined property through the tribe, not through the individual. Hunter-gatherer societies had property. It's a wrong idea that they didn't have property, but it was not property of land. They had property of skill sets. Who the property of my bow, of the cowries on my body, what you carry with you, the knowledge that you have with you, which I will not share with everyone. I'll share it with who I feel deserves it, who becomes mine. So this voluntariness is not there in the jungle. So this is in fact remember, Krishna is the 8th avatar, and this is where the magic of structure comes in. The first avatar of Vishnu is a fish. Matsya avatar, the law. And when does civilization start? When Manu takes the fish and puts him in a pitcher. So it takes him out of the jungle. The small fish comes and says, the big fish is wanting to eat me. And he picks him up and puts him in a pot to rescue him. This is from the Shatapatha Brahmana, even before Vishnu was written and this Vishnu avatar existed. This is a this is an old Vedic story. Nothing to do with Vishnu actually in the original format. It's just Manu saving a small fish from the big fish, the oppressed from the oppressor, if I might say that. But what happens later is now he owes Manu something. So when he becomes the big fish, he rescues Manu from a flood. So the balance is maintained because you saved me, I will save you. So while in the animal kingdom, balance is created by eating and being eaten, culture is created by feeding and being fed. Not eating and being eaten. But I feed you in the hope you'll feed me. As you sow, so you reap. But Krishna says, well, just because you fed someone doesn't mean they're going to feed you back. There is no guarantee.
I have a question for you, right? So little fish is struggling, big fish is coming towards little fish. Manu picks up little fish out of the water. The little fish is terrified. It turns to Manu and says, does this mean I'm dead? What is Manu's reply? Abhi picture baki hai.
But by the way, the reason Manu saves the small fish, unlike the other stories, is the small fish asks for help.
Oh.
The story is very well written. Save me, it says. And because if you don't save someone who's asking, you're not human anymore. Animals will not ask this question. No animal says, bachao mujhe. Animals don't expect to be helped. It's the world where they have to take care of themselves. I always tell people when they talk about meritocracy, I said there's only one place there's meritocracy, the jungle. Only the meritorious win. If you want to create a meritorious society, you'll create a jungle. Because only the smartest, the best will win. And then it's not culture anymore. It's the jungle. And that's what we're trying to create. We don't, when people talk about rights, reservations and all that, I was like, you know what? The definition of culture is where the strong take care of the weak. This is Sanskriti or Prakriti is different because in Prakriti it's Matsyanaya, survival of the fittest. But that's applicable to animals. It cannot be applied. The moment you say social Darwinism, Hindu philosophy will say, no. Humans have imagination. I can reverse anything. I can turn anything topsy-turvy. I can turn a tragedy into a comedy if I have the wherewithal and the resilience. And that's what we have seen. So many people transform tragedies into opportunities. We can do anything. That's our imagination at work. So he said, you do not have that escape route. You cannot go. If you say social Darwinism, it will be like, tum janwar ho. Which is what Ramayana, Mahabharata, and I can give you examples after examples after examples in Ramayana and Mahabharata. Because that's why Krishna is smiling, coming back to Krishna's smile. Like, you're a human being with imagination and you're behaving like a child. You're behaving like an animal. So you shall be treated like a child and you shall be treated like an animal. And you will protest and I'll smile. Watching how you are selling yourself a stupid story. That's the smile. Because he's like, you're capable of it. Nature doesn't hate you. you are not the enemy of a transcendental authority. See, this is not a biblical structure where God punishes you for disobedience. This idea doesn't exist in Hinduism, in Buddhism, in Jainism. You're not punished for disobedience. Now, I'll give you the standard answer, which question which is asked when I say this. They'll say, Yamlok mein to Yamraj ji, because we have all these posters where people are being tortured and people say that's hell. I said, no, no, no. That's saying that if you do bad things, the bad karma, because human beings want to believe in bad karma, which by the way is not a concept, then you will suffer. And these ideas emerged around the Manusmriti time when royalty came into being and you wanted to control people and you wanted to tell people that obedience is good. Because kings want you to be obedient. Gods don't. Gods don't care. Because gods know you'll come back. Where will you go? तुम तो काल चक्र में फंसे हुए हो. So the gods are not in a hurry. Kings are in a hurry because they want you to quickly do. It's like the employer wants you to do things now. We want to save the world now, and the Krishna will say, "Why? What's the hurry? Jaldi kya hai?"
So I want to ask you a question about language, because I think one barrier in getting across a lot of your work, and indeed one barrier to our understanding ourselves, would be language, in the sense that a lot of the words that you have been using mean different things to different people, partly because of the way they've been interpreted. Like, I want to talk about dharma much more later on, but even other words that you've been using, like atma, leela, momaya, etc., etc., all of these have deeply complex meanings, because of their deeply complex contexts, and there's a lot packed into those. And yet, whether it is through our own urge to simplify a word so we feel we grok it, or whether it is through Western interpreters who are, superimposing their own frames of looking at the world, often we lose a lot of meaning of the words, and in the popular imagination, some of them simply don't mean what So tell me a little bit about your journey through understanding this, how frustrating it is, how much of a barrier is it for you to, then get these ideas across.
It's traditionally in India, whenever they would, when in Maharashtra when they wrote the Ramayana, the poet says Bhavartha Ramayana. Look at the emotion I'm trying to communicate, not the words. So Shabdartha is literal, Bhavartha is non-literal. There's a constant awareness in India that words do not communicate things correctly. So a lawyer can write the thickest contract in the world, but if he wants to mess with you, he will mess with you. Because really it's a function of trust, not contract. We all know that. A contract is, so we are trying to create words to make a foolproof contract. And I'm like, if the judge doesn't want to believe those words, it won't be solved. The Constitution, you can write as many amendments as you want. But if the judge, the lawyer, the people involved don't really care for it, they'll play with the words. And really, by the way, that's how the Mahabharata and Ramayana were designed. And it's something that I became aware of, that in Ramayana, everybody says it's very boring because Ram seems to be following the path. But Krishna doesn't seem to follow the path. And so everybody loves Krishna because because we like the rule breaker. There is something romantic about the rule breaker. But in Ramayana, the villain is the rule breaker. Ravan, like Ram, seems to have women around him all the time. And he's breaking all the rules. And you're being told, well, by the way, why is Ravan the same as Krishna? Because both are breaking the rules. And Duryodhana never breaks rules. He has one wife, one kingdom, one mother, one friend, one advisor. So everything is one with him. He's a very good person, but he was manipulating the law, the spirit of the law, the letter of the law. So the design of Mahabharata and Ramayana is to tell, be careful of the literal. So that is a very embedded idea in India, which is why the West finds Indians irritating. They say we nod our head, we move our head in every direction, and they're like, are you saying yes or no? They want, because the West, including China, the China and the East and West, really, they love the literal because it is the least, it's efficient. I don't have to, I want signals, don't give me symbols. Language, unfortunately, is symbolic. Language, by definition, is not signal. Science is based on one meaning, signal, signal. This is for measurement, mathematics, right? But I'll show you how mathematics itself in India can become a symbol. Because when I write a number, and mathematics really emerged in India, the refined mathematics that we see today, decimal systems and all that. And you realize it comes from philosophy in India, not from commerce or from science. It comes from philosophy. Because when I write a number, implicitly we are saying the denominator is 1. When I say 2, it means 2 divided by 1, 3 divided by 1. So there is a meaning behind it, which is invisible. निराकार है, लेकिन आपको पता है कि 2, when you say 2, you mean 2 divided by 1. Which means 2 can be 4 divided by 2. So now 2 has infinite forms because it can take so many forms. So when I see 4 divided by 2, I say it's 2. 8 divided by 4, 2. So I'm seeing multiple forms. ये तो एक वही है, which is what I'm doing. And that's when you understand these concepts, you understand what meaning is. And so when somebody, previously I used to get very angry and irritated with questions, and I used to flare my nostrils, and I had people calming me down saying that you're coming from a position of knowledge. He's not coming from a position of knowledge. Why are you getting angry? And it took a lot of learning and reflection and resilience to realize when a question is asked, always check what they mean by the question. Don't assume what they are asking. They may be asking something totally different. And it's something that was the biggest learning for me. When somebody says, but sir, do you believe in God? So I said, matlab kya? What do you mean? Like, tell me what you mean by God. Because are you meaning Krishna? Are you meaning Jehovah? Or are you meaning Zeus? Now they get a little uncomfortable saying Devdutt is trying to avoid the question. I can see that happening in their eyes. I'm like, bolu na. So I have to now be very gentle, maternal, and say, tell me what you mean by God. I said, like, then they say, there's an entity out there. So I said, someone who's witnessing your life and protecting you, and saving you, caring for you. He says, yeah. I said, yeah, I believe that is there. Now he calms down. Because I know what he's thinking I'm saying. I have taken away his anxiety, but he's believing in an objective reality out there. I'm saying your imagination can construct that so that you calm down. It's like when you're lost in the forest, you'll say, somebody cares for me, right? People will be looking out for me. कोई नहीं है तो भगवान तो होगा मेरे लिए, because that's the only way you'll survive the forest, because in the middle of the night you're stuck somewhere. You need something to go through that night to survive, because you never know, you may just fall in a ditch and die immediately and it's over. So our anxieties and emotions create these stories. We are all looking for, and this question is not asked once, right? It's going to be asked to me in lecture after lecture after. It's like the question on territory and property. Everybody asks this question because we have never thought of it. In fact, my nephew once said, do you know properties do not exist unless law exists? And because I've studied mythology, I said, yeah, of course. And I explained it to him. He said, how did you know? He thought I was like, uncle, how do you know? Because he thought he had discovered something. I'm like, that's the purpose of the state. The state registers your property. If the state disappears, your property goes away. Because there is no registration authority, its validity. This is what is happening in Palestine right now. The state is saying, we don't agree, ye tumhara zameen hai. On what basis? In the old days, people would bury the dead in the land to say, my ancestors are buried here. That's how you claim land. So I'm just, this whole idea of property and territory is a very interesting idea, because because nowadays territorial war is going on everywhere, and it's such a brutal, we are seeing really horrible things, and it's on camera live. So I think no generation has experienced this. We have heard stories of warfare. We are watching war. It doesn't change anything. It's not made us kinder, nicer. And it almost feels awful when you think of Krishna's smile. Because will Krishna smile? Because we have to be feeling sad, right? But imagine in the scale of infinity. This has happened again and again. We have heard this in poetry. If I say this now, it requires a lot to smile.
Vladimir Putin should find out, as Bharat did, that there are many Chakravartis before you, and maybe that might well help. Let's, go on to talking about mythology itself. Like, tell me that what are the foundational difference between Indian and Western mythologies, as you pointed out, is a focus of rebirth, and that is just a foundational thing. You've also spoken about, the common structures between all of the Western mythologies, and in fact, all of the Western religions. You've pointed out how, Judaism, which is 4,000 years old, Christianity, 2,000 years, Islam, 1,300 years, are all essentially the same structure, just as some stories are the same structure. They all have the same structure. I'm wondering about myths because, at some level, just as evolution or natural selection shape organisms so that the fittest survive in terms of fitting into the environment that they are in. Similarly, I would imagine that there is a process of natural selection in which the myths that survive are the myths that are most useful or appealing to human beings, right? And therefore, it is not surprising to me that there are some things in common in terms of story structures all over. And I also wonder about the differences. And you'd expect small amounts of regional and local differences, but the differences between Indian mythology and Western mythology can actually be quite large. So give me a sense of this landscape, that if we go to the very beginning, how do we think about this?
So, it's like, if you ask me a question, Dev, that has hunger changed over time? Simple hunger. And really, it has not. Has insecurity changed over time? It's not. At whatever time we consider human beings appeared on stage, that hunger is consistent. What has changed is the environment. And therefore, the definition of danger, the definitions of. So, food has changed, not hunger. Right? So, plots change, characters change, story doesn't change. So, the Atma doesn't change, the soul doesn't change. And it's a Venn diagram. Like, you can do many, many, many circles, but there's always a core. So, depending on how I look at the story, I can look at the core or I can go to the separations. And it's dynamic. But having said that, let's go to neurophysiology and understand the brain. And I'm sure you're familiar with the work of Ian Migglescrist, Emissary, Master and the Emissary. He wrote this book called Master and the Emissary. It's a book that is beautiful because he's a doctor who has, you see, everybody for the last 100 years have been trying to understand, why do we have a left hemisphere and a right hemisphere? And of course, somebody came up with this lazy conclusion that left brain is logical, right brain is artistic, and it has been rejected. So nobody now, many people said it doesn't matter, but people have a lot of data of people with stroke, those who have lost the left hemisphere, those who have lost the right hemisphere, and lots of information is there, but people can't make sense of it. Ian went through everything, all the research papers, and he's come up with a thesis which is being respected by a lot of, because I spoke to a lot of neuroscientists who know him or know of him, or I told them about this book. I can't pronounce his name always. It's Ian Migglescrist or Migglescrist. Anyway, Christ hai, Ian hai, and it's Master and Emissary is the book. He has said something beautiful, because he said the left and right hemisphere is also seen in primitive species. It's not just human. It's not a human thing. It's evolutionary. It's there in a whole bunch of animals, even the most simplest form of animal. So it obviously has to, nature will not create something if it doesn't need it. Like it otherwise it'll die off over, it'll become vestigial. It's not vestigial. It's growing. So he finally has come, and the simplified version of it is, your left brain is designed for your tactical thinking, for your immediate solutions. Your right brain is more strategic. So if the left brain is running after the prey, the right brain is keeping a lookout for the predator who can attack you. It's keeping an account for all the possibilities out there. So it's of no immediate value. So it's not of immediate value. And he argues, after making this thesis, this left brain, right brain hypothesis, that left is about focus, right is about perspective, left is about tactic, right is about strategy, it's bigger. Left is here and now, right is then there, so it's the big database, it's the what I call denominator. It's the denominator, and for me, left brain is the numerator. This is how I use mathematics. And I'm saying, and he says that uh, science today, because of its focus on signals and ignores symbols, ignores metaphors, focuses on measurement, our education system is focusing only on the left and the right. That's why music, art, liberal arts, we don't know what the purpose is. And we can, I have this, I see how art is being seen in the last 100 years, and it's awful what's happening to art. And it's my biggest shock. And when I sort of saw what was going on and I started thinking about it. But now, why I'm telling you this is because stories are coming from this organ, right? It's coming from the brain. When you look at most mythologies, they're tactical. Most mythologies in the world are tactical. They're saying how to live here and now. So they're anti-imagination. God has told you to do this, do it. That's one school of thought. It's really the Sumerian thought originally, which became Greek thought, which became Greek thought, Egyptian thought. Just do what you're told to do. Just do it. The authority tells you, just do it. And of course, the natural rebellion is, nahi, mere ko nahi karna hai. I am the authority. So that's the opposite. I won't listen to the authority. I am the authority, which we call individualism. So individualism comes, but it's again about my imagination is more important than your imagination. So still it becomes one. So it's one. Either it is the institutional imagination, which we have to surrender to, or the individual to which everyone else has to surrender to. So it's very tactical. China uses the word path, which is Dao. And it says, follow the natural path. Nature has already made a path for you. Just stick to that. Don't think too much. So mindlessness, not mindfulness. Or the emperor has told you, tradition has told you, filial piety, bhaiya, jo bhi raja hai, usko, bow to him. Why are you thinking so much? Just obey the boss. So see, it's anti-imagination. Obey the boss, follow nature, follow the institution, follow your instinct. This is the dominant paradigm around the world, which says they cut out either your own imagination or other people's imagination. So it comes to one. It is also there in Indian mythology. Not that it is not part of Indian mythology, but Indian mythology, by virtue of the word rebirth as a narrative tool, expanded the story saying Ananta and Anadi. The infinity and zero are two numbers which came in India because this comes from the right brain. The perspective. So it says the denominator is not one, it can be infinity, which creates a numerator of zero. Infinity and zero are therefore closely related. And now, how do I say this with so much confidence? When you read the Upanishadic poetry of Purnamidam, it is really a conversation on infinity. So it's an Upanishadic idea. I can show you many verses where this obsession with God is called Ananta. Ananta Vasudeva. Ananta is infinity. It's as old as that. The concept of it's intrinsic to India. Very deeply. Where does it start? Very difficult to point out because it could be oral traditions before the Vedas. So we can't say that it began with the Vedas. It could be somewhere, some tribal community. We don't know who came up with it. What we do know is that the Indian subcontinent had a wider line of sight. For some reason, default, we have a shorter line of sight, which is my life, this life, and a begin and end. Indian thought said, no, you have to have a wider line of thought because the world existed before you and the world will exist after you. This sort of wideness is there even in China, but not in this format. It's in a slightly different format. That's why tradition is important in China. Nature is important in China, but they do not like the time concept. They hate Kala Bhairava, mind. China doesn't like it. That's why you see in these cultures, authority and submission plays a very important role. Indians hate authority. It's something that, I've spoke to a lot of semi-auticians. They say, the best way to understand Indians is to see the lady who comes to your house to cook rotis, you try to teach her your way making the roti, it will never ever succeed. She will make rotis her way. And you can nudge her to make it thoda ghee dal do, ye dal do, but it'll never be you can't give her step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. It'll never be done. That is how Indians declare independence. So we are very aware of a subjective realm. We respect subjectivity. All other societies reject subjectivity. They like objectivity, and they start believing my subjectivity is objective. I mean, I'm using these words. I mean, if there was a board, I would explain it with a board. But so what I'm saying is these stories have always existed in our minds. They're there. Different cultures have amplified certain portions of the mind. And that's why the reason I write so many books is that I'm trying to tell people that you cannot understand Indian mythology unless you appreciate Chinese mythology, unless you appreciate Greek mythology, because these are all aspects of our personality, because you'll read all of them you can zero in and see them inside you. What has happened today is we are being told only one of these templates is valid. The truth. This obsession with this works in science because it's objective science, but subjective, when you come to the realm of subjectivity, you cannot have one answer. And this is the big problem that we are facing today, is we are trying to reduce everything to science, and we have privileged and valorized science as the answer to life's problems, and it's at loggerheads with religion. But by religion, I mean monotheism, which also says I have only one answer. So the singularity, even today people as physicists want that singularity. And somebody who made this comment, I think there was a TIFR scientist. He said the word singularity, he was telling me something in physics, very complicated, but he says it's a word which Americans gave. But if you actually understand the phenomena, it's not singularity, it's zero. He says, I don't understand that, it's very quantum physics, but he was explaining that day that really we are talking about zero, but Americans didn't like the idea, so they said single, and therefore gave it one. And I heard it, I said, oh, one, because one God, one truth, one life, singularity, not plurality. And Big Bang, singular. You don't want to see it as big bangs, bigger bangs, the choice of words. So because we are dominated by a Euro-American intellectual, post-enlightenment, post-colonial language, even today, we seek singularity. So Vaishnava organizations in India will say Krishna, Krishna, Krishna is the Godhead. Ram becomes important to a political party because singularity is the way we are thinking. One nation, one people, one constitution, what is it? One uniform civil code. Despite evidence, it doesn't work. Despite hundreds of evidence that nature hates singularity. So our brain is designed. So all the stories which I'm telling, while I use Greek mythology, these are placeholders. I cannot explain this without the story. I need the story to bring the framework out. But as a scholar, the stories are not important. The framework is important. And the brain, the feelings, the emotions are important. I don't care for Olympus or Naraka, Swarga, Indra. These are placeholders. These are jargons. It's like somebody telling me strategy, and I keep saying, uska matlab kya hai? I'll give you an example which I use when I'm giving a workshop and saying, I have this audience of sales guys, and they're like, strategy suna hai, and they start giggling because everybody in the office talks about strategy and they are busy making the sales. And they're like, and so I said, think about a bird which is flying in the air. Its vision is so wide. And think of a snake which is on the ground, whose vision is very narrow. Garuda drishti, sarpa drishti. And then I see their eyes widening because I'm using a cultural vocabulary. Garud drishti, lambi soch, badi soch. Sarpa drishti, narrow vision, localized vision. today's sales? Have I achieved the sale today versus will I achieve sales 100 years, 10 years from today, 20 years from today? Now the room smiles. I can see them smiling. And then I go for the kill. I'm like, Garuda और सर्प दोनों किसके दोस्त हैं? विष्णु भगवान के दोस्त हैं. और उन जहां विष्णु है वहां लक्ष्मी है. And then the room just erupts and starts clapping and they get excited. And I'm like, I've connected with wealth comes from the person who balances strategy and tactics. This doesn't have the same ras.
Yeah, Garuda is strategy. Worm's eye view is
And
tactics.
Indians will get it. In China, if I do Garuda Drishti, Sarpa Drishti, Vishnu, Lakshmi, they'll be like just staring at me. Not that they ever show expressions. They have that face which they're trained not to show. Is the firewall, the Great Wall. They will not let you know. But I can't use this metaphor. So I need a metaphor. I need the story. But I know that behind the story, there are ideas, and these ideas are eternal. That's why Sanatan. I use the word Sanatan genuinely, not in the pedestrian.
And you were using it long before, it became fashionable to use it in the
way. See, when I say in that line, 1996, when I published the book, when I say within infinite myths lies the eternal truth, I meant Sanatan Dharma.
Which is, the translation of
it. The translation of it. I removed the, by the way, later, as I said. I made it because the doesn't exist in Hindi. You can't say the book. How do you say the book in Hindi? Sorry, I'm just digressing, but it's not digressing. It's language. So
you can't say it. You're right. It's only contextual. That if I tell you kitab pari hai, I could be meaning have you read a book, or I could be holding a book in my hand and saying have you read this book. So it's contextual.
So when we say ekam satya, we use one truth. We don't say the truth. One truth is a numerical. So if I say ananta satya, is ananta satya the same as eka satya? So I've heard sometimes these saffron-robed, pompous monks come in and said, it's an Eka Satya. And I can see that they're trying, because I've given the speech before them. They're trying to counter me because it's not a debate, but they want to counter me because I've challenged their thoughts. And I'm like, Ananta Sat ko kya bolenge? Because Vishnu slits on a serpent which is called Adi Ananta Shesh. Adi, primal, one, beginning. Ananta, infinity. If there's infinity, what is the beginning? We don't know. And then he says Shesha, remainder, residue. How can there be residue if there is infinity? And I'm like, do you realize these people are thinking? Someone came up with these thoughts at an abstract level. Because he spent hours contemplating on it. That India has, what is the image of the Indian sage? He thinks. He's not looking at the external world. He's thinking internally, or connecting the internal and the external. So these concepts, whether it's Greek mythology, whether it's not Indian mythology, is the reason. One, I'm Indian, so obviously I sound chauvinistic about India. But I think what India did, it paid more attention to the right brain. It said, let's look at all the ideas. To use a metaphor again, Western thought, even today, in its most modern form, is about find the right book. Replace the old. When they get a new book, they'll replace the old book. So it's version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4. So nobody remembers what was versions. It keeps moving, and then you have the new software coming and replacing the old software, which is how it happens in IT. Indians will say, no, let's build a bookshelf and keep adding books to it. Pata nahi kab. And everybody will organize the bookshelf differently based on their needs. But all books are important. Kisi ko pheko mat. Hoard. In the process, you forget. But you know what? It's not tactically useful. As we said, where do you take all these books along? It's painful. Chhod do ye sab. Tradition chhod do. We need that one book to take us ahead. But this one book works in a desert. It doesn't work on sea. It doesn't work in epidemics. It doesn't work in a fire. It doesn't work when your family is killed. You need different books.
And it doesn't work for the rich man when he walks down the hallway alone one day and there's no one to hold the elevator
and
open
there's
for
no
him.
one there to hold the elevator. And that is when you need that other book. And therefore, all books, there is a story in one of the Brahmana literature. Brahmanas are Vedic prose, where Indra, this man comes and he says, what do you want? Indra says, he says, he's about to die, but he's so good. The god says, okay, I'll give you another lifetime. What do you plan to do in this? He says, I spent this lifetime studying one Veda. I want to spend another Veda. So when he achieves that, in the end, the God says, I'll give you another life. What will you do? He says, I'll learn the third Veda. And then he says, okay, I'll give you another life. And he says, I'll learn the fourth Veda. And Indra says, and there's no concept of God in the Vedas, Indra. So Indra comes and says, I get the point. No matter what I'll give you, you'll keep reading it because there is another Veda to read, another Veda. He says, do you see the mountain over there? And he says, you know the mountain? It's not a mountain. It's a mountain of books. Each one is a Veda. So you can spend your entire life, you'll never catch up. But this is enough, what you have already. Because each one of the particle contains the idea. You don't need the mountain, you need the particle. तो शब्दों में मत जाओ, भाव समझ लो, is what I would say. So don't get trapped in the story. Don't get trapped in the idol, if I want to use a Judeo-Christian language. Don't get trapped in the signal. Don't find a signal. Understand the symbol. And that's what I do. So I'm able to move out of it. I always, people said reimagine. I said, what reimagine? The structures are containing everything. I'm not able to get out of the structure because the structure's there. I just have to find that structure. It's already there because at a foundational level, it comes from only three things: predator, prey, and death. Somebody's going to eat, somebody's going to get eaten, both are going to die. Because no matter how much wealth and power you have, and how many lifts you have and people to hold the lifts, at the end of the day, the lift is going to carry your dead body. So it better be long enough. Otherwise, your body will be carried vertically.
The eternal building is full of lifts with dead bodies.
So, that's foundational. So it's so I study a lot of neurobiology. I have to study evolutionary biology a lot. I have to read a lot on then storytelling helps me access imagination. So I have to, I think this is where my medical background helped me a lot because medicine is both objective and subjective. As I said, symptoms are subjective, but signs are objective. And tests result. And nowadays, doctors don't bother with symptoms, right? They only go for the tests. This is the medicalization which has happened, where symptoms are forgotten. And the test is more important than the symptom. And traditionally, the doctor will say history taking, symptoms, then signs that you check for, then you go to the investigations. But today we come to a world where everything's about investigations. We have forgotten symptoms. Because we don't value subjectivity, symbols, conversations, language. We want to kill language completely. And the anarchists, the wokes, are weaponizing language. The idiots don't know what they're doing because you are telling we should not be humans anymore. Humans need language. Otherwise, meaning is wiped out.
One of my favorite metaphors for the world of knowledge, it comes from a Larkin poem. Yesterday I read out his poem, The Trees. He's got another poem called This Be the Verse, where in a different context, he has a couple of lines which say, man hands on misery to man, it deepens like a coastal shelf. So that metaphor of a coastal shelf deepening, and I think of that as how knowledge also works, that you have layer upon layer upon layer of knowledge, and it all accumulates and it is there. And I find that quite beautiful. I'm going to riff off some of what you said. Have you read Michael Gazzaniga's book Human? No. Okay. So because very similar areas to Ian McGilchrist's.
Yeah, the name.
Yeah. It's actually McGilchrist. So if you know Adam Gilchrist, you can say Ian McGilchrist. But just putting those two syllables together makes it.
It's a sound thing also.
It's absolutely a sound thing because you can say Mac and you can say Gilchrist, but McGilchrist. Anyway, I'm sorry, Ian, if you're listening to this. So Michael Gazzaniga is a legendary neuroscientist, and I'm sure McGilchrist would have referred to his work as well. And a few decades ago, he was treating patients with split brain epilepsy, right? And one way of stopping the seizures, permanently stopping the seizures of people with split brain epilepsy was to cut the corpus callosum, which is basically the bunch of nerves which connect the left brain and the right brain, right? And then having cut off the corpus callosum, so the left and the right brain are not talking to each other, he carried out these experiments where the patient was made to lie down and his fields of vision were separated, right? Now, the right side of the brain sees through the left eye and vice versa. Forget that, technical detail. But basically, the right brain was given instructions on cards such as raise your hand or ask for water or get up and start walking, right? And the person would do that. because that's what the right brain is saying. But he would not know why. So when they would ask him, why did you raise your hand? He would immediately make up a reason for it, right? He would rationalize, which is why I keep using this illustration to tell people that you think you are in control of your own actions. You are fucking rationalizing. You are not in control at all. There's a great book by Robert Hansen, I think, about the elephant brain, which also kind of deals with this. And I first read this in Steven Pinker's The Blank Slate, but I think it's in. I mean, this experiment is a staple of books, and Pinker referred to the left brain, which is making up stories to explain why did I raise my hand, why did I ask for water, as an interpreter, as a press secretary, and I thought of that as sort of very interesting. Now, another analog of this, which has to do with neuroscience, but not with the right and left brain structure, is about learning. Right now, as you would know, there are two kinds of learning: focused learning and diffuse learning. Focused learning is you sit down to read something, you want to learn it, you are focusing on it, but दिमाग में जाता ही नहीं है,
हाँ.
right? And the reason for that is focused learning happens in only the prefrontal cortex, which can hold four chunks of information at the same time, and it can only take an additional chunk when you forget an existing chunk or put it in your deep learning. It's like shifting something from RAM to
Yeah.
your actual hard drive memory. Diffuse learning is something that happens when you don't have the page in front of you. I go for a walk or I take a nap, and now my brain is drawing neuronal connections from all over, and it is no longer just the prefrontal cortex, but is going out everywhere. So, as you were talking, the thought struck me that there is a focus mode and there is a diffuse mode, and the focus mode is terribly limited because you're only drawing linear and obvious connections. Whereas the diffuse mode is actually perfect for the kind of storytelling in our myths in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata, which are enabling diffuse thinking, where you're drawing all different kinds of connections, where the complexity is a feature and not a bug. For the focus thinker, the prefrontal cortex, the complexity is a bug.
Yeah.
You can't figure anything out,
Yes.
and therefore you have to
Yeah.
simplify and make it.
Everything has to be in a database.
Everything has to be in a database. So I want to ask you, carrying on from this, that I thought of Bollywood as you were speaking, and the thing with Bollywood is that many of these story structures, and we discussed structures yesterday also, are the same, but it feels to me that Bollywood simplifies too much, even when it is actually adapting our epics, and it loses the complexity to simplify in a way that would be explicable to the Western mind, where everything is simple, there is one cause and one effect, and everything kind of makes sense. Is that the case? Like, what do you think of popular entertainment, Bollywood today? That fine, the myths are part of our culture. We are lucky to have them. But what resonance
See,
do they find in
today,
modern?
anybody, the biggest minds in Bollywood today who are doing mythologicals, privately don't believe in any of them. They doing it for the TRPs, for the money, because of political pressure. They want to survive. They see an opportunity, but they don't get Ram. So what do they turn Ramayana into? Six-pack abs, revenge story. You took my wife, I'm going to get her back. Now this is Tapori language, street language. In fact, I think there was a Ramayana which actually got Hanuman to say things which were like, even the Marxists were offended. It was that bad. It was so bad because at a literary level, it was offensive. Forget about religious level. It was literary level. It was offensive, written by an arrogant poet, claimed to be a Brahmin, apparently. Whatever, it doesn't matter. What is important is that Ramayana today, and I've worked with lots of these filmmakers, and until I was like, I can't do it anymore. Because, nowadays they call me and I'm like, okay, you want my name, right? In the script, this is the cost. They pay me the money and disappear. Because I know the game. They're not interested in listening to me, and I fool myself in giving them lectures. And I think that, they're hearing me. No, they just want my name there so that when they make the pitch, they're saying, we've got this right person.
But I'm actually talking not just about mythological remakes, which of course are like that, especially when many of them are just made by mediocre people. But even the great Bollywood classics, like even a Sholay or a Devdas, are playing on tropes, but do not have that complexity. Everything is black and white, and the kind of complexity of a Rama who's trapped in his role and his dharma. You don't see that.
This is the Bhadralok or the intelligentsia thinking that people are savages. And, these are simple people. And I have to simplify things. What they're not saying is that I don't have the capability to say it in a way that he is able to receive it. Because if I look at folk theater, it's fairly complex. if I go to folk theater, you look at the folk songs, the double innuendos, the complexities which are there. The Premakhyans, when you read the old Premakhyans which were written, there is no compromise on, the Heer Ranjha story, the Leela Majnu story. You look at the folk tales in Sindh and Punjab, you look at the stories. They're dark, complex stories, fairy tales. Even I'll give you an example. Forget about if you read fairy tales in the original format, even Grimm's fairy tale, which was anyway sanitized, it's dark. Hansel and Gretel throwing people into this thing. And now Disney says, oh, children can't handle this because everybody's so fragile. So let's create safe spaces. And they created these caricaturist versions of the fair, which are not fairy tales anymore. It's some kind of a propaganda, because some pro-structuralist said all fairy tale is propaganda. Therefore, all propaganda becomes fairy tale. And that's misuse and understanding of language. And that's what happens in India when a good story is where, while in school you studied the structures and the framework, if you start beginning the story with a structure and framework, it won't work. You can't be strategic. You have to be tactical. When you're writing a good story, you have to feel the ras and the bhav, which is you. If you are not in it and feeling it, you think you are so smart as you're going to manipulate and get it out in your audience. ये हम लोग ऐसे करेंगे, फिर ऐसे करेंगे, फिर एक्शन सीक्वेंस डालेंगे, उसके बाद कॉमेडी डालेंगे. The audience is an idiot. I can just do it, and maybe 1 or 2 success will happen, but the success doesn't happen because you came up with the clever trick. It's because unknowingly you put in things which the audience liked. But you will start believing it was my strategy that worked. And then you'll go again and do the strategy again. It doesn't work. Now the film doesn't work. Because, the prequels, sequels, Star Trek is a great example. It's the famous connection with Joseph Campbell, monomyth, and George Lucas used all the words, the right words. I studied myth and all that kind of thing. And I was a Star Wars fan, major Star Wars fan. Did it influence mythology or not? I don't know, because they said it's mythological. I read Joseph Campbell. And in fact, by the way, it just brought back this memory that when I read Hero with 1,000 Faces, I went to the index page and it said, how many Indian myths has he written? And I realized they'd never referred to it, but he insisted that monomyth is universal. Hero with 1,000, hero's journey is universal. So that's why if you make a pitch to Hollywood, they will insist it's a hero's journey. And all stories are hero's journey because it's universal. I'm like, it's the pomposity of these people that they don't study Japanese stories, Chinese stories, which are not hero myths at all. But now we have all these film institute graduates are studying monomyth and achievement and aspiration. Dangal is like that. All these new films in the last 10 years, the good ones also, they're all these heroic journeys of athletes. And because they're following, you would not find these stories in the 50s and 60s. Except if they were done by Balraj Sahni, who was communist and was thinking of this journey. But a traditional masala movie had no journey. The hero was brilliant on scene 1 and remains brilliant in the scene end. Rajinikanth is like God. He's the first scene, he's doing stunts. Last scene, he's doing stunts. He's poor in the beginning, he's poor in the end, but he's doing tashan all the time. There is no trauma, there is no catharsis, there's none of it. And I keep saying, ye to Hanuman hai, because gods are just dealing with, but they're perfect. Right at the beginning, there's no emotional trauma which happens in a Rajnikant. You don't want to see Rajnikant cry. You want him to, Mithun Chakravarti is dancing on scene 1 and that's what you love. And Shah Rukh Khan is the same person all the time. Salman Khan is the same person all the time. Nothing is changing about him, and it's something that people don't get. There is no character arc which is happening. So when you see these, when you're talking about the Bollywood films and the filmmakers they've heard about these structures and they're trying to, and that's what's happening across Hollywood, Bollywood, the same time in the last 10, 15 years. This strategic, like science, it's like I will give the right chemical so that it'll give me a predictable response. Storytelling doesn't work like that. You can't turn, I'll do this, I'll press this button. In science, it's very simple. Like physics, it's simple. In chemistry, it's simple. Maybe even in biology, to some degree, there is a predictability and control which comes because of technology. Storytelling, when you try to turn it into technology and turn it into Marvelization, corporatization, that I will just put I have a checklist. I'll have a set of things to be done. I'll have a factory of people to do it, and the films will just work. They don't. Because to write a Ramcharitmanas, a Tulsidas, it's a story that everybody knows in Ramayana, but when he's writing it in the Doha format, the amount of work that is going into choosing the words, getting the rhythm right, using the grammar, getting the thought, packaging the emotions, a lot of hard work. It's a lot of hard work. Telling stories to a child is a hard work. I give stories to children. It's very difficult. It's exhausting if I have children in the room to tell a story. People say, well, this is so easy to tell. I said, it's not. If you really genuinely want the child to have a great time, if you're just going there as a performance and just bol ke aa jao, and that laziness is coming across a lot. I think earlier we didn't have enough knowledge. They just wanted to tell stories. They came from their heart and intuitively they got things right, and audiences felt the horripilation, as it is called, goosebumps. Roma Harshana is the name of the old poet who told Ramayana, which means one who makes your hair stand on ends. So these are the characters. You tell a story, you're Roma Harshana, Ugra Shrava, loud voiced. Filmmakers today are not that. They have no story to tell. They are in a factory saying that I want to produce a product which will get the audience. I want to give a high to the audience. I want to sell weed to the audience. I want to sell meth to the audience. And in fact, all the software developers are now like drug peddlers. I want them clickbait. And I'm talking like a drug peddler. Everybody's talking like a drug peddler. They are not celebrating the act of storytelling. And I said, तुम जब रामायण बना रहे हो, you're doing it because, the politician said, I will use Ram to win votes. And you got butchered because everybody knows what has happened. Don't mess with the gods. And I don't mean it objectively, because I mean, you don't mess with people. People are not fools. If you try to intellectualize things too much and think you can manipulate people around you, there are others who will manipulate you. A friend of mine once told me, and this is this oppressor-oppressed discourse. He said, Devdutt, these rich and powerful people are treating us like dogs. They throw balls and we just run after them. And see how they are, Rothschild and all those conspiracy theories. That somebody's controlling the puppet strings and there's a secret society handling it. And I'm looking at them and saying that, if you don't throw balls at the dogs, what will they do? What will they do? They have nothing else to do. So they keep throwing balls at the dogs and make fun of the dogs without realizing the dog is having a good time and you are just doing time pass because you have nothing. The dog has a purpose. Usko maja aa raha hai. He has nothing else to do and he's filling time by throwing balls at the dog. And we don't get it because however rich and powerful you are, you're going to die. The movie is going to come to an end. You want to give that magic in the movie where the person says, "Mujhe वापस आके DDLJ देखना है." Now, when he's seeing the whole diaspora saw DDLJ, if you ask the makers of DDLJ, why did this film work? He doesn't know because he knew he has a craft. He's got an actor. He's got an actress. He's taking huge risks. There's money being pushed in. Photography is being done. He's editing it, but it's like writing a column. I don't know which column will work. I have a science there. I have a lot of hard work there. But the reason I am able to produce is that I'm enjoying the process of the writing. And I want my enjoyment to travel through my columns to my readers. It's not strategic. It's not that I'm better than them. I am part of that journey. And I think that's missing in filmmakers today. They're in business. They're not storytellers.
So, as you were speaking, it struck me that the irony about these elections where the BJP lost in Ayodhya was that the reason they lost in Ayodhya was that they carried out a lot of eminent domain and took the property of a bunch of people away. And if you actually read the Ramayana, as you have pointed out, you would not make the mistake of taking property rights so lightly, because property, in a sense, is one of the things at the heart of the epic.
See, in fact, I'm digressing. Ramayana and Mahabharata is dealing with a very complex issue. It's property, yes, but it's asking a very difficult. Both Ramayana and Mahabharata are asking, is wife property? in Ramayana and Mahabharata, the big question which people don't get, property is easy to understand. It's zameen, jaidad, joru, wife. Is it property? Chattel, because it's, that is the question, because it's showing a conversation, because see, the abduction of Sita, the abuse of Draupadi, the sharing of Draupadi, these are all a culture which is asking the question, how much agency does a woman have? Is she, because what is wife and what is woman? What is the difference between wife and woman? If you, again, the possessive pronoun, it's Meri Aurat, my woman. And that is what people, in the, the Bollywood, I'm talking about mythologicals, they say I've done the Ramayana, and they'll make it, as I said, they'll make it a revenge story. Ram, Meri Patni ko tumne liya, I'll want my wife back. Or Draupadi says, it's a vengeance story. Everything is reduced to a revenge story because that's a trope that works apparently. And so it stops being Ramayana, it stops being Mahabharata, because neither Ramayana or Mahabharata deal with revenge. There is no concept of revenge. There's no concept of justice. I've seen people using words like nyay and all that. I said, where these words don't exist in the Ramayana. Where are you using these words? And I've given lectures to these guys, but they'll say the audience won't get it. I'm like, yeah, or you didn't get it. Because the audience will get it. Because I have given these lectures in small villages. I just have to tone it down. It is a lot of work, but I have spoken to children, and but you have to, it's a lot of work. Maybe you don't want to do that much of work. For me, it's an experiment because I'm maybe going to do it only once. But I see, how do I explain this to the child? And and it's for me, it's intellectually stimulating, and I love it. And I love doing it. But maybe they don't want to do that effort. They're not interested in it. They want like quick, kuch de do. And so sorry, I digressed about the property rights and women's rights, which is there in Ramayana and Mahabharata. And so that's why Draupadi asked the question: a man who's gambled himself, can he gamble his wife?
No, and it's not just a question for the Ramayana and the Mahabharata. People will often talk of Shah Rukh Khan as look at his progressive work, and I'm like, he's done the most regressive films. And a classic example is DDLJ, which you just named. In DDLJ, the wife is treated as property of the man. The only dispute is she husband's property or is she father's property? So that iconic last scene where Amrish Puri says, Ja Simran Ja. Like, who the fuck is he?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is even Shah Rukh Khan? She'll
Yeah.
do what she wants, right? She's got agency, but not according to Bollywood, So, so while you were talking about, artists and sort of how Bollywood gets it wrong by applying the template, I agree with you so much. There's this great quote I came across by an editor at the New Yorker, William Maxwell, also a great novelist, where Amitava Kumar first told me about this in an episode I did with him, where Maxwell said, quote, after 40 years, what I came to care about most was not style, but the breath of life. Stop quote. And to me, that's at the heart of success. Not a grand master plan, not a strategic plan, not a structure, ye karenge, wo karenge, gana hoga, ye hoga, chase hoga. But, the breath of life, some magical moment that comes up. And Anton Chekhov once said, don't tell me the moon is shining. Show me the glint of light on broken glass. Right, which is an example I give to my writing students about show don't tell, where I always tell them that zoom in as much as you can, capture the human. Don't tell me ki COVID hua tha, migrants had so much trouble. Show me the image of a woman on a highway carrying her husband on a suitcase with wheels. That image tells me everything. So always that breath of air, that breath of magic will always begin with an image, with the tactical, and then maybe you can zoom out and Garuda can come in and there can be a bigger picture.
पढ़ाई के लिए ठीक है. When I'm teaching, I can teach them all structures. Don't use this during the tactic. Because when you're reviewing your work, I always tell people, you can go back and say what's not working, and then you take the help of the template and say, oh, I didn't do this. This instrument was not used. But when cooking, smell the food. Don't just look at the recipe. The smell of the food will tell you what has to be added. You forget the smell of the food, which cannot be put on a recipe. Map is great, but there's a dug road and the map says go through it. You can't, no? In Bombay, I keep telling, these are maps. A teaching tool is not a manual. It's a teaching tool. It's like a training program where I teach you to fight, but going to war is not the same. The Samne wala is not going through the same training program. So he's going to not use you can't say, hey, you don't follow the rules.
You've written about how mythology is a map of the human mind.
Yeah.
Now, a map would typically just be a representation of what's already there, and it is a static thing. But mythology is not just showing, revealing the mind to us, but it is also shaping the mind, and it becomes a feedback loop. And, so tell me a little bit about how that kind of process plays out, because then you would imagine that the fundamental differences in our mythologies would lead to and perpetuate fundamental differences in our cultures and our ways of looking at the world. Yesterday, when we were taking a break in between sessions, I quoted you to yourself and told you about the masculine view of history versus a feminine view. And the gentle readers, Devdutt has written so many books that he forgot that he had written those words till I elaborated, and then he remembered. But the masculine view of history is, based on these binaries: conflict and triumph, natives versus colonization, oppressed and oppressors, etc., etc. Whereas an alternate feminine view of history, which he talks about, is just embracing all of the complexity, and nothing is adversarial, and there is just a lot going on. So, do you feel that cultures are fundamentally different because of the mythologies that lie behind us? And how active are those mythologies? Because as I surmised, even in popular culture, our popular culture shows more the simplistic masculine narratives of the West than the complex feminine. If one, I mean, obviously you didn't mean them to be so deeply simplistic and
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
essential,
But yeah, these are
but
placeholders. Well, good.
they're placeholders. So what is your sense of that? What, like, how does one understand Indian culture, and how large a part do these ancient myths actually play in this?
So I belong to the school of thought that, and genuinely for me, structure has not changed. Technology has changed. And we don't know to see structure. The Nirakar, we are seeing the Sakar. And because the Sakar is changing all the time, the form is changing all the time, we start thinking history repeats. They keep saying history repeats itself. Have you heard that sentence?
And there's a corollary which says history doesn't repeat, it rhymes.
It rhymes. Yeah, yeah. It's far. That's a better way of saying it because it's a rhyme. It's following the pattern. It's following the rhythm. Now that's what I genuinely believe. That China is China. It has always been China. It's not communists who made China. Because early days of my work, people, when we would talk about China, was big at that time, and everybody was talking about China, and they kept saying that communism, communism, communism. I said, you're not getting China. You have to go behind. You have to see the mythology, and of course, I was laughed off. Today, I'm even more convinced that the what is happening in the world today, for me, when somebody says colonization, it means when one framework becomes like a parasite or a cancer, saying no other framework shall exist. And as I said, that when the West is therefore universalizing, it's the left brain which just feels the right brain shouldn't, it doesn't matter. कि वो क्या कर रहा है, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहा है. It's like the sales guy saying the marketing guy is useless, or the person in the market says, who's working in the market says that what are these people in the air-conditioned offices doing? The database, the denominator of the right brain is always mocked globally. And that in the colonial space, the short-term victories were seen as eternal victories. They were only, all victories are temporary and they're short-term. And nobody wants to admit, but Indians are always saying, but we don't believe it. At our heart, we don't believe. That's why when some horrible person rises to power, we think it's eternal. And when some good person rises to power, we are very aware of its, oh my God, what it won't really because we don't believe in the story. We don't see the story and have faith and patience to see it through. Now, what has happened? This is so, I genuinely believe that we remain culturally anchored. So this is the reason when, let's take a very concrete example of this. When Islam came to India, what happened in India to Islam is which something that could only happen in India. It was not Shia or Sufi, Shia or Sunni or Sufi. People keep using these words. But there were many, many practices that happened in India that did not happen in any other Islamic world. But it's only now that some scholars in Bangladesh are raising this and pointing it out to people, that you have to look at Indian Islam as a unique phenomena which happened. And even that is complex, because Bangladeshi Islam is very different from other Islam. But to give you an example, there is a epic in Bengali written in the 16th century by Syed Sultan called Nabi Vanso. So Hari Vansha is Krishna's story. Nabi Vansha is the story of the prophet. It's written in Bengali. It is it talks about Krishna, it talks about Ram, it talks about Shiva, and talks about them as Paigambars before Muhammad. So they are using storytelling as a tool, which is not seen anywhere else in the Islamic world, to use stories. Islam doesn't use stories. It's all about the law, the law, the law, the law, the law. Shias tell some stories, but to give you an example of how restrictive it is when the play of Imam Hussein is done in Iran at one time, they had to hold the paper in the hand to tell that this is not being creative, because creativity is haram. We can't be creative. We are telling the tariq, the history. We are being true. We are sticking, because form and the complexities of imagery and all that comes in. So it is only when it comes to India that you have Syed Sultan writing Haribanso. Nobody talks about it. Tamil Nadu has Umar the poet writing Seripa Purana, which is the Sira. The Sira is the biographies of the Prophet in Tamil, where Mecca is described as full of palm trees, overflowing with, Ganga river is here, and all these metaphors of Tamil landscape are being used to describe Mecca. How do you explain this to people? And the Sufi, when you go to Sufi shrines in Iran, nobody gives you food. You don't have the concept of a langar. I will go to Ajmer and then the Sikh langar, and then you see the mandir mein bhojanalay, which had its caste divisions, but there was bhojanalay. Sabko khana to dena hai, bhagwan ke samne nahi rahoge. Food being the tool to reach out to people. Also, it's a famine, and this was the only place. This was the closest to a soup kitchen that you had. These are Indian manifestations of it. So we would take ideas and make it in, because it is the rebirth thing. There is this is also a book on the bookshelf. This is also a book on the bookshelf. So we read the Bible and we enjoyed the Bible, and we said, let's take the Bible too, and let's take this also. So the way the current Hindutva crop talks about it, it's not the way it is. They are being manipulative, and I know it because they're not reading it enough. And Christianity transforms today in Kerala. You will have this very strange phenomena of Catholic nuns dancing in circles and singing as if it's Onam. Which part of the world will you see nuns dancing? They would stand straight and sing the choir songs. These women are singing. There are in Kerala Malayali songs which describe the love of the prophet and his wife, and the love. These are marriage songs. I don't think it's done in Saudi Arabia. So these are the manifestations of Islam. But then you came up, and somebody told me this, that we always talk about the Hindu Reformation of the 19th century because we were exposed to English education. What we forget is the Muslims, the rich, affluent Muslims, the one who voted for Pakistan, these were people who were also going to London and Europe to study. And when they went to London and Europe to study, they were exposed to the Ottoman Empire, the fall of the Caliphate, and they learned theoretical Islam and the Islamic Islam, the global Islam. These were not ideas before, because the center of Islam was the Mughal Empire. You didn't go to Ottoman, the Caliph. You saw Mughal Emperor. Nobody was greater than the Mughal Emperor. Suddenly, the Caliphate becomes important. And that's the time when the Deobandis and all start to emerge. So when they came back, they went back to Bengal and says, please don't read this Nabi Bansha. This is haram. Don't read the peer literature. Dargah is wrong. Going to the Dargah is wrong. Qawwali is wrong. This is haram, haram, haram. And it's a shirk. And they started using this, they started sanitizing to become real Islam. Take away the native. So while Hinduism is also transforming, Islam in India transformed. We became colonial Islam. We became colonial Hinduism, not pre-colonial Hinduism, not pre-colonial Islam. We sort of spoke to each other and figured out a vocabulary to live with each other, because that's what Indians do. Thali mein khana ko mix kara jata hai. You will mix it and you'll make a dal and sabji and different, and it's not perfect, right? It's like sometimes it works, sometimes you keep things outside, some things you don't want to eat. So in Tamil Nadu, every Hindu temple god had a bibi, a Muslim bride for the deity. Perumal temple in South India always has a Bibi Nachiyar, which is a Muslim bride, a princess who marries. You have Bhakti saints. So this language is Indian, and it comes from the structure of rebirth, is what I believe. What people say that we are more secular than others and all that, it's not that. It is just our right brain focus. Doesn't mean left is not there. When I say right brain focus, it doesn't mean the left has been ignored. Just as when I say the West is left brain, it doesn't mean it has ignored the right. That's a very, again, binary thing. You look at the Roman Empire had all kinds of. People ask me, was there monotheism in Roman Empire? It was. It was not monotheism. It was Rome. Everything was Rome. You worked for a single entity called Rome, which is why Rome is different from the Greek city-states. Greeks, every state, they were autonomous, they hated each other, they fought each other. Roman Empire says nothing exists but Rome, one god. Then Rome became Holy Roman Empire, one. Then Holy Roman Empire couldn't deal with Byzantium, so they said, I'm Orthodox, you're Catholic. Orthodox means truth and Catholic means universal. So you created these new, but you're one. And then Islam comes and then wipes out all, Anatolia was Christian. They wipe it out, they all become one find replace ho gaya. So you replaced Rome with Christianity, you replaced Christianity with Islam, but in India, all of them came in and they were part of the thali. None of them dominated. Even at its height, Muslims were less than 10% of India's population. The numbers don't add up because India is rebirth. And it's something people don't get. Now, China, what has happened in China is they kept the foreigners out. They were always afraid of foreigners. Buddhism comes in. Why does Buddhism succeed? It's because the Tang emperor says that this is the only way to break the chains of Confucian and Taoist authorities. So Buddhism works. And the moment they fall, Buddhism is kicked out and they beat up the Buddhists and the monks are burnt. In the last 300 years, they kept Christians out. If you say Shogun and all that, they talk about how Christians were kept out. Now the Christians are returning with vengeance. So Korea, Japan, I think Singapore, all the Chinese are Christians. So even see the crazy rich Asians, they show them reading the Bible. And I always look at the Chinese people and say, the Christians have conquered you. And they get very upset. And I said, but they have. They have conquered you the way the Buddhists conquered you. And one day you'll kick them out. You will kick them out because that's the nature of the beast. They will take it and they'll make it Chinese. Even already they've started saying that half the Chinese forms are related to Adam, Eve, Noah, and actually it originated in. This is exactly what they did with Buddhism. They said actually Buddha was from China. Now they're going to say actually Jesus was from China. It's going to happen. So we are behaving as our myths tell us to behave in a way. If I take an Indian boy and take him to America, over time, over 2-3 generations, the template will change. The Indian template will die out. So that's the reason what is called ABCD and all these diaspora. You have to accept the fact that physically you have moved to another space. The template will although you give 3 templates, obviously there are multiple templates, but you won't be the same. Sundar Pichai's child won't have the Indian mythology because Sundar Pichai lived in India. He walked in the streets of India. He experienced India's myth organically through his body. His children didn't. So it's never going to happen. No matter how much Ramayana Mahabharata is told to him and no matter how many times he goes to a temple, it's not going to happen because mythology comes in not through an intellectual route, not through an emotional route. It's sensory. It's in the day the Chinese give up chopsticks, Chinese culture will collapse.
I had done an episode once with Peggy Mohan, who's written a beautiful book called Wanderers, Kings, and Merchants. You also mentioned her, I think, in the footnotes of at least one of your books. And the thing I learned there that was like such a delightful TIL moment for me was about Sanskrit. That one way in which Sanskrit is different from all the other Indo Proto European languages is the presence of retroflex sounds,
Sounds.
which are only found in the subcontinent. So it is clear that what we think of as Sanskrit is actually a mishran, it is a khichdi
Yeah.
of the Indo-Proto-European and whatever it was before it got here, and the local sounds, including of the Harappan civilization, and we'll come to that later. And I thought of that because what you're just saying seems really similar to that, and what you're saying is that there is a common cultural thread. So it doesn't matter if Islam comes from outside. Once it is here, it is ours, and we will make our own thing with it, and different regions of India will do their own
Yeah.
things with it. The commonality that you see here is a notion of rebirth. Another broad commonality that comes to my mind is just of assimilation, that everything will kind of assimilate, so it doesn't matter what comes from where. Like, there is a story of how the Parsis came to Gujarat, which of course but just for the sake of my listeners, the Parsis come to Gujarat, and the king, whoever there is, says that we are completely full up, there is no space for you. So then the Parsi gentleman says, "Can you give me a glass of milk, please?" So then the person hands him a full glass of milk, and then he takes some sugar from his pocket and he puts it in that, and it dissolves and it becomes one with the milk. And I find that such a beautiful story with such a deep lesson for all of us, which is why I find it deeply tragical that whatever the anti immigration voices are in the West, in Europe and America, we should not have those kind of voices. We should welcome anything that comes into this kitchery. We will make it ours, we will make it better, we will make ourselves better. And I just feel that would you then agree that that kind of sentiment of othering others is actually antithetical to a certain essence of our civilization?
So I will qualify my answer. Inclusion can become intrusion, right? It's something that we should remember. When we make a garden, we keep the weeds out. We don't keep every plant. A forest has all things grow in a forest. Everything will grow. But the moment you start saying a field or a garden, you start deciding what is a weed and what is a crop, what is value to be, what is not. And the same thing happens with human beings. I'm going to use pre-colonial Islam and post-colonial Islam for the sake of simplicity. What has happened to Islam today? And I'm sorry I'm using the word Islam because the moment you say it, you become Islamophobic. And when you say anything, you become some phobic or the other. But what has happened is a global ghettoization, where I am told that the only way to include someone is to accept them without they changing and without me changing. It's like saying, I want to marry someone, but I will not change a single habit of mine, and you will not change a single habit of yours. And we have to live in the same room. How does that work? It is going to lead to tension, is what has happened today with cultures moving and migrating. We are not, we are saying, I have, because of the rights discourse, when nobody is kind, we are saying that I have a right to be myself without accommodating the other. So the words people use, the word other, it's a two-way traffic, not a one-way traffic. And because we think linearly, it's always oppressor oppressed. It's never how do we work together? How do we figure it out? This is a messy situation. What do we do now? Nobody wants to talk that language at all. Recently, I made a snide comment about the war, and where I said something to the effect, I mean, I don't remember exactly, but I keep forgetting what I write and tweet. But I said that, I have seen a lot of Jewish people saying the war is bad and you should not fight the war and this is wrong. But I've not seen a Muslim group saying that the Israel has the right to exist. And in my DM, a non-Muslim person uh, writes saying that, but Israel is a settler colony. And I've used this phrase, is used a lot in academia, settler colony. And it's, it's a correct word, but now that is there. So it's like, and the language was being used, and I was like, um, so I said, I just, I'm not a solving the global crisis. It's not going to be solved on Twitter. It's not going to be, but I was observing how this lady, I said, it's just a tweet. I have told you what I'm seeing, and I have a problem. I'm not saying one is good or bad. It's a war. War is not good. People are dying. This is no way you can justify a war, because it's just, please don't go there. Don't justify a war and say A is right and B is right. It's just wrong. Let's work with that. I said, peace is more important than punishment, I said. And the next line I said, you know what? What about the gays in Palestine? They're all going to be killed, right? You don't seem to, I've never seen a hijabi lesbian or a namazi gay.
As far as I know, Israel is the only place in the Middle East where homosexuality is legal, right?
Yeah. But it's called pink washing by the left. You see how I can twist anything, right? The human imagination will turn gay rights into pink washing because they don't like Israel. So it's, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are at loggerheads with each other. They use these clever words. They use these clever words to block criticism, right? You can't criticize Muslims, it's Islamophobic. You can't criticize the Jewish lobby because they're anti-Semitic. And because I can't criticize either of you, why should I comment on the war? Go, do what you want to do. Because I'm not allowed to comment on one side or the other. I'm not allowed to take sides. I'm not allowed to see nuance. I'm not allowed to discuss. Because if one side will call me, I'm trapped between choosing anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And this is the discourse, this is the debate and the argument which has become a duel today. And that's what colonial structures have brought in, because we were told there is only one answer, there's only one truth, it has to be achieved through argument. The thing is, if you're intellectually smart, the dumb guy is going to get one day angry, take the stick and beat you up, because he knows how to use the stick. You can't use the stick, so you say non-violence is good. You say non-violence is good because it's strategic. You are good at argument. You're a smart guy. And you're smart and you're telling, mere arena mein aa jao. Mere akhade mein aa jao. Let's argue, Dev. That argument is much better than war. That's only because you can't fight. That guy's a great boxer. He'll say, come to the akhada. Let's punch it out. So you are lying when you're saying debate is better than war. It's because you are good at debate. And I saw that with all intellectuals who were saying this. And I'm like, everybody is not an intellectual. You may use words like equality and rationality, but that serves your purpose. And you're not seeing you're complicit in this violence. What has happened in India is, if I were to sit with the right wing and say, I agree with you. Yeah. How do we live together? Let's figure out a solution. Now, that's a different way of approaching the problem. It is now combative. You are wrong. Everything you say is wrong. So the whole conversation is you're wrong. And one day the person says, it's okay to, I am wrong. Fine. Now I'm going to burn your house. So that's what has happened today. I'm not saying that, Savarkar argued in a very clever way. And it's a brilliant way of saying that. He said, my holy land, all my holy places are in India. So then I'm Hindu. Your holy land seems to be in Jerusalem and Mecca and somewhere else. So you're not really, your sacredness is not linked to the place you live in. You're an immigrant. You're not native. See how, and it's a very clever way of saying the sacred city. See, we completely ignored the fact that 19% of Hinduism is Indian Islam is based on dargahs. And we go to dargahs, Nizamuddin, Ajmer, dargah-based Hinduism, which is haram for the hardcore Wahhabi, who says that a shirk is what one had to say is, but dargahs are Indians, no? India mein dargah hai na? Hamare yahan dargah hai. But you can't say that in Islam, because that would make you Shia, inferior, shirk, idolatry. But really, it is the dargah which made India, Islam is based on dargahs. And there are lots of holy dargahs. In fact, in Bangladesh, there are things that if you go to these there are actually sentences which says if you go to this dargah, you don't have to go to Mecca. Which sounds like this Hindu practice that if you can't go to Kashi, just go to these 6 temples in South India, 4 temples in this thing. So they're using the Indian way of Indianizing it. So instead of Indianizing Islam, we were like, no, the purist. We have to be pure Islam. And then you started creating this logger without realizing, listen, we have to live together. It's not about being right. It's not about being, I'm better than you, I'm smarter than you. How do we live together? I want my azan. And the moment I talk about it, this is about the Hindus also have their arti. And then it becomes into this who's right. And I'm like, sound pollution? What about sound pollution? What about people? Can we use a larger idea and just remove all loudspeakers, party loudspeakers, political loudspeakers, every loudspeaker? I don't want to talk about Azan, but it is subsumed in this but you're not allowed to have this conversation. Because really, it's like it's the Udyoga Parva of Mahabharata. Krishna knows that Duryodhan doesn't want peace. He wants war. He hates the Pandavas. He wants them out. So conversation, dialogue, debate, discussion, television interviews are all games. He's basically saying, "Sui ki nok jitni zameen mein dene ko taiyar nahi." And so war is what he's war mongering, and he's finding a justification to be the predator. He's the predator. He wants to dehumanize you and make you the prey. He wants everything that you have. So it's a psychological issue. A debate will not resolve it. So no matter how many, I can tell him all this thing and all that. I remember once I was in North India and I said that, in the old days when the village had to disagree on Hinduism and all this thing, so the Hindus came up with this idea that we can't kill the Muslims, but we will create Ravan statues to express our rage and effigy burning as an idea. And they always look like Muslims. If you look carefully at it's one of the theses somebody has come up with. How true or not, we don't know, but there's an argument that in North Indian Gangetic plains, the Akhadas came up with the idea of the Ram Leela and the Ravan Vadh which happens and the burning. It's a Muslim image. And true or false, I don't know. But the practice is there. But you know how they made peace? They said the ones who make the crackers, the one who will economically benefit from this will be the Muslim artisan. So he is invested in the Hindu ritual. So Hindus get the spiritual benefit and the ritual benefit. The Muslims get the economic benefit of it and they work together. Patang, which happens in Makar Sankranti, the patangs even in Bombay are made by the Muslims. So now you found an economic way to get these two people to work together. So I said, I genuinely believe the Ram temple should be built, but let all the contract go to Muslims. The shops,
That's beautiful. You said this on Twitter. Did you get attacked by
I told it to a newspaper, and the replies they got were, of course, because Sui, I don't want to share. It's not coming from a place of peace. It's not coming from a place of let's figure it out. I said, मंदिर बना देंगे, बहुत अच्छा मंदिर बना देंगे, लेकिन we have to साथ में रहना है, तो जितने भी लोग हैं. And now I realize that's exactly the mistake they did, right? In fact, they didn't even give it to the Hindus. They gave it to some outsiders. They gave it to people from other states whose name shall not be mentioned, because it benefits politicians in that state. You denied, because a temple is a source of livelihood. It's not a political instrument only, as many historians try to make it. It's awful the way they write about temples. But it's an economic instrument, and it's a major economic instrument. And there are shops and there are restaurants and hotels, and share it with the community. They'll be invested in your temple. They will want to be part of the temple because their life depends on it. It's like the Puri Pujari once told me ki you see a temple, I see my mother. Every day she gives me food. So you see a temple, he's saying, but I see mother. मेरे को खाना देती है, because if you guys don't come and the money which I get in the offering, I'll starve and die. So it's so clean. But if you genuinely wanted peace, you can get peace. But democracy is based on violence. Fighting elections, right? It's about fighting elections and winning elections and being an opposition. These are violent languages. It's not meant for civilized society. Somebody thought it's going to create civilization. It's violent. It's not about dialogue. It's about debate. And I think this is my structural problem with when I see these things, that you are fighting elections, and people who don't understand metaphors are going to see it as fight, which is what is happening. You are not, you are wanting triumph. I want to win. They like, look at the way they behave when somebody wins an election, that, hey, I defeated you. It's like I'm like, it's not a game. It's the society we live in. And they're talking about the opposition is only opposing all the time. And now that's become the meme that I am opposition because I oppose. In fact, recently a governor of the opposing party who tried to make friends with the chief ministers from another party. Let's not name the state and all that. But his party got upset and called the governor and says, please do not support the chief minister because you're doing anti-party activities.
And it's interesting that, I have many episodes on this, that, it started going to hell really in 2015. There was a period of maybe 20 years where behind the scenes, the parties actually worked together, especially on economic policy. And it's a beautiful story. There's an episode of my YouTube show called The Reformers. I'll link that from the show notes. Before we go in for a break, I'd also like to, make the brief point that you spoke of the question, how do we live together? And you mentioned the term debate. And I would say that the answer to the question, how do we live together, will never come from a place like Twitter or social media. Debate is impossible there because everything is performative. Debate is the opposite of what you want to do. Which is why, for example, Israel and Palestine, I'll never talk about the current conflict on those places because I'll just end up offending everyone. Like, my point of view is that I am with the Palestinian people and I am with the Israeli people. I oppose what the Israeli state is doing, and I think Hamas and Hezbollah are absolutely evil, and I would be glad to see them destroyed, right? And these are, just over here, which I think every reasonable person should be able to agree with, everything breaks down, right? This is not for so that's, there are certain spaces where the discourse is so corrupted that is deeply tragic, and we need a break from that. So let's take a quick break, and on the other side of the break, we'll talk about Dharma, the Ramayana, the Mahabharata, the Gita, and so much more. I have to ask you for more days. I will be finished today.
Thank you.
Many of the things I have learned in my life, I had to learn on my own. I think you'll agree with me that our education system doesn't teach us so many things that we need to make the most of ourselves in this world. I learned my lessons when life happened to me, and I happened to be paying attention. For many years now, I've been thinking, what are the essential life lessons that everyone should learn to be able to live a complete life? I invited my friend Ajay Shah to join me on the intellectual challenge of figuring this out, and then we decided to put together a course where we would actually teach this stuff. So we created Life Lessons, which you can check out at lifelessons.co.in. In this 5-week course running across 5 Saturdays, we have put together 15 webinars that are intended to help launch you down journeys of discovery. We will speak about learning how to learn, learning how to think, mindsets, mental models, clear writing, how to communicate better, quantitative intuition, probabilistic thinking, the history of thought, the foundations of economics, and even practical matters like how to think about personal finance and how to think about personal health. People who do the course also get to be part of a larger community that will have in-person meetups once a year. Basically, while we've always been sharing what we have learned in a piecemeal way in our show and our writings, here and there, diffused, this is an effort to synthesize our knowledge for you. So please head on over to check out Life Lessons at lifelessons.co.in. Never stop learning. Welcome back to The Seen and the Unseen. I'm still here with Devdutt. We have both been well fed, which is actual, physical food, and not just food for the mind, which you have also been, listening to, I hope, with rapt attention for at least the last 8 hours. Devdutt, I want to go back to biography for a moment and to a subject that for many people it's just something nebulous and out there, which is mythology and the study of mythology, particularly, right? We've been speaking about mythology a lot, but these days people look at mythology in so many different ways, in the sense that there's a lot of popular fiction which is around mythology, and that in fact seems to be selling very well. Equally, one could say that it's been weaponized in our modern politics, and it's being thrown around in the service of dubious kinds of nationalism and national pride and so on and so forth. So tell me a little bit about, one, how you came to the study of mythology. And I guess, the first version of that, the first pass of that is you're just reading mythology and you're taking it in. And gradually, as you read, more and more patterns form in your head and you begin to see things. So that's pass one. But beyond that, how does one look at it? Like in your book, My Gita, for example, example, you spoke about these 5 ways of the retellings of the Gita. The first wave by, Sanskrit commentaries by celibate monks, then the retellings in regional languages, which were more emotional and often took the form of song, then translations by Europeans, then we discussed yesterday the retranslations by Indian nationalists, and then after the two world wars as a reframing. So in every age, there are different approaches, but there are dangers that a particular approach can become like a fashion, which is more of a constraint and actually blinds you more than shows you something. So, how did you begin to study mythology, and what are your observations on all of these other things that are going around in the way others look at mythology?
So, mythology as a subject is less than 200 years old, and it emerged with the study of history, right? Because one day people realized that received narratives could be fiction, could be real, could be memories, could be fantasies. How do you separate it? And in the 19th century, literature and history became objects of study, right? They became part of the academy. And they were there before, but in those days, there was no logos, there was no analysis of this. They would just compile them and read them and all that. But we suddenly find history becoming important. How do you study history? How do you decide it's historical? How do you know it's real? Evidence becomes important, and these emerge in the 19th century. That's when archaeology emerges, epigraphy emerges, textual analysis emerges, languages are decoded and all these things are happening in the 19th century. Asiatic society is doing it, archaeological society is doing it in India, but it's also happening everywhere around the world. Along the line, what is happening is this whole division between truth and falsehood is emerging, and everything which doesn't fall, because traditionally, if when the British came to India, they said what was there in the past. They would talk about the kings, the Mughals. They knew about the Muslims, the Mughals, and before that, not much was known. And they would say then there was, the Kali Yuga came, because that is documented as a time in many places that this is when Kali Yuga began. Mahabharat war ended, and a few centuries before that, or maybe few millennia before that, Ramayana took place. And this was the understanding of people. Suddenly, you have Ashoka being discovered, edicts being discovered. People are dating the Vedas and saying that it's not transcendental. Can actually be dated to a particular time and space. There is a lot of anxiety happening in India because your memories are being rejected as false, and new ideas like Ashoka was not there in the consciousness at all. Buddha was not there in the consciousness at all, and they become historical figures. And you're like, where is Ram? Where is Krishna? Why is he not appearing in the archaeological record? So there is a lot, and anxiety continues till today. Everywhere you see it. You see it in it's very strange. It's a 200-year-old wound. So mythology globally, what happened is history became very important. It became the truth. And it's only in the last 50 years that people have challenged the historical analysis, because as I said, academia became activist and looked at the past as the purpose of history became, let's find out all the injustices so that in the future these can be, we can punish the bad people and create a good society. So it became activist rather than just observing, oh, this is what happens in the past. So that's what history has happened. But mythology went into anthropology, folklore, but there was never a mythology department. Nobody knew. You had early days of mythology. If you look at the history of study of mythology, you have people called comparative mythology. Golden Bough was written, very famous book, and they were trying to say, comparative mythology said that really the pre-scientific people, the savages, all thought alike. Their polytheism was mythology. Polytheism is mythology. It is not religion. So mythology originally applied to polytheism. And that's why today many people get irritated with the word mythology, because that's how it was seen. Religion is monotheism and true. Polytheism is false.
So basically, they treated it as a fiction of the primitives.
And even today, that word, pagan, it's a derisive word, right? But it really means peasant stories, because religion emerged in urban ecosystems. Monotheism is an urban phenomena. It's not. That's the reason, as India becomes urbanized, we're seeking one God. So the thing of But then science came along and dislodged even religion and said, science said even religion is false, which was a huge setback. And that is really post-war, post-Second World War, when religion also took us. Because, you saw the Holocaust, you saw the war, and said, what God? What are we talking about? So religion sort of went off. It was secular became the big thing, science became a big thing, rationalism became a big thing, atheism became a big thing. And now religion was bundled together with mythology. But how do you make sense of it? Comparative mythology just sort of saw everything in one, looked at the patterns, commonalities. Then you had Jung going to the interior world and thinking of dreams and unconscious, subconscious, archetypes, all these words started emerging. That's the one school of thought. The other school of thought was structural. So Levi Strauss being the big name in that, then language structure, Saussure and all of these guys. They were the French guys who really came up with postmodernism, with Foucault and Derrida and all that. So you have these mind being discovered really because of mythology, the mind and psychology, psychoanalysis. We may not like those scholars today, but they are the ones who forced science to take the mind seriously, because mind can't be measured, but it plays a very important role in our life, unfortunately. And therefore, psychology remains a pseudoscience for many people because you can't measure it. Neuroscience is science because you can measure, but neuroscience doesn't tell you anything about the mind. It only tells you about networks and chemicals. And so there is an evolution happening with the study of mythology. And where was this taught? In India, the early days, mythology and history battles happened. D.D. Kosambi wrote this very famous book called Myth and Reality, and he tried to see mythological stories as proto-history, which is the most popular thing, which is Euhemerism. It's a school which says that what the ancients transformed their ancestors into gods. And that's a very big thesis. Even today, it's very popular. So people start saying 8,000 years ago, and you just use these crazy numbers, and that, everything happened in the past. And so this is the world of mythology. And I was exposed to it really in after my medicine. I studied medicine, and as I said, till then I was reading mythology. I enjoyed mythology. And one day I went to a bookshop and I discovered Kamala Subramaniam's book from Bharati Vidya Bhavan, Bhagavatam. And I realized when I read it that what Amar Chitrakatha had told me, what Chanda Mama had told me, was a tiny fraction of a vast narrative. And I felt cheated and tricked. So that sort of, I got addicted to reading more and more and more. And we went to the religion section, the mythology section, the philosophy section, and you kept picking up these books. And luckily for me, my parents didn't stop me from buying the books. I think that's the one thing that I'm really grateful, because these books were expensive, some of them, in those days. Today, we don't think about it when you're just downloading things, but it was expensive. And they were, then I started also buying fantasy books, fantasy art. I loved fantasy. So it was this world of fantasy, mythology all coming together. I never differentiated, So I got all these Boris Vallejo's art. I don't know if you see, these are these famous artists who created these magnificent worlds. Now everybody talks about world building, but I was into that world long before it was cool. And as I said, Star Wars was there, Star Trek was there. So I think I loved the supernatural, the science fiction, the fantasy. But mythology is something that I realized I loved. And then as I started freelancing, I would write about these. And it was like this all over the place today when I look at my articles. But for the readers, it was great because nobody wrote about it. So I became popular simply because it was greenfield. Nobody had done it. And I think I could write it in a simple way even then, because I came from a science background and communication was the thing for me, and if you want to be a topper in a class, you better make sure that the examiner understands what you're writing. So you are designed to write in a particular way. So my examiners are my readers. They should be happy, give me full marks.
You're
So
the first person giving credit to the Indian education system for their art.
I come from the system. I know the limitations of the system. I realized how they were designed, but the implementation was not correct. And also I was very lucky for those few teachers who made a difference to me. Like one professor, English teacher in the 12th standard, where English is like, you're preparing to get into medical college, you're not focused on language. But in one of the classes, a teacher, there was a Shakespeare sonnet, and I don't remember, it is from, I think, one of, but she explained what happens if the comma is removed. the sentence reads differently if the comma is removed. And this is the first time I realized the value of punctuation. And today I just love Renan Martin and grammar, but I suddenly saw it had a purpose. Nobody had told me that. She told me that. Similarly, in medical college, a professor once told, read between the lines, read between the lines. And what they meant was, she said, if you say that this tissue, your artery, the aortic artery has more muscles, ask why. Nature doesn't produce anything. And then you'll understand, because this artery is taking blood upwards, so it needs more power, so more muscles. If it is below, and so suddenly you realize everything has a cause. But this is not taught, this is assumed. People don't talk about, like, logic is about causality, and this causality, and science is about evidence of that causality. Many people confuse logic and science. I keep saying you can have causality without evidence, because I can create some imaginary causality in my head, but that's not science. Science needs evidence. And these were clarity came with my professors. In fact, they would say, in Marathi, there's this phrase called "Kavda sarkha kaka kara." Like a crow keeps saying ka 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 ka, because ka means why. And when you ask why, so don't just read the book, ask why is the sentence written. That had a huge impact on my writing. In fact, that flipped my science. I started enjoying science. Before that, it was just ratta maro, get the marks. Everybody's impressed, but you're like, what the point? It's just not enjoying it. But now I started enjoying and was very lucky. And that's when I got into science. But I knew I didn't enjoy medicine, but I enjoyed the study of medicine. And that's what I brought into mythology when I started. So the fascination with stories changed to analyzing stories. So myth to mythology, the journey started with this science intervention. And I started asking, like, for example, in the Shraddh rituals which are performed, cow is always the crow is fed in all funeral rituals. Crow plays a very important role, and everybody tries to understand why. And sometimes the answers are very simple. The crow makes the sound why. And it's a moment for you to reflect on life and death. Because as somebody is dying and you're doing the rituals, the crow is reminding you, what is the purpose of life? What's going on? Why are you alive? Why are you dead? And you can say that, Devdutt, you're interpreting this. I'm saying, of course, there is nothing else. Nobody tells you. It's not a signal, it's a symbol. But the fact that crows were important in India could be. And I think it's a good answer to give to children. If somebody says, why are we feeding crows? I think because the crow is reminding you to ask questions. Now, this is a lovely way of explaining to a child, especially when death has happened, which is a painful point. So I think that's when mythology came into my life. And I started reading myth theory. And I was very lucky. I got some very good books in critical edition series of books. There was a book on myth, and they were written by literature departments in UK. Very well organized, for the first time I got the vocabulary for studying it, because vocabulary is important. Physics, chemistry, biology, and science and medicine especially, language is very important. Words are very important. Definitions are very important. So I got the meaning of the word myth, a culture's understanding of the world. Such a simple sentence. But if you read between the lines, a culture's understanding of the world. And the. So the world will be common to all of us, but a culture will understand it in a particular way. So many cultures will understand the world in different ways. So a single sentence opens up something for you. And it use words like reading myth and mythic reading. Very Arundhati Roy, the using of these words. But it said, how do you read a myth? Mythic reading of a story. So then you had to study the stories as well as the various tools used to analyze the stories. So I started reading on Jung, I started reading on Freud, I started reading the language schools, the post-structural schools, the historical schools, the antediluvian schools, those who believe that, all these things were built by aliens. That's also another school. So there are many schools of thought that emerged, and I was reading them, and I was seeing that most of the examples given in all the books were European. They never spoke of India. They never spoke of Jainism, Buddhism. Buddhism was never there because everybody thought Buddhism is history. Even today, people are just convinced Buddhism is history. And I'm like, Do you know it doesn't apply? Not a single rule of history can be applied to Buddhist things that you're saying. But, because 19th century people said Buddha lived and he looked like this and he married and he had a child. And I'm like, today I know, well, that's all is hagiographies and they all come later, that we don't know if a person called Buddha even existed. We assume he did. But that's a conversation which emerges later. But, I started, my mind was, you can imagine, right? If you're not liking medicine and you're finding something that you're enjoying, you just go into that space. This was my escape space when jobs were not happening, career was not going anywhere. I didn't want to be a doctor. I didn't want to be a clinician. I didn't know what to do with my life. It was a tough time. And this was my escape space. This was where I went. So I read and read and read and read. And today, then I realized in hindsight that I knew much more than most people. I could have conversations with people, scholars, and I met editors who said that Devdutt, you really knows a lot of stuff. You should write about it. And I was encouraged to write columns. And that's how I got into, somebody saw the publishing, and then one thing led to another. But that I said, yes, as I said, it was organic. But what happened with the study of myths is that I suddenly realized what a complex subject it is, how I can read Ramayana in so many different ways. And I started writing about it, and then it was published. Myth and Mithya captures some of it, not all of it. I personally like structural school. I come from a structural background. Freud and the psychoanalytical school and all that is something that I don't value too much. Historical, definitely not. There is a place for historical school, but not the way people see it. To the point today, when I look at mythology as a subject, I talk about the history of mythology, how stories evolve over time. It's one of my books, the future books, is called The History of Mythology, where I want to explain how stories emerge. Like the Old Testament emerges only after the second temple of Jerusalem was broken. Before that, they were scattered stories, and the structure is very different from. It's not history, it's a collection of narratives. So you start seeing the history of mythology, but then now, increasingly, I'm talking about the mythology of history. So there's a history of mythology, but there's also mythology of history, of how do historians look at history. Because, whenever I would approach historians and ask them questions, I could see a kind of an arrogance that we are the historians, we are the purveyors of, we know the truth. And because I would ask them questions in a curious way, in India, or I think globally, I think when you are humble and you try to, they see you as sort of bowing and supplicating to them, not understanding that, you just want to understand a subject well. There was a disdain about mythology. And even today, religious studies is not part of history. So I'm shocked how they understand history without studying religion, because religion is an important part. Whether you want to call it religion, mythology, ideology, it doesn't matter, but everybody has a belief system. That's a safe word to use. A belief system shapes you. And a king cannot get people to kill themselves in the battlefield if he doesn't stir the belief system within them. You can't say, oh, I'm going to make money. Come, let's go. As my example, which I keep giving, is that Islam spreads in this massively rapid way in a period of 100 years, not because they wanted to plunder. It doesn't work ever. It will never work for reward and recognition, as they say in sales. It's not for, it's not for political reasons. It may be a king may have political reasons. A merchant will have economic reasons. The common soldier needs a belief system. I'm doing something great. I'm risking my life. It's not because I want money. Yeah, that is a reason. But why does he keep fighting and keep fighting? Because once he gets the money, he should stop. It's like, why do the rich keep fighting? Because they're looking for meaning. Everybody's looking for meaning. And that historians deny meaning to historical characters is just horrible. I've seen them doing it again and again, all of them. So on one side, you've got the historian, and that happens, and now when I look at my work, I see on one side there is the historian who doesn't know anything about mythology, but doesn't have the courage to say, hey, let's study this and call me. And maybe I'm not right. You'll come up with better tools than me, but can we just have a dialogue? I have not seen a single historian calling me for a history department with professors. Although I know a lot of history professors use my books a lot, anthropology, lots of professors use my work. But I'm saying, you're not thinking, hey, this is a body, it's a new subject. Let's figure it out. Let's we need the tools to figure it out. That's one. On the other side, of course, you have the political establishment, and very easy to attack the right wing because they're not intellectually leaves much. They're more argumentative than intellectual, and no matter what, I mean, I have friends in that group, but it's just terrible. I'm sorry, I'm sounding very dismissive about it, but I know them for years, and because I read, I know where they're coming from. It is not fair to a culture. As a child, when I would go to a temple, my aunts would tell me this temple was destroyed by Muslims. This temple was, in Odisha, it is Kala Pahada. Kala Pahada is Afghan. There was a man called Kala Pahada, and there was this vast, in this temple, he came and broke this temple, and this goddess stopped him, and you should go to this temple because she stopped him. And I would grow up with this, and then historian one day comes and says, that's all nonsense. That's not true. And I'm like, you're saying all memories have to be discarded because you have evidence and therefore you are right. You really think you're going to make friends by saying that? And I'm shocked at how historians talk, because I'm like, you're telling me to dismiss everything my family, my culture has told me about my past, and saying everything you know about the past is wrong. What I'm telling you is the truth. It's like the missionary saying your religion is false and my religion is true. And I'm like, and then I realized the mythology of history. They are missionaries. They say that it's what scientists do. Scientists says we know the truth. It's like in American programs, you have physicists being given this kind of high quantum physicists, Sheldon, as they have the answer to life's problems. And I'm like, no, physics doesn't know chemistry. Chemistry doesn't know biology. Biology doesn't know psychology. And if you don't know psychology, you will not understand literature. If you don't understand literature and language, how will you understand mythology? So, it's a long thing. So this is an understanding as I studied mythology over, now it's 30 years really. My first book was in 1996, but I must have been interested in mythology before that. So 86. So now it's 40 years of in different forms. But the last 10 years, it's sort of with the new dispensation and the new what is happening around us, I see this academia on one side refusing to study mythology because beliefs don't matter apparently. Science does. And I'm like, really? And on the other side, you have these people who only care for beliefs. But when they say beliefs, they're in a fictional fantasy land. They want flat earth. They want Brahmastra. They want to believe in 8,000-year-old histories and flying chariots. And I'm like, oh my God, you hate reality so much that you're defending fantasy with such vehemence and the confidence. So initially I has to argue, and then I realized, no, he needs the fantasy. Don't try to argue with him. He needs the fantasy. Like, I remember these people telling me that, initially when I thought they were genuine, that, they would say Ramayana, is the proof of India's movement and all that. I'm like, have you read Valmiki Ramayana? He said, you don't know Valmiki Ramayana. You don't know Sanskrit. This is a standard thing which I'm told. And I'm like, yes, because language is important, but meaning is more important. Are you saying words are more important than meaning? And there are 10 translators of the Valmiki Ramayana, hundreds of translators. So you can always cross-check with 3 translators and get a sort of idea what they're saying. And do you know that when you read the Valmiki Ramayana, Lanka is said to be filled with sal trees? It's a simple sentence. Sal trees, sal trees. Ram shoots his arrow through 7 sal trees. It sounds like a simple sentence. Sal trees. Ram in Kishkinda is shooting through sal trees. Lanka, where Sita is sitting, Ashokavan, is full of sal trees. And you could just pass it by. But as a mythologist, when I read the word sal, a tree, I'm like, where does sal trees grow? And I start getting into botany and botany of India. And then you get a paper which tells you sal trees only grows in North India. It's not found in South India. There is a very strange divide in India. The teak grows in the south, sal grows in the north. It's found in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Odisha, Bihar. So that's the tribal belt. And then you go there, zoom in, and Odisha, one of the things people don't realize is in Odisha for centuries, the western part of Odisha is called Lanka. And there is a Lankeshwari Devi. And there is a city called Sonpur, Sone ki Lanka. And there are festivals there which celebrate the burning of Lanka, not burning of Ravan. Lanka Podi it is called. Lanka Podi. And I'm like, and then you go to the Gond region where people talk about our ancestors. We are Paulatsyas. We descend from Ravana. And it's all happening in central India, north of the Vindhyas. A simple word like sal trees opens up this world for you. And you're like, is it history? I don't want to go there, but because for in belief, Lanka is in Sri Lanka. And then you say Lanka word just means island. It doesn't mean anything else. And then you read the lines carefully, and it says the crocodiles don't want to go by rafts and boats across to the island because there are crocodiles in the sea, and crocodiles love monkeys. And it's the Panchatantra stories are always about crocodiles and monkeys, the Jamun heart. And it's you realize that's a big metaphor or motif in Indian thought of the eternal predator prey is the monkey and the crocodile. And that's the Vanara. And therefore the bridge has to be built because he is afraid of the crocodile, the Makaras. And therefore the bridge, there is such a argument over the bridge. And of course you'll say, no, it's in Sri Lanka. And then they say floating rocks. And I'm like, but that's plumite stone. Why are you getting so excited about plumite stone? Anybody, and these are scientists telling me this. And they're scientists and I'm listening to them and their faith is so deep. See, they've that floating stone. And I just went to my bathroom and brought plumite stone and put it there. But I said, you don't care for the science, do you? It's your faith. And I respect your faith. You're allowed to have your faith. But don't disallow my understanding. This is what happens in arguments, right? I'm right, you're wrong. I'm right, you're wrong. This can be only one truth because history is only one. Mythology is many. Mythology allows for symbolic understanding. So over time, the study of mythology also, I think, opened up my mind to subjects, ideas, thoughts. I think far more than I ever realized from the day I picked up that Bhagavatam of Kamala Subramanian.
What an origin story. Before I go to my next question, since you have spent the last 8.5 hours teaching me things, I will teach you something. And this is a formulation of my own, which is inspired by you. There are two kinds of historians, the pigeons and the crows.
Oh.
Right. And here's the deal. The crow historians are those people who want to know why people do what they do. So for them, religion has to be studied, mythology has to be studied. They want to get deep inside the minds of people who lived thousands of years ago or who lived yesterday. And so they're always like the crow asking kaka, doing kaka, kaka, kaka. And the pigeon historian doesn't give a shit, doesn't go kaka, doesn't give a shit about this. And therefore, with their bad, toxic ideas and their wrong frameworks, they spread disease everywhere, as indeed pigeons do. So this is, yeah. So having kind of gotten this over with, and perhaps you could, extend the pigeon and the crow metaphor to beyond historians, perhaps there are scientists like this, perhaps there are doctors like this. My next question is this, that all the books that you're studying on mythology, where people have written about mythology, is by Westerners about Western mythology using Western frameworks, right? So, in a sense, the territory that you are stepping into is virgin territory,
Yes.
right? So, therefore, you have to evolve your own methodologies, your own frames to a certain extent to do this. So tell me about the journey, because the journey then also demands a certain amount of self-belief. When we step into a new field for the first time, I'm sure you got all those thoughts of self-doubt that, am I capable of writing about something so vast? Surely there are other people who are greater experts than me, etc., etc. Now, I'm glad you got past them, and I want you to talk about how you got past them. But what was that process like? Because in a sense, like in the same way that frankly, I'm very proud of my modesty, but I will come out and say that I am an expert in 10-hour podcasts. Simply because koi aur karta nahi hai. So so I have to go to I have to figure out my own first principles, set my own rules. You are doing the same thing. So tell me about that process, that what are the methods you come up with? What are the frames you consider and discard? How is your thinking expanding as far as studying mythology is concerned?
So the first thing, And this happened over time, although I'm saying it in a very structured way, but it happened in sort of bits and pieces like most thoughts happen. The early days, that when I started reading the 19th century scholars, I realized they looked at the stories of who they referred to as savages. So this is, they have othered the subject. He is savage. They are lesser than me. First. When we came to the 21st century historians and when they're writing about India, I realized they were talking about the exotic East. However, respectfully, because they were Sanskrit scholars, they're coming, they really know their Sanskrit, they're translating it. But they are not saying that the Bible and the Quran, what is it? They're not talking about it. And I'm not saying, they're saying, but I'm only writing on Indian mythology. I said, no, but the introduction doesn't clarify what is mythology. Are you so, you know that these words trigger people, they upset people. There are, when Nikos Kazantzakis wrote Last Temptation of Christ, which is a fiction, he was ostracized. The film, Martin Scorsese made the film, I don't think he talks about it anymore. I think he doesn't talk. By the way, Martin Scorsese's old films deal with gangsters and new films only deal with Christianity. And he does Last Temptation of Christ at some time in his career, but he never talks about it. And I'm like, why don't you talk about it? So it's something to be observed. Or nobody calls The Passion of the Christ a mythological, which is done by Mel Gibson. Very, very beautiful film. It's a mythological film, but it's presented as a historical film. So, these things are something I started noticing. And the most interesting thing which caught my eye is I was trying to read the Rig Veda. And I'm still doing a lot of work on that. And there are beautiful, beautiful works done on Rig Veda's translations. Some done by Indians, but mostly done by people, because it's just they can fund it. You can spend 10 years of your life translating it because you're a tenured professor. Which Indians, it's very difficult, even if you're a great scholar, to get it published itself, because it's so many volumes. Nobody's going to help you out in that. Nobody's going to give you the funds to do the research when you're managing. It's just economics plays a role. So you find these and you realize that Rig Veda begins in a particular way, but when the translations are done, they'll always begin with creation. And I'm like, why are they always beginning with creation? Because remember, my professor told me, always ask the question, why? The crow. Why are they beginning with creation when no sacred Hindu book begins with creation? And then you realize, hey, they come from America and Europe, 1,000 years of Christianity. They have read the Genesis. Genesis is the first chapter of the Bible. Therefore, when they write Hindu mythology, they need creation. Creation is never the first chapter. It happens somewhere along the way in a conversation. So the original as an idea doesn't exist. So these were things that I suddenly saw there's a lot of dissonance in what they were saying and what I was feeling or living. And I said the dissonance needs to be understood. And I realized over time, the dissonance came from rebirth. It came down to a very simple idea. And then I noticed when Sarvapalli Radhakrishna and all are writing on Indian philosophy, they never talk about rebirth. They're almost uncomfortable with it because it's such an unscientific idea. But they talk about God so confidently as if it's a scientific idea. So God and rebirth are both unscientific ideas, but one is just accepted and the other is rejected. And I'm like, because cultures which have God don't need rebirth, and cultures which have rebirth don't need God. Or things like translation in English. How do you translate the word evil in Hindi? You can't translate the word evil in Hindi. I have heard people arguing with me, Indians arguing. I'm trying to tell them, but no Indian language has the word. I have a Tamilian saying this, that, that. And I'm like, Bhavarth, let's look at the meaning of the word evil. Evil means the absence of God, where God is not there. Diabolos. It's not, God is not present there. I said, when you read the Bhagavad Gita, are you being told by Krishna that this portion I'm not there? And they're like, yeah, we never thought about that. I said, exactly. Bhavartha. So I don't need rebirth. I'm just telling the concept of divine not being present. Now I'll give you the real consequences of this. When Dalai Lama in Israel said Hitler also had some good qualities, they got very angry with him. Because the Dalai Lama came from a culture which says there is no evil. There is only ignorance. There's no evil. Evil Diabolos cannot be translated. So these are the structural things I saw over the years, especially when I was writing books, because every book is like a thesis, right? You're writing, you have to analyze. And even my early books, I realized today, were deep collection of information, which was never correlated. Sorry, not correlated, collated in a organized way. That was my science thing, collect information, prioritize information, classify information, give weightage, Density patterns. It's a method that you follow. And I think I was following that. And I realized nobody else was doing it. These scholars, because they came from liberal arts backgrounds, they didn't have these methods, which I had with me. The tables were important to me. Flowcharts were important to me. Excel sheet was important to me because I was also in the corporate world. So when I'm reading the Bhagavad Gita, I'm opening up my Excel sheet and putting words and playing with lots of data analytics. I don't know what to call it that time, but I'd learned a whole bunch of tricks to understand and summarize, and that time artificial intelligence and all were not there to do that job. So I had to do all of it. And also because you don't know Sanskrit and you know that everybody's going to say that you don't know Sanskrit, you have to read 6 translations to figure out what that one word means. Because even if you know Sanskrit, dense words will always be a problem, like dharma. What does it mean? And if you tell me just because I know Sanskrit, I know the meaning of dharma, then it's like saying I by-hearted the Bhagavad Gita, so I must be Krishna. Which is what many people think, that I can tell 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita. I said, like, so parrots can do that. In fact, in mythology, Vyasa's son is called Sukha Muni. Sukha means a parrot. And it's a way of saying that the son memorizes what the father says, not editing it. So you're receiving a good transmission. It's not insulting, oh, they're calling him a... So I'm like, these things are, over time, I realized that even the best scholars I was reading were not giving India the dignity it deserves. Indians had forgotten about it, Indian mythology, other than Uncle Pai writing the stories of Rama and Mahabharata in his own way, with his own style, with his own resources, with his own prejudices, his backgrounds, and he's not aware of post-structuralism. And I was lucky I met friends who taught me about when they taught me about post-structuralism, I said, that sounds Vedanta, and they got very angry with me. And, what is the meaning of the word nirvana, moksha, all those things became really, I think it's a science kida of breaking it down and getting meanings. And I think it happened over time where I got a confidence that all books, you build on older books. Knowledge is built on people. So it's okay to say that the books you read don't intellectually satisfy you anymore, and you can create the next rung of the ladder, if there is a ladder. But it's definitely the structures that I received were inadequate to explain India. And today I realize, luckily, because I don't read Chinese, I can't read Chinese. Then you find professors who are making the same argument about how people don't understand the Chinese script and the semantics of Chinese script because it's conceived differently. Most languages begin with sound and then go to graphics. China begins with graphics and then goes to sound. So you're taught to write before you read, which is why across China, the same script is pronounced differently in different dialects. The same script is read differently in northern China, western China, southern. Now that's a different thing. It's like reading the same. Imagine, we can't even imagine that. It's a different way of looking. Then you look at the Western way, and then I said, oh, the Indian way must be different. And while I was doing this, I'm working in the pharma industry. I'm looking at business practices. And then I started asking my questions. Why are they saying these business practices are rational? Because I kept hearing modern management. And I'm like, doesn't look modern. I've seen this somewhere. Vision statement, mission statement, goal, objective. I'm hearing this. And now remember, in all my free time, I'm doing mythology. I'm coming back to office and I'm seeing these statements. Because I am not MBA. I had to learn everything. I had to read everything. And I'm like, hey, this sounds like the promised land of the Bible. And these SOPs sound like commandments. And the auditors look like the patriarchs and judges who are punishing people for not following the rules. And I said, oh my God, of course. The ones who wrote modern management had Christian backgrounds, Mormon backgrounds, in fact. And I'm like, mythology is shaping management, and everybody's assuming management is above culture, above mythology, rational and mathematical. These things are all eureka moments for me, and that's what leads me to writing these books with this, I don't know, madness.
So, before I go to my next question, a couple of observations. The first one is I don't want to birdomorphize, if there is such a word, like anthropomorphize, birdopomorphize historians, but I have thought of a third category
Oh,
of
which one is
historian.
that?
Along with the crow and the pigeon, you have the parrot.
Yes.
So that
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
everything fits in there. Also, speaking of management fundas and mythology, I was reading one of your books on the Ramayana, and I've forgotten which one, but I came across something and I immediately thought of a management framework which I learned from Jeff Bezos. Like Jeff Bezos has this excellent interview with Lex Fridman, and one of the fundas he gives is the funda of disagree but commit, where he says that often me and a senior manager will be having an argument about something, but at some point we need to take action. So therefore, what I will do is disagree but commit, in the sense that sometimes he'll disagree with me but commit to the plan, or if I disagree with him, I'll commit to the plan. That once I have committed to the plan, I go all the way with it no matter where it goes, and I don't say I told you so. And I read the story about Indrajit aka Meghnad, Ravana's son, and he disagrees with going to war. He doesn't want to go to war. He's a pretty cool cat, yeah, that dude. But he's part of his dharma again is, look, his dad, he has to listen to his dad, so he goes, and eventual tragedy, of course, ensues. And I thought there, and at different points, and of course you've written entire books on the lessons business and leaders can draw from our epics. I'll come to them as well, and apologies if you already covered this, but it just struck my peanut brain and I immediately thought I should tell you about it. My next question is again partly about the study of mythology, but also attitude towards it. Because part of the popular conception of mythology is that it's been masala-fied and Bollywoodized and things taken out of context. Like in the break before this, you were telling me about what Soma is, and Soma is built up to be this mystical nectar of the gods, blah, blah, blah. But actually, there are far more trivial examples for all of these.
So let's begin with the Indrajit story. Sorry, because the story and Dharma word came in there, and let's see how it's structured. It's a very interesting structure. By the way, Michael Madhusudan Dutt, when he wrote his book Meghnad Vadha in Bengali, which is an early mythological fiction, which I tell Bengali friends of mine, because he is, at that time, all these educated folks in India were reading Greek myths, and especially in English, some of the classics. They were reading the classics, and they were trying to, in fact, in Odisha, some people actually wrote history based on Greek myths, which were people thought were history now. It's like quite shocking, some of the stories. They just took Greek myths,
the mythology of
Indianized
history, the history of
mythology,
mythology.
and they made this. And the Meghnad Vadha, he saw, because that time there was even today, by the way, even Peter Frankopan and Yuval Harari use this. Peter Frankopan specifically, because I've got the printout of it, where he equates Ramayana and Mahabharata with Iliad and Odyssey, and that's what even Michael Madhusudan that did. He saw the Ramayana as the Trojan War, as part of the Trojan War. And he saw Hector, who disagrees with his father but commits to the war, as same as Indrajit, who disagrees with his father and commits to the war. What we don't realize, in Trojan War, Helen, of her own volition, runs to Troy with her lover. Sita is abducted against her will. And it tells you so much about historians who can't see the difference between consent and the absence of consent, who see the Trojan War as Helen and Rama and Sita as just two women over whom men were fighting, where one is a consenting and one is an unconsenting woman. And it tells you so much about respected men. But it's, to be honest, I know even female scholars do that. I know a feminist who once met me on a table and said, I think Ravan was quite cool. Yeah, he loved Sita, and very, very renowned feminist. And she was like sort of heckling me in that way because somehow they think that I'm supposed to defend Ram, and I must be, of course, saffron and soft saffron. So I'm the defender of Hinduism, Ram, and somehow I'm the lawyer. So I'm listening to them and I'm like, this thing Ravan is I think he's good, yeah. I mean, Sita was treated so badly by Ram, but Ravan loved her. And I just looked at her and I said, I know, I clearly consent doesn't matter, right? And she knew what I said because I was like, you clearly are not bothered about Sita's desires. And as a feminist, she realized what I was doing. And I looked at her straight in the eye and she just sort of didn't know what to say. I said, so easy to invisibilize women. And I could see her face because everything about her crumbled, right? She was trying to be over smart with me. And I'm like, you don't know the subject. You can ask the same thing saying, Devdutt, I think Ravan loved Sita. Why do we villainize him? It's very different from you asking me to defend or why you turn it into a court case rather than a classroom. I study the subject and I have written these books. You haven't studied the subject. It's okay not to know, but you're having an opinion and challenging an expert. It's like me going to a physicist and saying, I don't believe gravity exists. I mean, the physicists just look at me and say, okay.
He will give you the Krishna smile.
But what else will you do? But because everybody has access to mythology, they don't see it as physics, right? Quantum physics must be magical. Mythology explores aspects of the human condition that nobody knows.
I think this is actually one thing mythology has in common with economics. Like I often say ki, boss, you are not going to go on Twitter and tell a rocket engineer how to design a rocket, ye, circuit galat laga hai. But economics pe koi bhi pancho gyan deta hai without any idea of what they're talking about. And it's a similar thing, obviously, with mythology.
See,
then
it's the social studies where, because the imagination plays a very powerful role, people think it's only imagination. While they don't realize that imagination needs this whole body of research and data. When Abhijit Banerjee is talking, he's not talking out of his head. He's giving you the last line of a 10,000 page thesis. And you're looking at that one line and say, I don't agree with it. But it's come out to this. And that's what I say. When I'm telling you something, it's not coming because Devdutt's opinion. It's an informed opinion, which is refining every day. I do this every day. Every morning I wake up and do this for 30 years. And I don't want to say it to sound I'm bigger than you, which is what I said. The day I do that, then it's waste of time. Let's not go there.
So I actually have a metric for this. Like whenever someone gives me an opinion, like which sounds like a Twittery kind of opinion, I say that look, unless you can back this up with an essay length argument, I don't want to discuss this with you, right?
Yeah.
And if you just use that metric, that can this person back it up with an essay length argument? If you can, great. Let's talk. Maybe I'll learn
then
something.
It's genuine conversation.
Yeah, but otherwise, don't just give me a random line which you thought about it for 30 seconds. आपको अच्छा लगा मैं 30 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ इस पे.
No, sorry, I digress. But the Madhusudan Dutt brings the mythological fiction, and he talks about loyalty and this disagree to commitment to the disagree. But it is a far more complex idea which he didn't get because he saw loyalty as something good. And Indian scriptures are wondering. They're not prescribing you. They're reflecting on, is loyalty good? And it's a complex thing. And I want to show you the beauty of the Ramayana, because this is where you realize how beautifully it's arguing without arguing. It's presenting to you loyalty of different kinds. Lakshman is loyal. Bharat is loyal. Sugriv is disloyal. Vibhishan is disloyal. Kumbhakarna is loyal. And they're saying, tell me now your mind is saying, who are the good guys and who are the bad guys? Should I follow? Is loyalty good or bad? Because there are loyal people in both camps. So is loyalty the measure of goodness or something else?
Loyalty gets you the banality of evil, as Hannah Arendt would say, but at the same time, there is no evil, as you would say.
But there is no evil. Not that I say. It's what Indian scriptures say. Let's clarify that. Because it says that everything comes at a cost. What is the cost of loyalty? What is the cost of loyalty? Because Ravan is saying you shouldn't bother about whether what I'm asking you to do is appropriate, moral, immoral. Just be loyal. That's all that matters. As long as you're loyal and you obey me, that's all that matters. Don't aur kuch dimag mat lagao, is what he's saying. And you have to ask yourself that. What is the cost of loyalty? Because Indian thought, remember, is not about evil, does not have debit credit concept. It's about right and wrong, good, bad. It's binary. Debit and credit is not binary. It keeps building and following and rising and following. And therefore, you have to ask yourself, is the act of loyalty extraction or exchange? Because what does Ravan give in exchange for loyalty? I'll give you an example from business. Do you know what is the key performance indicator of loyalty in business, Indian business, Bania, Lala groups across India?
I hate KPIs and I have absolutely no idea.
So if you're loyal, I won't give you an increment and see whether you leave the job.
Oh, fuck. That's so toxic.
And it works like magic. So when I would walk into some of the Bania companies, I would check who is the least paid but most loved employee.
And it'll be the same guy.
No, he's the loyal guy. He's trusted the most and he becomes my best friend.
That's what I mean. It's likely that the least paid guy is the most loved guy because
he's getting so much of power. He's almost more powerful than the CFO, but he's an accountant. Why is he's always been called in meetings? And you can see the CFO getting irritated because the CFO thinks he's the most important guy in the room. But why is the Lala always calling that accountant in private meetings? Because we all know how businesses are run. There are so many account books floating around, and the CFO doesn't know all the account books. He only knows the public account books. He doesn't know the private account books. The Munim knows it. But how do I trust the Munim? He works for me even if I don't pay him. He's not seeking fairness. He's loyal. And I have proof through money. Of course, stories can be quite awful because I know people have broken, embezzled and all that, even the loyal guys, and then heartbreak happens and all that is different. But the point is, loyalty is something that, there is this phrase called, what is that? Ghar ka bedi, lanka da hai. The disloyal breaks the household. Right? Vibhishan is looked down upon because he's disloyal. It's almost as if saying that I'm Ravan and it's what is that called? The mafia code. Family is above everything. And Ramayana is dealing with that mafia code because it's family. Everybody's family. Ram's family, the monkeys are a family, the Rakshasas are a family. But the difference is this. Ram doesn't want Bharat to be loyal. He's like, I give you the kingdom, take it. And Lakshman is always saying, I'm loyal to Ram. But Ram is saying, but I don't want you to be loyal to me. Why are you following me? Clarify the intention. Because the answer given correctly is only by Bharat. It's not loyalty to Ram. It's family reputation. This royal family values commitment to people. They will not take a political machination. He says, if I become king of Ayodhya, what will people say? Ye chori se raja bana hai. He doesn't deserve. I have lost reputation. Now, why is this part of a story so important? Because later when Ram is telling Sita he abandons Sita, it's all about royal reputation. So it's consistent. Even as a storyteller, you realize Ram is obsessed with family reputation. Ravan doesn't care. He's like, I can do anything I want. I am the king. I'm the boss. I can do anything. And he's a failure as a king because his kingdom gets burnt. So he says, I'm a king. The kingdom exists for me. Well, Ram says, I exist for the kingdom. And he's telling his brothers. So Bharat It's people said he's so great to not take up the kingdom. I said it's not great. He is being a decent human being. You don't have to be rewarded to be decent. He's being decent. He's saying that if I take the crown, we are giving a message to people that we can trick the system. We can play the system. We can gamify the system. It's all a game. I want to be the king. How will I establish dharma? And in the Mahabharata, the same idea keeps coming back: loyalty. You have Karna's loyalty to his friend Duryodhana, and everybody says such a good friend, but your friend is doing immoral action. A good friend would call him out and say, you know what, this is not correct. It's what Vibhishan is going to Ravan and saying, you can't keep another man's wife in a house. And your loyalty should be to Lanka. You're risking the security of the country for your private pleasures. And he's kicked out. And you don't think that's wrong? When Meghnad is aligning with his father, he doesn't bother about the idea. He places his family above the idea. And this is consistent in Ramayana and Mahabharata. Because everybody says, and even today people will say, Ram ke jaise beta chahiye. I said, Kyun? He says, because he obeyed his father. And I keep saying, have you heard this line, Raghukula Riti Sada Chali Ai, Pran Jai? They said, yeah. I said, this is a lovely line. I said, hear it carefully. Dashrath is saying, don't agree because you are my son. Agree because the family reputation demands we keep our word, Jaban. I have given your word like a foolish man to your mother who's taken advantage of it. Now I have no choice but to agree with her. I'm coming to you and telling you leave. You can always rebel and say, no, why should I give up my claim to the throne? But know what is at stake here. This is at stake. The reputation of the Raghu clan. Today, in a world which is so corrupt, you have parties which talk about Ramayana who don't talk about this because we know who they are. The most amoral person says, I love Ram. And I'm like, you don't even know what Ramayana is. It's talking about integrity. A king who gives up his family for the kingdom. And then they read it like, if I give up my family, I'm Ram. I'm like, really? Because if you give up your family, you can also become Buddha. Because that's what Buddha does. But the reasons are both are Dhamma. Both are talking about something. And you're saying, I said, please understand the nuance. Again, nuance is not because savages have written it, right? Primitive people have written it. Eastern people have written it. If the scholar, you see, if no physicist looks down upon matter, no chemist looks down on chemicals. But historians have a disdain for the past because they believe they're going to make the world better. And mythologists I have seen around the world do not see mythology as their story. They see it as the story of the savage, of the exotic beast, the native, the non-rational, the pre-scientific. If you come from disdain, Saraswati won't come to you.
I think the worst kind of othering is when you other your ancestors, which is exactly kind of what is happening here. Let's keep talking about values. Like when you were talking about loyalty, it struck me that okay, there are different kinds of loyalty because it depends on what you are loyal to. You could be loyal to your family, you could be loyal to your family name, you could be loyal as a brother, you could be loyal to your friends, you could be loyal to a set of principles. And broadly, I would say that most people would agree that we should be loyal to our dharma. But what is dharma? So now I'm going to ask you to kind of demystify that word for me because there are just so many layers and layers and layers. And I'm an atheist. When I use the word dharma, I of course use it in this broad sort of secular sense of I often wonder about what is the dharma of each profession, that what is the dharma I have crafted for myself, say as a podcaster, right? What is the dharma that a doctor has beyond performing the craft that he's been taught? What is the dharma of a journalist? What is your dharma as a friend or a lover or a husband or whatever? But I want you to take me back and give me a sense of both Indian mythology and Indian philosophy philosophy in a sense. And Indian philosophy does come out of Indian mythology in a sense,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You can't separate philosophy and
You
mythology.
can't. So give me a sense of your, not just your understanding of the word dharma, but also your journey to understanding the word dharma.
So, uh, you know, Dharma, philosophy is like theory and mythology is like the illustration of the theory. And you can always ask what comes first because it's a case study here. Is it a case study? Does knowledge come out of case study? Is case study that kind of thing. The reason why I'm saying this is that because if you want to understand Greek philosophy, which people do without studying Greek mythology, they get it wrong. Right. It's a very important point because everybody asks me if the Greek mythology is similar to Hindu mythology. I said, but there's no rebirth in Greek mythology. I think Stephen Fry, I met him in some event and I said this rebirth is Indian. And he said, but the Greek philosophy has rebirth. And I'm like, yes, metempsychosis. And of course, how can Indians know about metempsychosis? I'm sorry, I'm sounding a little, but it is something that you have to live with all the time. I think we
Yeah.
all do that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, show me one Greek mythology which talks about rebirth. And he didn't have an answer. I said, see, popular knowledge is for me of greater value than 10 people sitting in a room and discussing the symposium. But what trickles down and manifests as a story is important. And in India, they always said the stories, the Itihasa Puranas, are the Pancham Ved. There is no doubt about that the stories will give you access to the philosophy which is inaccessible. So now it comes to dharma. When you were asking question about what is the dharma of X, you were applying it to roles, not to people. Dharma applies to people, not to roles. First comes the person, then comes the role. And it is important that dharma is seen first without roles. It doesn't matter. You're a human being, and therefore dharma comes. So you can't, dharma as an idea is applicable to human beings and not really to animals because animals live out by instinct. They will eat, they will be eaten, they will die. They will mate, they'll reproduce. Simple. But to understand dharma, I mean, there are many ways of approaching it, and there are many scholars who have done it in different ways. I want to give it through storytelling. Remember the story of the fish I told you? The small fish eating the big fish. The small fish asks for help, important. And Manu picks up the small fish and puts it in a pot. And the pot gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And it's important to remember the story because bigger and bigger and bigger is that it's asking more and more and more resources. And you're giving it more and more and more resources because it's growing up. And one day you say that, my God, the pond, nothing is working for it. He said, you go back to the sea. You're big enough to take care of yourself. You don't need resources, figure it out yourself. You're big enough. You're the big fish. He throws it out. That's not the way we tell the story, but that's the story. And then one day, of course, there's a great flood and the big fish comes back and Manu is on good. It comes and says, I'll save you. He makes a boat and he rescues him. Now, if you look at the story, you understand dharma in this because it says, in nature, the fit survive. In culture, the strong help the weak. So Manu the strong helps the weak. That's part one of the story. I help you, but now I put you in debt because I've helped you. You have consumed something. Now you have to pay me back, which is the big fish does by rescuing Manu, and the balance is solved. So there are two parts to dharma. The first part is outgrowing your animal instinct and helping the helpless. Your strength is not for your survival, but to help the weak survive. That's part one of the story. Part two is, but by helping the weak, you have put them in debt. So be careful of helping. Because when you put people in debt, they go to hell, Naraka. Because the pan balance is going down. So they have to repay so that the pan balance can go up. Which means when you are in crisis, the big fish comes and helps you receive the help. And when you receive the help, you have liberated them from debt. Both the account book is cleared. So rebirth has to be factored in. You cannot talk about dharma without karma. So when you say dharma of X, what is the karma of X? Right? Because what is karma? As I said, that an action has simultaneously a good result and a bad result. Right? I want wood, I cut a tree. I kill a tree to to create a wood. The tree curses me, but the table that I made makes a customer happy. So I get both. The karma is this. So what is my dharma? My dharma is deciding who I see as weak and who do I help. And putting who do I, that's a good way of saying it. It sounds very nice, help the helpless. It also means who will you put in debt? Because now you become the creditor. And that makes you the debt collector. So now you have to understand that. So it's about relationships. Dharma is about relationships, and it's telling you, how do you choose an action? How do you do what you do? Because you're a human being, unlike a tiger, which kills the deer and just does it out of instinct. You have the choice to kill a deer. You can choose not to kill a deer. But then you realize you have to feed someone at home. So you have to take a decision, and you're going to kill the deer and take its curse and pass on the curse to the one you feed. Who are you going to do it for? And when you give the person and he eats that, will you help them liberate themselves from the debt by letting them feed you, or creating an ecosystem where they feed you, and thus balance is restored? This is Dharma. I'm just giving you a very condensed version of it, but I can give you example after example after example of how it happens in the Ramayana, in the Mahabharata, in every story that is told in India. Everything is based on, earlier I used to only write one part of the story. If you read my early books, I would only say the strong helps the weak. Strong helps the weak. It's almost sounded like a communist argument, because, social Darwinism is the strong just win, meritocracy, and then reservation policy and helping people left wing. So it became, people said, oh, you are a leftist. And I'm like, okay, this doesn't sound correct. It sounds so help the weak. It sounds so, it's not sounding Indian. It's sounding very global. It is not culturally rooted. So it has to be more than this. And the debt part. When I started talking about debt and credit, and that's really happened when I wrote Jainism, the clarity came about debt and credit, that all acts of helping are making the beneficiary indebted to you. So the charitable one is not the one who's doing charity is not a good person, because he's putting you in hell, because he's giving you so much of help that you're now going into hell unless you repay that loan to him, or he tells you that, so you help a person to repay the loan. So and the thing is, that's why Karna in the Mahabharata is a charitable figure, and everybody says, so charitable, why is he being? Because he is giving, he's not receiving. This whole cycle has to be completed. He's seeing it as earning merit to benefit, which is the Buddhist model. In the Buddhists would tell that if you give food to the Buddhist monk, you will earn karmic. Even today, people give it to the temple. No? I'll give lots of money to the gods. Now, karmic investment, so that I will get luck and fortune. That's how people think. But the Hindu says, no, the more you give, the more in debt you are. You're putting people in debt. You have to balance the debt. So it's about feeding people and getting fed and creating the ecosystem where you nourish each other. That's Dharma. So you ask yourself, in any job that I'm doing, who am I nourishing? And do they nourish me? And how do I create an ecosystem of mutual nourishment? You are in the Dharmic space. It has nothing to do with being right, good, better, Brahmin, caste, none of it. This applies to every human being on earth. Every human being. In fact, Gita makes it so clear. There's a story of a monk who leaves his family and everything. I think it's a caricature on the Buddha, because he walks away from his family and he's doing tapasya and is very powerful. And he goes for asking bhiksha, and he asks a housewife. And the housewife says, oh, I'll get you food. She goes in. Suddenly husband comes home and the children come home, and she's busy taking care of them, and he's waiting for food. And by the time she finishes all the household chores and she gets the food and comes out, it's like a few hours have passed. And he's furious. He's like, I'm waiting outside this bhikshu. How can you make me wait? And this is from the Mahabharata. This is stories in the Mahabharata. And the lady looks at him and says, he said, do you know I can curse you? He said, I know your magical powers, that with a glance of your eye, you can kill a bird. because he had done that once, because he has got so much of magical powers through his renunciation. So it's a mockery on renunciation. And she looks at him and says, but you don't understand Dharma. You don't understand Dharma at all. So he's like shocked. This woman is talking this very confidently. She's saying, I'm a wife. I'm a mother. My husband is hungry. I have to feed them. I have to feed them. I'm feeding them. And I'm also feeding you. But I'm in my head, you are a monk. You have renounced the world. You have the patience to wait. They are not wise enough to wait. You are wise enough to wait. So I fed you the last. But here you are behaving like an petulant child. She gives it to him and he's like very embarrassed. And he's like, teach me Dharma. She said, I'm not a teacher. I'm a housewife. But there is a great teacher in Mithila. Go there. She gives the name. And he goes around to Mithila looking for this man. He turns out to be a butcher. Vyadha Gita it is called. Vyadha is the fowler, butcher. It's a common word for the Chandal. Because the Chandals were considered to be the Vyadhas. It's a very, it's the early word for untouchability. And he then Vyadha Gita is cutting the, and he's like, really, this woman, is she mocking me by getting a butcher to the Gita? And he looks, the man says, you have come, you are seeking, and because obviously he's wise, and he looks at him and says, yeah, let me explain what a Dharma is. And he's cutting. So it's very visual. This man is cutting and fouling, and he goes home. He says, come with me. He's explaining this Gita, and he takes care of his father. He takes care of his mother. And he says, but you're killing animals. He says, but that's my job. I'm born into the family of butchers. That's what we do. I don't hate the animals. I just cut the animals and people eat them. And I'm helping my customers eat. And I'm taking the crime of killing and passing it on to the person who's consuming. And he is going to pass on something to me. He's giving me revenue. And this we are aware of the violence of consumption. The butcher is the violence of consumption, because if he's not going to butcher something, somebody is not going to go hungry in society. So and through that, I feed my family, I take care of my people, I do my duties I repay my loan to my father, I repay my loan to my son, I repay my loan to my ancestors, I repay loan to society, So repayment is what is creating Dharma. You, monk, repay no one, but you want everyone to feed you. So it's obviously a Buddhist, Hinduist fight is going on.
So you know what the housewife should have given the monk? She should have given him your favorite brand of rum. Ask why?
Why?
It would be old monk for an old monk. I'll say a couple of things and then go to my next question. And one is that what you pointed out, that when you started articulating that principle of the strong helping the weak, you worried that you were sounding leftist or like your socialist friends. And I would assure you that quite the opposite, because that kind of ideology depends not on voluntarily helping people, but state coercion to help people, which is a completely different ballgame and quite the opposite. I'd also sort of, a little anecdote that there is, of course, this, cliched saying about journalists, that journalists should afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted. And there is an editor of a very big newspaper, I'll tell you offline, not on record, who once said very seriously to a friend of mine that our job is to comfort the comfortable. And to me, this was, this was a reflection both of Indian society and Indian journalism and where we have come.
That's something that gurus say. The guru exists to comfort the comfortable.
Brilliantly put. Yeah.
When you said it, I was like, oh, I can almost imagine who you're talking about.
Yeah.
But, comforting the comfortable is what, unfortunately, Dharma has become.
So another question about Dharma, that I'm trying to get to the heart of it, that when you speak about the strong helping the weak, is that a byproduct of Dharma, or is that the first principle and where everything starts?
See, the Dharma conversation begins with karma. Karma conversation begins with food, bhog. So food is very important. Indian thought without food is useless. Because as I said, physics not about food. Chemistry, not about food. Biology is about food. Life is about food. With human beings, foods become metaphorical because we have imagination. So psychology has come in. So we have to begin with food. And what is the primary issue of mythology? I'm going to die. Is my whole life about eating and being eaten? Am I just food? That's the big issue which we're handling, because my mind is saying, I'm surely more than food. What am I then? What am I then? Is the question that is being asked, from which all the mythologies of the world emerge, all the stories emerge. Somebody says you're a sinner, somebody says you're a hero, somebody says you're a savior, somebody says you are, Rapunzel, I don't know, the princess, whatever. The story tells you, gives you a role to play. Dharma comes in this space and is saying that you cannot escape the idea of eating and being eaten. But humans have come up with this solution saying, I don't want to eat and be eaten. I want to be feed and be fed. So the other becomes important. I nourish the other nourishes me. And this creates the ritual of Yagya, which is there in the Vedas, is this. You call the Devata on earth, you feed Naivedya, you give Naivedya, you give the Ahuti, and you expect to get something from the gods, the Prasad, which is what happens in temples today. Even today, you give to get. This is the simplest definition of Dharma. Nothing to do with righteousness, because when people use the word righteousness, they're using the commandment mythology, which is biblical. Is it right or wrong? Good or bad is Greek mythology. The good life, the bad life. And they're talking about, when they talk about pap and punya, they're really meaning, they're using it as a synonym for haram and halal. If I do punya, मैं स्वर्ग जाऊंगा. It's like saying, अगर मैंने halal किया तो मैं जन्नत जाऊंगा, haram से जहन्नुम जाऊंगा. So pap will take me to narak. You are confusing the story because you're not using debt and equity issues. And debt and equity issues is about consumption. Consumption of power, consumption of everything. It's all kinds of consumption. So look at Ramayana. When Ram is talking about integrity, he is asking about, again, it's about consumption. Is the crown to be consumed by whom and for what? Who does the crown exist for? I remember now it's become very easy for me to explain Ram, because young people ask me about Ramayana and all that. I said, have you watched The Crown? And they said, yeah, we watched The Crown, love the serial. I said, what does the queen come across over the serials? You feel sorry for her, but she's also cold and cruel. She makes everyone's life miserable. Her sister couldn't marry the man she wanted. Her son couldn't marry the man she wanted. She interferes in everyone's lives. She doesn't want that. And she said, that makes her a bad person, right? And you're like, no, yeah, but she's doing it for reputation. I said, that's Ramayana. Reputation. Because royal family has nothing but reputation. The day the reputation goes away, everything collapses. And I said, this is written 2000 years ago by people to help kings. As royal kingdoms were emerging across India, you need coaching, right? The teacher will teach you through Ramayana. He tells you the story of Ramayana, and through Ramayana is helping you understand all kinds of problems that you have to deal with. So if you look at the education of Ram, when he's a student, Vishwamitra takes him to the forest, and the first thing he makes him do is kill a woman. Kills Tadaka to protect the Yagya. Because the Yagya is exchange. So your first job is to protect the market where the exchange takes place. And he kills Tadaka. And of course, he argues it's a woman. How can I kill a woman? And he says, it's not a woman, it's someone who's disrupting the exchange. Don't see the gender. Sounds very modern. But the second thing he does is Ahalya, who has been turned into stone in the later versions for being unfaithful, or at least suspected of infidelity. You can argue there are many versions whether she's faithful or not. I said that's not the point. The point is Ram is being told, forgive her. Pavan karo usko. Pavan. Which means, how do you forgive the unforgivable? That's also what a king can do. You can kill, you can rescue. So he kills and rescue are the two extremes of kingship. You kill for your benefit? No. You kill for the benefit of the exchange. You rescue, not because people will say what a great king, but for the benefit of the exchange. Because if you don't forgive people their flaws, what a cruel society you will create. Because everybody will be only righteous. And righteousness without forgiveness cannot accept. Now, why is the story important of Ahalya told early in the education of Ram, just before he gets married? Everybody asked me, that Sita was innocent and Ram threw her out. And I'd always ask this question, and it's usually asked by a woman because it's a big thing in India. You can imagine the sense of abandonment. It's a very horrific idea of being abandoned. And I always ask them, I said, if she was not innocent, is it okay to kick her out? If a woman is not innocent, quote unquote, whatever you want to call it, is it okay to kick them out? And the room suddenly becomes very quiet. I'm like, what kind of people are you? You're actually saying if somebody has done something, well, not correct, you'll kick them out of the house. Khap panchayat. And these are middle class students, boys, girls, who are so happy to condemn the Khap panchayat. And I'm like, really? Aren't you? How different are you? And then I tell the story of Ahalya. I say, you think it was accidentally put in the story? He's forewarning you that forgiveness is not going to come to your own wife. Everybody will say she soiled reputation, soiled reputation, soiled reputation. And you, Ram, will not be able to rescue her. You can turn a stone into a woman, but you can't wash off the stain of reputation. Which is why the dhobi comes in. The dhobi is a washing in stone. So the metaphors are so powerful. But the thing is, this is how Dharma is being told, that Dharma is about exchange and about debit and credit. And who, given a choice between kingdom and wife, who do you choose to feed? To whom will you, when there is a conflict between two people, who do you choose? And you're always choosing the weak. So the housewife chooses a husband and children, not because they are a husband and children, but because they are weaker than what she assumed the monk to be. Old monk, you can handle. But he doesn't turn out to be the old monk. He turns out to be a child, petulant child who is like asking for parle ji. And he's like, मेरे को भूख लगी है. अरे रुक ना, मैं आ रही हूँ. I can't tell my husband to wait. I can't tell my children to wait. They are not wise, or at least they are not wearing the robes of wisdom. You are. So I expect you to be matured about it. And in Ramayana, by the way, Sita is always called Janak's daughter. And I've always wondered why. Because Janak doesn't play any role in the story. He just, pulls her out of the earth. And you realize Valmiki is not doing it accidentally. Janak is associated with all the Upanishads. All the wisdom of India in its finest form is considered to be in the Upanishads. It means this is the daughter of the wisest man in the land. And Ram is actually, in a way, saying, you have the strong and the maturity to know what I'm doing. So when I abandon you, and I am abandoning you, because he does it in secrecy, he doesn't tell her. It's a most disturbing story. And I keep wondering, why is this plot created? To help us refine our understanding of Dharma. You keep refining. Sukshma, it's Sukshma. It's very refined. And Sukshma doesn't mean, people use the word Sukshma as if, it's very mysterious. I'm like, no, it's not mysterious. It's refined. Because it gets tougher and tougher and tougher as you get in difficult positions. When you're a judge, as you go higher and higher and higher. Do you spend time with your family? Do you do your job? Do you go to the war front? Do you take care of your family? What is more important? Those are conversations we all have, right? We all have to take those decisions and calls. And that is Dharma. What do you give? What do you receive? For whom are you giving? Who are you feeding? Who are you nourishing? Is it about you? Ravan is like, it's all about me. And Ram is saying, no, it's all about Ayodhya. And you see the politicians today and how they use words. And then you realize Dharma is a very refined idea.
And it's interesting how the symbolism keeps getting refined through the versions. Like the dhobi actually appears in Kritivasa's Bengali
much
version.
Later,
much later. I want to I'll talk about Sita at length, but first I want to, double click on Dharma and look at some concrete incidents from the Ramayana and Mahabharata. And let me kind of quickly go through them, and then I'll ask you what my question is. Like, the Ramayana, like earlier you mentioned Ram killing Vali, right? Sugriva says, I will help you, but you have to kill Vali because he took my kingdom from me, and Ram kills him. And, that is, of course, a dilemma. Is killing Vali the right thing to do? Where, my instinct, till I tell myself that, hey, chill out, don't judge, do darshan. But until then, my instinct is to say that, no, I mean, this is clearly wrong. Now, in The Boys Who Fought, your beautiful book on the Mahabharata, beautiful, beautiful book, because the illustrations are so great and tell a story by themselves. So, gentle listeners, please pick it up. In that, you actually explicitly ask the question, is this dharma, at various points? And I'm going to go through those points and add a couple of my own where you didn't ask it, but the question came to my mind. One is that after Duryodhana has attempted to poison Bhima and failed, Bhima then goes around shaking trees with Kauravas on them and they fall to the ground, and he's just messing with them. And in the illustration, you ask the question, is this dharma? Then you talk about the famous Eklavya story where Dronacharya says, I will teach you, but you have to cut off your thumb, therefore ensuring that he cannot ever be as good as Arjuna. And you ask the question, is this dharma? Right? Places where the question came to mind, I don't think you actually put it there, but implicitly you put it there, not explicitly, is just a story of karma. And then also that classic illustration of ashwathama and ashwathama the elephant, where a white lie is sort of told, but the intent is to mislead and deceive. And to my mind, where the end can never justify the means, my instinct again was that, oh my god, this is wrong, but wait a minute, Devdutt said do darshan, don't judge. So I'm going to do darshan, I'm not going to judge. And then finally, I think the last illustration where you actually had the question, is this dharma, was where the Pandavas' mom tells them, okay, share whatever you got. So Draupadi is shared among the 5 people, and the question is this dharma? Now, going by what you were saying about dharma earlier and the interplay with karma, and let's please leave Varma out of it, the interplay with karma, one could easily say that, look, it is a complex game, it is not about righteousness. There is debt and there is equity, there is debit and there is credit, and that's a game which is playing out. But I'm just thinking to go back to what we discussed about Gazaniga's experiments by cutting the corpus callosum and the left brain justifying everything the right day.
Rationalizing it,
that we could just rationalize anything.
Yes, you can rationalize. That a human brain can do it all the time. That's the easy part. And yes, one has to understand we are in a subjective realm, in the realm of imagination, so we can fool ourselves brilliantly. But how do you begin? Let's begin by saying, why do I say darshan? Let's explore darshan a little bit better. It has 3 parts: sight, insight, and reflection. Darshan is, I see something which is objective because I can see only the objective world, right? We can't see the subjective world. But the sight of this objective world gives me insight into the subjective world. When I get an insight into the subjective world, I can reflect on my subjectivity, which shapes the way I interpret the situation. So it's a constant, you refine your darshan again and again and again, because when I see a man steal bread, I get insight. Do I say shout thief, thief, or do I say hungry man alert? Because a hungry man steals. Or is it a rich man shouldn't steal, but how do you know the rich man is not hungry? And in his hunger, he is so hungry that he's decided to steal. Oh, he steals $1 billion, so that's cannot be called hunger. But then how did it decide? The subjective world is not the objective world. So then all those things come in. So how do you decide what is ambitious, what is aspirational, what is greedy, what is hungry? Because all 4 are subjective words. And what is objective hunger as opposed to objective ambition? Right. So this is the complexity of life. So let's keep that. That's why darshan becomes about you. It's not about the other. It's not about judgment. It's about understanding what's going on. And why do I say this is right and why this is wrong? And the world doesn't have to agree with me because somebody else will. So that is the space of darshan, because darshan helps you see dharma. Judgment doesn't. The problem is, as children, we have been raised, and not just children, everyone uses the word dharma as the equivalent to righteousness. It's a good thing to do. Good thing, right thing. It's good and right are the 2 words that are used all the time. It's a judgment-based translation. So we're constantly asking, is it good or bad? So let's go to first example. Sugriv ka story. Ram kills Vali Even worse, from behind the bush while they are fighting with his brother. And we are offended because we have been told as children that Rajputs were so powerful, they would always want the arrow in the chest. सामने से वार करना है. Rajputs always look down upon someone जो पीछे से वार करता है. So हमारे राम ने पीछे से वार कैसे किया? Now this is a very cultural idea, that how to strike from behind. So it's the Rajput ideal is being shattered, especially since Ram is Suryavanshi Ram, the ancestor of Rajputs. So that bothers us, right? But if we were Alexander and said all is fair in love and war, we wouldn't have a problem. All is fair in love and war. So now I've given two constructs. One says it's okay, one says it's not okay. But that's not, I'm just bringing this to the table. Now let's look at the story. The story is, once upon a time there was a king who had two children, and he told the children while dying that share the kingdom. Knowing that one of the older brother was stronger and the younger brother was weaker. But he says share the kingdom. And due to a misunderstanding, the elder brother, the stronger brother, thinks that the younger brother, the weaker brother, wanted to kill him and usurp the throne and his wife. And he gets wild. And without listening to reason, drives the young brother, the weak brother, out of the house and takes over the kingdom and his wives. And our poor younger brother is out there, helpless in the forest, tortured every day by Vali, who would jump from mountain to mountain and sometimes use his head for support, Sugriv. So Sugriv had to run around the world. He runs and he's chased by Vali, wants to kill him, and finally finds refuge in a mountain where it is said that Vali cannot step because he will be killed. So he takes refuge in the one place where Vali will not come. He's that scared now, terrified, because Vali is mighty and strong. And he doesn't know what to do. And finally he gets to meet one day this Ram, and Ram turns out to be a very strong man. And what is Ram doing? He says, I'm looking for my wife. He says, oh, by the way, I know where your wife has been taken. I can help you out, but why should I help you out? Quid pro quo, help me and I'll help you. Fair deal. So Ram has to help. Says, what do you want me to do? He says, shoot my brother because I cannot kill him. You'll have to kill him. I'll invite him for a duel and you kill him. And I'm summarizing the story. He's so strong that Ram goes and does what he's been told to do. He goes and shoots him and kills him and keeps his end of the bargain. He does what he was told to do and says, now you get my wife back. And the story is about. So he is investing in someone and he gets a return. He's helping the weak fight the strong. So technically, is it dharma or dharma? Because the weak brother, the oppressed Sugriva, has been rescued from the oppressor Vali by Ram.
But the thing here is that, like history, I suspect mythology is written by the winners, right? This is Sugriva's sob story. Vali's story could be something completely different.
We have to go with what Valmiki tells us. Because we can always say that actually Sita eloped with Ravan. We don't know the real story. Once you go that path, then there is no mythology. Because that's what fiction writers do. They start imagining new paths in the story, which is fine as a fiction writer. But I have to work with what Vali gives me.
Yeah, but even
and
here...
I'll tell you the structure over here. It's not an imaginary structure. Because I have to, in the constraint of time, I'm giving you a very quick version. I can spend the whole day discussing just this much. But remember, Ramayana is a story of property dispute between brothers. And it's a repetitive motive. Ram and Bharat are in conflict over Ayodhya. Vali and Sugriv are in conflict in Kishkinda. Ravan and Kuber are in conflict over Lanka. So it's always about an elder brother and a younger brother fighting over a kingdom. In Ram's case, he's told to give the kingdom to his brother. He gives it. The younger brother refuses to accept it. See, mythology is about motifs. So you don't take it in isolation. It has to be part of a collective, repetitive pattern. Otherwise, it's not a mythological story. It's not a fiction book. Which Ahalya story cannot have any meaning unless you tell the Sita story. So this is a slightly advanced level of mythology where you keep saying you have to look at the motif pattern. Nothing is existing in isolation. So now look at the story again of Kishkinda. Again, younger brother, elder brother, kingdom. Here they are being told to share. The instruction given is share. It's not first son will become king. It's not primogenitor. Here it's very clear that tum share karo. But the stronger brother, for whatever reason, doesn't share the kingdom. Now that's the data point which I have got. The elder brother
Yeah,
is
but
told.
it's again about ends and means.
Wait,
But
then there comes the third version. You have two brothers. The younger brother is the one who built the kingdom Lanka and is kicked out by Ravan. Right, but when I talk about how Ravan was killed, there are people who will say, but even that is wrong, and somehow Ravan is better. And because you see, if you get into that lawyer mode, if you have Harish Salve, he can defend anyone. He can argue with any case because that's the power of argument. What I've got is a story of an elder, stronger brother who has kicked out a younger, weaker brother. Why sharing such a problem? It's not about it's your kingdom or my kingdom, because really my doesn't exist in the philosophical realm. So why can't you share the kingdom? If Bharat is doing the unbelievable of saying, I refuse to take something obtained through treachery and political machination, because there's nothing wrong in what Kaikeyi did technically. Technically, she's like, hello, you gave me a boon, I'm asking for the boon. You married me because you told my father, my son will be your heir. So there is a lot of reasons to say that I have not done anything wrong. And Bharat is saying, but the spirit is not right. It's not right and wrong. It's just not, it's theek nahi lag raha hai. It's here, he's saying the weak brother, help me, kill him. The question is, because in our ideas, what is a good man should behave in this way? The problem is in the construct of what you believe a man, how he should fight. Alexander wouldn't have this problem. He would say, all is fair in love and war. Boo-hoo, you lost. But Ram also makes a comment in this thing, which is very interesting, where he says, but you behaved like an animal. You should be treated like an animal. And there's an important line in Mahabharata and Ramayana. When they make the statement, it means you follow Matsya Nyaya. You know you're stronger than your brother. You should not accept a duel with him because you know you'll crush him. So you're behaving like an alpha who knows you can defeat the beta. And you're accepting he's weaker than you. You shouldn't fight. Your fight should always be between equals. But in the jungle, since you behaved like an animal, an alpha, you please understand, in the jungle, the weak the smart wins, not the strong. Your brother was smart. He got someone to help him out. You were too arrogant to realize that somebody can come from behind you and hit you. Because you just looked at this weakling and you were just about to crush him when he outsmarted you. And now you're angry because you've been outsmarted. He got a friend. And by the way, in the ape community, Jane Goodall's writings, in the ape community, the strongest male does not become the leader. It is the one with the most number of networks. So young adults, the human brain is obviously evolving. In the apes, they make friends. And they make friends with alphas who have been thrown out and create a kind of a gang to become the alpha. So alpha is not a dual fight. And I saw this accidentally in one of those National Geographic, where apparently it's not always, because we always assume the strongest alpha becomes the leader. And she said that, well, yes and no, because define strong. Because someone who can create networks is stronger.
So Sugriva was stronger because he made a network with Ram.
So he said, you're an animal, you're using the animal rules. He has used the animal rules. So by the law of the jungle, and since you're a jungle, but by the story doesn't end here. So that part is over. But then Ram tells something which Gandhi tells during the riots. He tells that you will adopt Vali's son as your heir. Now that's an important point, because usually alphas kill the children of the previous alpha. because their gene has to survive. And Angad, therefore, is an important character in the story. It's not a random occurrence in the story, by the way, because the natural progression would be Sugriv would go and pick Angad and kill him. And Angad is described as a very strong man in stories, but he could also fight and kill his father's killer. But he's being told Dharma has been established. And if you want to follow the Dharmic laws, you have to befriend and make heirs with you cannot be an animal. You cannot kill Angad. You cannot fight. Because this will go on because you'll be predator, prey, alpha, pecking order. You have to get out of it.
So here's a question. The way that I would have interpreted dharma earlier would be as a sort of a rough synonym of duty. And therefore, carried with that interpretation would be the values of good and bad. That, like you said, that is a mistake Westerners make when they're translating the term, that there are value judgments placed on it, and your dharma is to do what is good, or to do what is right, or to do your duty, and adharmic is to not do that and therefore to do bad. So is my understanding of what you're saying correct if I were to paraphrase and say that dharma has nothing to do with value judgments, number one? It's not about righteousness or a right way to behave or morality. It is instead in this complex interplay with karma, number one. And number two, therefore, there is no injunction that dharma gives you apart from you gotta do what you gotta do, right? And that includes a strong taking care of the weak, but it could also include using your left brain to rationalize murder, as continuously happens in these epics. So is that correct?
Not the second.
But effectively, that's what's happening, because everything you just said to say that why Ram was right in killing Wali.
I'm not saying Ram is right. I'm saying Ram is. See, that's what I never said. Ram is right.
It's an explanation, not an exculpation, which you're giving me.
I'm not defending Ram. I'm clarifying his action.
The circumstances. Got it.
I'm not defending. Unfortunate, but it comes across because we are so courtroom oriented in our brains right now that everything sounds like defense, but it's not a defense. It's clarification. Darshan. We are doing darshan. And let me explain something. Sorry, you said something and it just...
I was talking about dharma being conflated with righteousness.
You use the word values. In the corporate world, you keep using the word values, and everybody has these stupid values on the board. And values always comes from collective ecosystems. Values comes from a collective where everybody has to behave exactly the same way. So values, a company has a value and everybody has to follow the values, no matter how much you're paid and how much your responsibilities are. The doorman has to have the same value as the CEO, although the CEO will get a bonus even if the company doesn't make money, and the rest of us will not get the bonus. So you see, the idea of value, morality, ethics, law comes from a tribal society where everybody is bound by a common code. The reason I'm telling you this is very important because it is not the Indian paradigm which presupposes diversity and says what works for me doesn't work for you. It will not work for you because if I'm privileged, and this is where, let's look at the dark side of Hinduism. The privileged has to feed the unprivileged. This part nobody wants to talk about because you are in debt. You are, somebody had once asked me, what is profit in Dharmic discourse? I said, debt. The more money you have, the more in debt you are. And he was like, what do you mean? I said, but where does it come from? Because you're not consuming it, you're hoarding it. If you're hoarding it, you are in debt. You will sink into hell. Narak mein jaoge tum. So he was like, because these were business families, and I was smiling. I said, I'm not telling you, the scriptures are telling you. That is why Dan is such an important part of our cultures. Unfortunately, the Brahmins who wrote the book kept saying, do Dan to the Brahmin. Very conveniently. What they meant is, if you look at the Jain text, which is not Brahminical, they said, just give it away. Aparigraha, do not connect with it. We tend to use words like values, and values really comes from this ethical, moral, legal ecosystem, which again comes from this tribal collectivist way of looking at it. Everybody should follow these rules. And Dharma really is highly customized. which is why one of the criticisms of Indian thought is that it cannot be applied to large ecosystems. And I always tell people that, if Greek ideas were individualistic and biblical and Western ideas are collectivist, Chinese are collectivist, Indian ideas are relationship based, network based. So it really applies on, and so it's very, very, very good in dealing with relationships. So in my corporate work is basically has become about relationships, conflict management, relationship management. I never talk to a large group. I talk to a large group, but I really talk to them and the people they are related to. And it's a very different approach to, so storytelling, there is no universal rule. And how do they establish this in our scriptures? They're saying rules for Rama, not the rules for Krishna. So God is not bringing the same value system, because as Ram, he cannot break rules because he is royal family and his eldest son. Krishna is not royal family. He is a cowherd. He has fewer stakes in the game, if I might say that. His skin is not there in the game. He's not a Raja. He's not a Maharaja, although people call him Krishna because they're confused and they try to tell stories of Krishna and they try to make him royal. Krishna is not royal. And that is very important to the story. He is therefore always shown as a cowherd, as a charioteer. He's always insulted by the Kauravas and Pandavas, saying, you don't know your place in society, blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot of reasons to say that he's not got the kind of prestige and status that Ram brings the moment he walks into the room. Krishna has nothing. And that is a very important point to remember. But he's always the confident one and smiling one because he's wisdom personified. How does wisdom personified deal with the ecosystem of ignorance is what Ramayana and Mahabharata are, if I were to say that. Ram is wisdom personified, bound by his social context and dealing with people who don't have the wisdom he has. How will he deal with it? And that's an important conversation to have. And Dharma comes in this context. So he is showing you, if I might use this is an example, they're illustrating how should dharma be practiced. Because, and traditionally the word dharma was used, the shorthand given was just do duty. To use the word, you use the word duty. What they meant was what was the duty? The duty was to do, the specific injunction was, if you want to do dharma, you have to repay your debt. And there are 5 pancha yagya, it is called. To do yagya is to be dharma. So karma, yoga, dharma, all was yagya karo. And yagya is not doing the ritual. It meant pancha yagya. You have to feed the gods, you have to feed the ancestors, you have to feed the livestock, you have to feed your family, you have to feed strangers. It's all about feeding. The Yajaman feeds. He's always feeding. You are the big guy. You are the patron. You are the lord. You feed. Now, the duty narrative is very strong in traditional societies. Modern narratives don't like it. It's a rights-based. So duties-based and right-based discourse comes in. Each one looks at it in a very linear way. The rich have to have duties. The poor have rights. But Dharma is not duty because it is one-sided. Rights is one-sided. Dharma has to be in the Yagya system. So when I say Indian thought, I begin with food. Then I begin with animals, where there is a eat and get eaten. Then I come to, which is karma, the reaction world. Then I come to humans, Sanskriti, which is feed and be fed. So I come to yagya, and then I come to dharma. So it's this layering. Dharma sits on this foundation. Without this foundation, it's like you do not have value-based systems unless there's a God out there, unless you have equality. Because the word value presupposes equality, justice, presupposes the existence of an institution which is fair. Those presumptions are coded in the word value system. And many people have asked me that Hinduism doesn't seem to have a value system. Because every Hindu has to follow those values. And I'm like, but every Hindu is different. You cannot apply the value of the king to the cowherd. You cannot apply the value of a wife because so many privileges are taken away from her that she is going to function differently. So now let's look at the other examples you asked me about. Is it dharma? The reason in the children's book I said it is dharma is I wanted the book to be a conversation with the parents. I want the child to ask the parent, is it dharma? And the parent also thinks about it. everything doesn't have to be given. It has to be also, I'm telling them to reflect on it, to think about it, to realize, because if I'm telling you what is dharma, it's not an algorithm, it's not a downloadable software that I can tell ChatGPT, is it dharma or not dharma? Because there are so many ways of looking at it. If you think in a relationship between you and me, how do I decide who is stronger and who is weaker? It's all in our mind, right? It's all in our mind. It's not about if you're richer than me, you may be weaker than me. Rich people are not necessarily the strongest people in the room. That's what the whole bhikshu thing story is. How do you decide who is stronger? The housewife, is she the weaker one? Is the butcher the stronger one? Who is strong in a relationship? Is the bowman stronger than the charioteer? Is the question. And then you said, well, it depends on its Karna, or is it Krishna? Who are you talking about? So its subjective framework also is added to it. I remember when I showed my Sita book to a public television serial, and it was like, oh, very impressive book and all that. And it was almost mocking my definitions because they were complex. I was using words like subjectivity, transaction, and like किसी को समझ में नहीं आएगा. So I just looked at him and said, आपको समझ में आया? Because मैं किसी के लिए नहीं लिखता हूँ, आपके लिए लिखा हूँ ना, मैंने किताब आपको दी है. And he was like, no, Devdutt Ji, because they all use this Devdutt. The moment I hear Parle Ji, Devdutt Ji, I just know that. I said, that doesn't work with me. Don't outsource your stupidity. You don't understand it. And you can understand it. You don't want to understand it because you don't want to understand it because now you'll be burdened by Dharma. Dharma will burden you because it is asking you, who are you? Who is feeding you? Who are you feeding? It's asking about debt, inequity, it's asking you to reflect on your life. You don't want to do that. You want a quick fix. It's so when I see some of these American Hindus using the word Dharmic ecosystem, and I'm like, you're using this to beat the monotheistic guys, the Western guys. We are different from you. We are Dharmic religions. It's part of your identity politics. It's not. You're not interested in the idea of dharma. You're interested in the totem of dharma. It's a totem for you. So let's take another example to explain this. I was talking. You give me one was on Sugriv.
I gave you a bunch from the Mahabharata, Bhima shaking trees,
Yeah, so
Drona and Eklavya.
So Drona Eklavya is the easy one because here is a boy coming. The teacher is taking it. He knows what is he's coming from reciprocity. If it's dharma, if you say I am your teacher, give me my tuition fee. And it's a case of, now see, the typical thing is we want to say right and wrong. So everybody argues, is Drona right? Is Drona wrong? And Drona is like saying, you know what? I've given the promise to the Kshatriya families. I'm their tutor, not his tutor. I have to protect their interests, and therefore I'm going to cut his thumb off. So he's rationalizing, but is it dharma?
I think, in this particular case, from my framework, there is consent here. It's a transaction. I don't like it. It wouldn't go with my value system, and I'll come back to that later. But there's consent on both parts. But when Bhima is shaking trees with Kauravas on them, if I was a Kaurava, I would be entitled to say that, "Boss, Pancho, my brother poisoned you, not me. Mere ko kyun gira raha hai?" And I think that's wrong.
So, see again, what I'm saying is what Mahabharata does, in contrast to the Ramayana, is talking about the slippery slope of manipulation, about the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. In this conversation between a child who is a forest dweller and Dronacharya, who is the educated Brahmin, you can be the great lawyer and win the case. But there is no judge out there. There are consequences. Because you are saying, hey, gave consent, cut his finger, cool, I have no problem because consent was given, right? And it's...
No, I'm saying it's still wrong, but from that one point of view,
I think in Dharma, they will not say right and wrong. It's like who is in debt, who is in credit. If you use the word of debit and credit, you can say that he took knowledge without paying anything, so he's in debt. So he has to now repay the debt. How do you repay the debt with a thumb? You are basically taking away what he has taken from you. You're telling me you stole knowledge from me. I'm going to steal it back from you. It's coming from not a space of repayment. It's rage that how dare you take something which I've not given it to you. You've decided that I'm your guru. You've taken it from me, and I'm going to take it back from you. And if you remember what happens in the Mahabharata, remember these are stories, these are not histories. These were designed to communicate ideas. They are Pancham Ved. And Dronacharya, and that's the problem when you take it as history, you're looking at right, wrong, is the king good, and all that kind of conversations. In a framework understanding story, later in the narrative, there are 2-3 episodes, but I'll take one. Dronacharya is a Brahmin, and the greatest sin in Hinduism is to kill a Brahmin or a teacher. Guru Hatya, Brahma Hatya is the worst. But in the Mahabharata, Dronacharya's head is chopped off. How does a culture which sees Brahmins as the topmost guys, where Brahma Hatya, Guru Hatya is the worst thing to do, tell a story where Krishna is saying, cut his head off? It's almost as, and I remember when I told this, and these people said, but we give Drona awards. And I'm like, how can if we, as a country, we give Drona awards, we cannot tell a story that he was a bad guy. Because in our heads, he's a great guy. And again, this value judgment is coming in. Rather than saying that Krishna is cutting his head off, Ashwatthama is being cursed. And in a caste ecosystem, these were Brahmins who became warriors and who spent all their lives killing Kshatriyas. So if you look at this many ways, there is a lot of problem with Dronacharya's story. In fact, everybody in the Kaurava side has these conversations which make it, Dharma becomes problematic because you don't get Dharma. In fact, one of the slightly far-fetched argument in my case, is that all the Kaurava students, the Kaurava Maharathis, commanders, there is Bhishma, there is Drona, there is Karna. What is common between the three is that they're all three Guru Bhai because their teacher is Parshuram. So Parshuram's students on one side, Krishna's student on the other, fighting each other. And Krishna's side wins. Parshuram and Krishna are both Vishnu. It's almost, so the same avatar is fighting avatar. But it's not that. It's Parshuram students are not following Dharma. They are, because they're fighting for a man who is not sharing his kingdom, is willing to destroy the kingdom. So his duty as a king is to the kingdom first, not to himself. Rule 1, a king serves the kingdom doesn't serve the king. Why is the kingdom being destroyed? Because he doesn't like these guys. He's not finding a peaceful solution, because that's what you're supposed to do. And you didn't find a solution. You argued a case. You justified a war where millions are going to die, which doesn't, so it's not Dharma anymore. You're thinking about your hunger, not other people's hunger. You're not feeding anyone. Your hunger surpasses all other hungers. As a king, where your whole job is to feed your kingdom, you have ended up turning them into food for you, which makes you, and anybody who supports you, therefore, becomes adharma, no matter what their arguments are. So it's not a legal case. It's a case of who is feeding whom. And in the end, Krishna is also being cursed. Not because he's right and wrong, but because he has definitely hurt the mother of the Kauravas. The way Ram is cursed by the widow of Sugriv, the widow of Vali, the way he's cursed by the widow of Mandodari, the mother of the Kauravas curses Krishna. So both Ram and Krishna are cursed. It is what is called collateral damage, or it is repayment of the debt. It's how you see it. If you see it as every right, necessary evil and all that, is a linear way of thinking. But the moment you see it, because Krishna is not backfiring, he's like, okay, I have to take this negativity, otherwise this vendetta wheel will continue. So I take it upon myself. I will take it upon myself. I will not argue my case that I was right or wrong. I'll just say, yeah, I killed your sons, which is a fact. And you have a right to your sorrow, and you have a right to your curse, and I will take it. I will not defend myself. I will not be angry with it. So this story, it keeps going circular. See, if it was an isolated incident, I would not bother, but it's a continuous thing across the scriptures where you keep seeing the circularity of the patterns. Look at Bhima's case. The Bhima's story is far more complex. He loves to eat and he's constantly paying the price of eating. So when he's eating, he doesn't even realize it's poison and he gets poisoned. When he's shaking the tree, he wants the fruits. He is not even aware those children are going to fall down. He doesn't care. He's so hungry. He's only looking at the food. And remember, the man Bhima kills, the Asura, is Bakasur. Why does Vyasa tell a story of a prince who is obsessed with eating and makes him kill the demon of hunger? It's talking about hunger. And what is interesting is Bhima in the year of exile is a cook, and cooks are supposed to feed people before they eat. And he's obsessed with eating. So imagine the torture he's going through. He's being asked to feed before he eats. Is this history, coincidence, or a design? There is a constant design happening. The roving eye of Krishna, of Arjun. Arjun loves his women and he goes around. He loves all the women throw himself at him. What is his punishment, or how does he hide? As a woman, as a eunuch dancer. So the man who is a womanizer is told that you'll spend a year of your life as a eunuch woman. Design again. Yudhishthira, who loves to gamble and loves to tell the truth, becomes the what's called the board player or the game companion of a royal king and is slapped for telling the truth. That sometimes apriya satya, do not tell the truth, which is hurtful, because he's slapped by the king. It's a very famous episode which nobody realizes, that Yudhishthira is slapped by the king. And it also talks about authority, power, abuse of positions of privilege. What we now talk about, the first Me Too case is Draupadi being abused by Kichaka, where she's a slave girl and he's abusing her. It's taking advantage of your position of power to abuse your staff. The entire Virata Parva deals with that exploitation. And we don't see that because we have decided two problems. One group decides that this is tradition, therefore outdated and savage. The other group decided that it is not fitting in well with my modern values, therefore not to be taken. And I'm like, you're not seeing the story the way it is designed. So Dharma has to be seen in that light. And I think as a culture, this understanding of Dharma, of course, died many, 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 many years ago. Over the years, it's just sort of tumbled down, tumbled down, tumbled down. But it's always been there in the stories.
So, before my next question, three quick points. One is, I think, the best kind of education is when you prick someone to think, you make them think, and your books are doing that, and this conversation is doing that. So, anyone listening to this, I would say, don't listen to this in the spirit of agreeing or disagreeing, but hey, there's plenty of food for thought you can look at later. My second point is about, earlier when you were talking about values cannot exist independent of this or that. I would say that is perhaps you could say that about rights, that if you have rights, who is enforcing them? You need some institution, they can't exist independent of that. But I would argue that as far as values are concerned, my personal value system does not require anybody else. It is my personal value system. I have arrived at it through a particular process of thought. And I think the same is true of every individual. Like you correctly said, every individual has their own value system. The third point, when you mentioned that profit thing and you were asked by your corporate clients to talk about profit from a Hindu perspective, I would actually give a more positive spin on it from a framework I learned from you, which is the framework of ahimsa. Right? I would say profit comes from ahimsa. What is ahimsa? Ahimsa is trading. When people are trading in a free marketplace where this heavy hand of the state is not creating cronies, then you have a positive sum game, you have double thank you moments, both parties benefit, and therefore in that marketplace the only way to profit is by making somebody else better off. And therefore automatically profit, because it comes from ahimsa and it makes someone better off, is virtuous. In fact, you spoke of Dan being something that rich people are supposed to do. I had once written a column with the headline "Profit is equal to philanthropy." The profit motive is better than the philanthropic motive because the philanthropic motive depends on the goodness in people's hearts. The profit motive just depends on incentives which exist in a marketplace and is the most reliable way to make someone better off. So just adding your the perspective of ahimsa being so good, ahimsa being equal to trading, which I learned from you, to this particular thought. So here's my question, that I totally get your point that everything that you spoke about here is description, not prescription. We are doing darshan. We are trying to understand the world. So my question is that apart from all of this, is there also morality that we can imbibe from either our mythology or our scriptures? Like, is there anything normative in there?
No.
Great. So I was just about to say that if you say yes, I want you to elaborate. If you say no, you've already explained it. So
See, I just want to get a point. There's something called apad dharma. So, apad dharma is dharma in emergencies. Because dharma is always seen in context, not in individual terms. Dharma is not a function of you, it's a function of you and the other. See, in Hindu thought, the self doesn't exist without the other. So when people say self realization without talking about the other, then they are following Buddhist thought. They're not understanding Hindu thought. Hindu thought, that's why the god is always with the goddess. The reason being, you do not exist in isolation, in solitude, in desolation. You always exist with someone. That is why your existence is. And therefore, when we talk about value systems, it is about the value emerges when the other enters the room. Otherwise, तुम कुछ भी सोचो, जो करना है करो. But then they say, okay, it's not just the two of you in the room, because if you meet in a flowery meadow, the story is very different. If you meet during an earthquake, the story is very different. And dharma will be different, depends on whether you meet in a flowery meadow or in an earthquake. So the context matters. So see, these are the things that, and how they'll tell you is Vishwamitra is he's very particular about what he eats, very particular what he eats. But then one day there is a famine and he has nothing to eat. So he's about to eat a dog. And the storyteller is so uncomfortable. He comes up to this plot point, literally a cliffhanger. Will he or will he? Because he's looking at Indra and saying, listen, if you don't give him the rain, I'm going to eat the dog. And in all probability, the translation is pig, not dog. But the lowest thing to eat in Indian thing is the dog. It's like the worst to eat. The dog eater is like a slur. And he's saying, I'm going to eat a dog because I have nothing to eat. And the story ends there. We don't know what happens. It's this thing which everybody's there. I think the storyteller just said, okay, I can't, I'm not going here. I'm not dealing with this. And he could have given it a happy ending saying that Indra came down, but he doesn't do that. He just leaves it at, it's just a phrase. In the famine, Vishwamitra threatened Indra that he would eat a dog.
So 2100 years before Twitter, the storyteller got scared he's going to be cancelled.
That's because you see, because they're trying to explain through stories, as I said, they're trying to explain this. At one time they thought this a concept is so complex that nobody will get it, and then they said, if you don't give it to the world, it doesn't work. You can't just instruct people to be dharmic. It's a process. It's not a set of instructions. So you see this journey from a set of instructions to a complex philosophy to storytelling. There is literally a movement, and it's happening over centuries. So sometimes people say, am I seeing a structure there? Am I imagining the structure? But then it's so clean and it's like a jigsaw puzzle. No concept makes sense without the other concepts. They're all sort of tied at every level. I cannot explain dharma without karma, karma without bhog without, everything is connected. And the story is exactly like that. I cannot tell Ahalya's story without Sita's story makes no sense. Parshuram's story doesn't make sense without Ram and Krishna. So they all are, it's just too well connected with each other that it can't be so this is the biggest thing, because it all makes sense to me over the years. This is of course 30 years of scholarship. It's not like something I learned yesterday, but it's this patterns after patterns which are inconsistent with the idea: strong, weak, who is feeding whom, the absence of heroism, the absence of savior complex. Because savior complex is in the bodhisattva concept. Bodhisattvas are a savior concepts. You don't have many stories of the bodhisattva, and you see these ideas emerging across the country and then sort of changing with the bhakti movement a little bit, changing because the idea of the all powerful god has come in, but not entirely. So that's the whole. It becomes very interesting how it evolves over history. As I said, mythology has a history and history has a mythology.
The sense that I get from this is that understanding Hindu mythology and therefore Hindu philosophy is a great way of learning how to see and learning how to understand. But how do we learn how to act? And if you're saying that there is no morality that we can draw from this, then why is there in modern times this understanding of a morality superimposed upon all of this? Like, are there just different strains and the morality comes in later as a religion gets organized? Or, what's going on here? Because I think a fundamental I mean, people look at religion for answers to two fundamental questions, and one is how do I cope with their death? And all religions give you great answers and different answers sometimes. And the other is how do I act in this world?
You know, we have judges across India who take vacations when there are people languishing in jail without a fair trial. Let's discuss the morality of it. You have to live with it. So you start reading the Bhagavad Gita and come up with stories. I'm doing my duty. I'm doing the best I can. You come up with stories. But in the Dharmic world, because rebirth exists, they'll say, oh, the debt is getting higher and higher and higher and higher. You cannot escape. You can rationalize, you can sell the case, but there's no court case in the afterlife. There is no judgment day in the afterlife. Remember, there is no judgment day. It's the accounting, hisab. So they think that हम देखेंगे. In Hinduism, is hisab लगाएंगे. Hisab lag raha hai. Because Yamaraj is the god of accounting. He's also Dharmaraja, by the way. In Mahabharata, Dharmaraj and Yamaraj are the same because accounting takes place at the moment of death. And death doesn't differentiate between prince and pauper. He just looks at you as a balance sheet and says, well, these are the debts, this is the thing, and this is what's going to happen. So think of those men and women in jail without any fair trial in a democratic institution, and all those judges giving these pompous answers about how during their time they have done something wonderful. We expect politicians to be corrupt. The best thing about this government is they've spotlighted the judiciary. They've told us that justice is not what you think it is. The scriptures always knew it. Because they never told you about Ekalavya's call for justice. They never said it. You never hear Ekalavya saying, "Na insafi hui hai, mujhe nyay chahiye." There is no such. Although when Shyam Benegal does Discovery of India and whichever play he took, he says the thumb will look at me and there is a lot of guilt and shame about it. But the Mahabharata doesn't talk about it. Just 1, 2, 3, it happens, it's over. The story is over. It's like a fairy tale. It's like Hansel and Gretel. It just happens. Nobody's asking the morality of the story because that's what life is all about. And it's something that people forget. It's when you start moralizing, you create Disney versions of the fairy tale. And then the woke versions, the Disneyfied woke versions of the fairy tale. And then there is not fairy tale anymore. So that's what happens. So morality is a privilege. And the myths really are dealing with the absence of morality in society. And the morality is myth. It's not real. It's an imagination of what you want the world to be. It's a projection of what you want the world to be. But we do know that children are abused by their own parents sexually, physically. What do you do? Because you don't know it, it's like nobody knows about it, so it didn't happen. But the Yamaraj is making a note of it. So this mythology comes up with these constructs because the storytellers are aware of the unsaid and the unseen things in society. And therefore, mythology is helping you see what you cannot see. It's there. Nirakar hai, but it's there. Right now, there are people being raped. Right now, there are people accusing innocent people of rape. Both exist. And you have to live in this world. It is the forest. And you have to survive in this world. And your imagination it's going to make you feel like a victim. It can make you feel, how do you deal with that horrible moment? You can decide what you want to be. You can turn it into, I will, what is it, Gone with the Wind, may I will never starve again. Or you just collapse and die, like in, what is this, Fireflies, the Miyazaki's story on Fireflies, the children just starve and die. So both are true.
Well done. You just gave a spoiler to Miyazaki's great film. But,
Sorry.
but never mind. I mean, someone who's come this far in the podcast has probably seen it already. We should kind of expect that. I'm also really curious. Like, one aspect of your writings that really intrigued me was your descriptions and the contrast that you draw of Sita and Draupadi. Like, The Girl Who Chose is, of course, a beautiful book on the 5 choices Sita has to make. And the fundamental point you're making there is that, look, Ram was trapped in a sense by the patriarchy or by his position of being a king, so he's got to do what he's got to do. He doesn't have any option. The 3 times he cries is when Sita leaves him, etc., etc. But Sita actually makes these 5 interesting choices, and those choices reveal something about her. And, as we discussed yesterday, my sort of understanding of the women in the epics came from Iravati Karve's great book, Yuganta, where I was very affected and moved by the book. And she makes a really powerful argument for, against the way women are treated in the epics. And Ira Mukhoti in an episode with me spoke about how, Draupadi is like pretty feminist and badass, but Sita is, sort of quite the opposite. And you've taken a contrary view. So let's talk a little bit about this. And these are objections you've probably heard a million times before, right? So let's talk a little bit about this, about the fact that about your argument that Sita shows so much more agency in Ramayana than Ram can, and also
You
the
see, 9
contrast with
hours into
Draupadi.
the interview, you still use words like argument.
I mean, by argument, not an
No,
adversarial
no, I'm just
argument,
joking.
but yeah, we're
What I'm
throwing
saying,
ideas
I'm
around.
sowing
Yeah.
why I said this
And
is
it's not even
because
9, it's like 10.5. I think. I don't know where we are.
But no, the reason I'm saying this is because when people tell me, when I read Iravati and when Iravati Karve's work and I work, Ira Mukherjee, I'm familiar with that essay she's written. And I know other people write these things and I keep checking the data points. Have they seen the story or they've come to the conclusion and then picked up the points which works for them? Do they feel it? Because often, and this is where I'm coming from, the scientist in me, when I'm saying observation is important. Have you listed all the stories? So if you really sit with me, I will actually make a list one by one by one by one by one before I come to a conclusion. It's not a conclusion because I want to tell this idea. That's my problem with fiction writers and mythological fiction writers. And many of the people who say that they understand mythology is because they're projecting their value system through Sita's mouth, through Draupadi's mouth. You are upset with the patriarchal world and therefore you pick up a narrative written 2000 years ago as you weaponize it for your political thing. But when I look at that story at that period, what is going on in a society like that, whoever has come up with the story, these are men writing the story in all probability. We don't, because let's accept Valmiki and Vyasa doing it. But then you see the story of Sita, and we never use words like choice for Sita, right? We always say demure, 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 because she's accepting. And I'm like, can we look at the story? So somebody once told me, and I sat with them. I said, you do the Google. I'm not going to do it. Don't accept that Devdutt Pattanaik has told you. I'm not a guru. I'm not a Shabda Praman. I'm not a testimony. It's not my testimony. Let's respect Valmiki. Let's go and see how he presents. I said, please pick up the chapter where Ram is going to the forest. And please read out, how does she respond when she is told that stay in the palace, don't go? And the girl, I said, okay, Sanskrit if you want it, anything you want, just pick it up. And you get the Sanskrit version of it. I said, put it in Google Translate, read the translations, or pick up an English translation. And when you start reading the translation, you realize how she's chastising him and saying, I'll come. How is that demure? I asked her. But she's the one who said it is demure. I said, does it sound like a demure person? And then, of course, the mind was changed. So I said, let's write it down.
That's her first choice, yeah.
Of course, when you tell people what is the first choice, they'll say Swayamvar. Sita Swayamvar. And I said, but that's the first answer that comes. Whenever I say, what are the 5 choices of Sita? They'll say, well, Sita chose Ram. I said, she didn't. It's the one choice she didn't have. And they're like, no. I said, Sita Swayamvar hota hai na? Sita Swayamvar hota hai. I said, please tell me the story again. You tell me the story. Tell me the story the way your mother told you. Don't read any Ramachitra. So they'll say, Ram ji aaye aur Shiv Dhanush ko toda. Aur uske baad Sita said, she's a trophy, right? Why are you not listening and hearing the story as it has been told? Isko darshan kehte hain. But you are, and they're all arguing with me. And I've done this with school students and college students. And I'm like, why were you arguing with me? Because Sita Swayamvar, and you're telling me Sita Swayamvar, and I asked you to narrate the story. It's like, tell me the meaning of the word. Tell me the meaning of the word. Tell me, and sometimes it's okay to do it in a workshop, but after sometimes it gets exhausting. And then you realize why certain people who read a lot become impatient and say, just do as I tell you to do. Just do as, you see a lot of these, especially when you're in a emergency situation and you're the boss, you're like, acha, baat mat karo. Abhi just, as you said, disagree, but commit. Just do it now. I'll explain later. Because I don't have the energy. And you see this with surgeons usually in surgery rooms, because you do not question them. Especially, they'll be explaining to the students, but if a small thing goes wrong or something, they see something, because anatomy is unpredictable. Sometimes some things go wrong, and then you suddenly see them stiffen, which means do not talk, because now it's their skill, which is they have no energy to teach you. But this is what happens when you're explaining to people about Ramayana, because 90% of the problem is the assumption. Especially with the political parties taking Ramayana, that itself has created the big block. Forget about the story itself. The fact that some, louts and some people have decided that they are the champions of Ram, you really don't like them, so you don't like the epic. Unfortunate. But then you see then you come to the first choice, which is, then they said, oh, that's true. They said, okay, let's go to the second choice. What is the second choice? What is the second choice? And they're like thinking and the deer comes, she goes to the forest and she's going to the deer. And then I said, Lakshman Rekha happens. And I said, Lakshman Rekha is not there in the original, but let's take it, because let's just take the story and say that. And everybody nowadays uses the word Lakshman Rekha as if it is meant for Sita. Have you heard how our politicians talk about, aap apna Lakshman Rekha mat par kijiye? It's like, don't cross the limits. And I said, Lakshman Rekha is meant for Ravan, not for Sita. If there was no Ravan, there was no need for Lakshman Rekha. In a world where women are respected, you don't need Lakshman Rekha. So it's born of male respect for the women. So when you start making people think, I said, how do you use the word? Please tell me how you use the word. Sita ne Lakshman Rekha. You're not talking about Ravan, you're talking about Sita. Why? Lakshman Rekha, aap apna Lakshman, you see it in Parliament. It's you can just take the references to Lakshman Rekha. Each and every time, it is Aukat mein raho. Lakshman Rekha is used as a synonym for Aukat. And I'm like, look how Valmiki has thought of it already. He's already thought of it. And he's come up with this concept, this idea of transgression. And nobody's asking, and I'm asking, is it good to help people? And I play these games. They'll say, yeah, it's very good to help people. I said, Sita was helping someone, right? Yeah, but she got kidnapped. I said, but that's post facto. So does it mean you'll stop helping people because there's possibility of being kidnapped? Because that's what you do in de-risking yourself, right? Protecting yourself. What is more important, your security or feeding people? And then the room goes quiet. I'm like, should she? Because I've heard people actually see Ramayana happen because women didn't obey men. See, Draupadi laughed. Sita broke the Lakshman Rekha. She wanted the deer. So, you want to simplify in the narrative into, and there are people like that. And then, of course, there are feminists who are very eager to jump. We have always told you these men wrote these stories to demonize women.
And actually, before Sita crosses the Lakshman Rekha, Lakshman, in a sense, does exactly the same thing because he has been told to stay with Sita. He thinks he hears Ram crying for help. Ram told him that stay with her, but he disobeys that wish of Ram because he wants to help. And similarly, Sita disobeys that wish of Lakshman that stay in this Rekha, don't come outside it, because she wishes to help the hermit. So it's actually exactly the same act.
And it's like a good storyteller, it creates this cliffhangers. Because if Ram is calling for help, Lakshman first refuses to go, saying that I've been told to stay here. So I'm doing my duty. I'm obeying Ram and protecting you. And she's yelling and screaming, your brother is, because she's now getting hysterical that, Ram has been, and and now look at Lakshman's dilemma. Should I look at bhai or bhabhi? Man or woman? Now you can read this in so many different ways. And he's saying that, but I trust my brother. This could be a trick. He's too powerful. He has more faith there. And he's looking at her and saying, trust him. It's all okay. And she's like, and now she wants to see it's a beautiful storytelling structure which nobody explores. And they don't want to tell the famous dialogue which he uses, which is the Sanskrit dialogues is extremely disturbing. She says, you want your brother to die because then you can have your way with me.
She says that in the original.
In the Sanskrit Ramayana, it's a line if you see the Sagar Ramayana, he mutes it or something because they put a song and just show her gesticulating. Because obviously Ramanand Sagar is a brilliant man. He understood the people's sentiment, but he also was struggling with, and he said, okay, how do I do this? He just does the scene.
This is in the Valmiki Ramayana.
Yeah. It's a very disturbing line.
It's very hardcore, yeah.
It's very... See, the Sanskrit stories do not have a discomfort with sexuality. The Victorian morality that we have is not there in Sanskrit
But it's such
Kavya.
a cruel thing to say to someone.
Well, in the context of the story...
She wants him to act.
She wants him to act. When I tell these people to read it, and they're like, oh my God, how could she say that? Please understand, in the Ramayana, when Sugriv becomes king, he's the younger brother, and Vali, the elder brother, is dead. His widow, Tara, marries Sugriv. And in the Lanka, when the elder brother Ravan dies and Vibhishan becomes king, he marries Mandodari. So marrying the elder brother's widow to become king is a idea which is prevalent across the Mra. So her statement is not coming in a vacuum of the 21st century morality, but is a narrative of that period, of the epic. And you see, we keep saying 2,000-year-old Mahabharat, Ramayana and Mahabharat, but they are referring to stories which have happened 1,000 years ago. So it's an old story that the Brahmins are saying that, oh, the Buddhists have come and destroyed this whole ecosystem. The Kushans have come, the Yavanas have come, and the whole system is being broken. Let me tell you about these glorious kings who lived before these people. And that's what the Ramayana and Mahabharata are. The glorious kings who existed before Buddha came into the scene, the Alexander came into the scene, the Mauryans came into the scene. So he's talking about this ancient time, for them, whatever that ancient was. And Ramayana is being written at this time, and they're creating these dilemmas. So Sita's choices are so this is one choice. And when you talk about how do you decide to help and all that kind of things, the next choice that she's making is when Hanuman lands up and says, I can carry you back. And she could have just escaped with him. It's so simple. Just no war, nothing. It's all sorted. And she is aware of so many things are being told without being told. She says, if Ram doesn't rescue me, his reputation will be tarnished. Can't protect his own wife, what will he protect the kingdom? Right? Isn't that how we talk about politicians who abandon their wives and try to take country to greatness?
They nevertheless do come to power.
They do come to power because the methods are different, but the marketing is something else. And that's the whole idea. You see these parallels all the time happening, and you realize how these stories, that's why they are these rich stories. That's why the same things in the Bible, by the way. These are the very rich narratives, because they're coming from a codification of centuries. And they're the most popular distillation, which is sort of encoded. There were so many stories. It's just the Ramayana and Mahabharata that become big. And they, as I said, Ramayana and Mahabharata should not be separated from each other. They have to be seen with next to each other. And one complements the other. They sort of help you understand the other very well. Coming back to, we've seen Sita now saying Hanuman. Also, she knows that if she travels with Hanuman, she's going to touch him. And to be touching another man in an ecosystem of reputation building has again, so that's why there'll be stories. We'll see many people saying Ravan respected Sita, so didn't touch her and carried the ground on which she stood, which is the South Indian version of it. It's, see how, without saying it, they're talking about touch, pollution, untouchability. These narratives were written when the caste system had established itself firmly. Untouchability had become a big thing. To touch and to be defiled by touch is something that is being told here without being told. And that's happening in that when she's made the choice of waiting for Ram to save her. The next choice, Ram says, and again in the Ramayana, they show this beautiful paragraph where he's excited to see Sita. Ravan is dead and she's so excited to see Sita. He's like, finally, I'm going to see her. But the moment she appears in front of him, his tone changes. And he refers to her as Madam. Madam. He doesn't talk to her as Bharya, not as beloved wife or something. He's addressing her as a third person, lady. I have liberated you as kings are supposed to liberate who are under their protection. I have done what I am supposed to do as a king. You're free to go wherever you want and marry whoever you want. Is the first line that is told in the Sanskrit. It's not a joyful union. And she's like, what happened? And everybody's listening to this and saying, what is he saying? We fought this great war for them to be united. And he's basically saying, oh, go wherever you want. You can marry him. And everybody's trembling and the descriptions are very interesting. And then she's like, I'm coming. Like, what are you talking about? And then comes the Agni Pariksha where she's like, okay, I'll prove that I am pure. See, he's not saying that prove it. He's already rejected. The rejection has happened right at the first moment. She walks through fire of her own volition and says, see, nothing is wrong. I will come with you. But the reason he's rejecting her is because he knows what's going to happen back home. Reputation is damaged. But she chooses to come with him. It's not like you have to come with me because I rescued you. It is, I choose to come with you when he has already said no. Her abandonment is not a choice. She suddenly finds herself in the forest and says, what? Why am I in the forest? Because every time she has been told to do something, she's always said no. And it's something nobody realizes. In the Ramayana, whenever you tell her to do something, don't go to the forest. I will go to the forest. Don't cross the Lakshman Rekha. I will cross the Lakshman Rekha. Travel with me, says Hanuman. And she says, no, I will not travel with you. Let him come to me. Don't come to Ayodhya. I will come to Ayodhya. How is this demure? And I'm not saying this. It's not Devdutt Pattanaik's version. This is Valmiki's data points. So when I put it down there and I'm like, do you need me to be present in the room to tell you to read this? See it. But it's all that we are not seeing the story. We are just excited by an idea of a bloodthirsty Draupadi. Because for us, feminism is revenge. Get back at the men. Break their thigh, drink their blood, wash your hair with the blood. That's your understanding of feminism that you're shoving upon the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. That's not what the poets are saying. You're shoving it on it. So it is the case of the girl who went to school and came to her mother. And I don't know if I told this story before. This young girl comes and tells her mother that they taught us about Gladys, the one-eyed bear. the cross-eyed bear or the one-eyed cross-eyed bear or something like that. And the mother doesn't understand what she has learned, and so she goes to the teacher and says, "What are you teaching my daughter about a one-eyed cross-eyed bear called Gladys?" And she said, "No, we were singing a song saying, 'Gladly the cross we bear.'" So what the teacher says and what the child listens is very different, and that's true even for great scholars.
Gladys one-eyed bear. There's a term for this, by the way. There's a term called mondegreen. So mondegreen is when you mishear a song. So misheard lyric is a mondegreen. So yeah.
So this is mishearing the epics. Because Valmiki is saying something, you're hearing something else. They're telling you of a princess who keeps saying no, 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 and Ram says, "I can't argue with her." Quietly take her to the forest and leave her there. Because if I tell her to go, she will find a very clever reason to stay back. So I cannot argue with her. She's too good. She's a lawyer. She'll win, and I will not be able. She has to go. There is no question about it. She has to go. And she's right, wrong, I don't know. Because people say, "But she's innocent." I said, again, the question is, so innocent people should be thrown out? Nobody should be thrown out. Here is a man who's rescued Ahalya and told Gautama, "Take your wife." But he's telling this to his wife. So the context is different. Gautama and Ahalya are not kings and queens, and they don't have family reputations. So the story is in this. Look at the layering. Everybody talks about Shakespeare because for the first time, Europe heard emotions. The reason Shakespeare becomes famous is the first time rasa and bhava emerged. Before that, there was no rasa bhava in theatre. Indians have always been used to rasa and bhava. So many Indians get very confused why Shakespeare is so loved. But I'm like, the description of the emotion is so beautiful and so perfect and so complete. But it's the first time Europe heard it in India.
It's like you feel like telling Shakespeare's first watchers that you think King Lear is complex, you think Hamlet has a dilemma. Hold my beer.
Hold my beer. Exactly. Because we have seen complex and also rich narratives of jealousy, anger, hatred, contempt, all that. And Ramayana, and when I looked at Draupadi's story, and I'm like, you're seeing this as feminism. You're projecting something totally different. And it's the violence, because when, these TV serials would do this Mahabharata and would do these workshops, they say, Draupadi se shuru karna chahiye. I said, purely from content point of view, there is very less content. Because Draupadi plays a very tiny role in the Mahabharata. But they've never read the Mahabharata. They're only interested in Draupadi's blood and flowing, and they're getting excited by the shot. Aise baal, aise karenge. And always they make her wear red, and even Gandhari has red. Everything is red. And I'm like, very good, very good. But what is the Mahabharata about? And they have reduced it to a revenge story. तूने मेरा कपड़ा उतारा, मैं तुम्हारे खून पी जाऊंगी. Khoon bari mang is what they have turned it into. And all the young people I have met will say the same thing, because you're the fuddy-duddy uncle and all that. I'm just like, I'm being scientific. I'm just telling you the story. Tell me the story. Let's go one by one by one. They don't want that rigor. It's the Instagram. And this is true even of scholars. Really good scholars, as I said, scholars, writers, feminists who write on Ramayana and Mahabharata have made up their mind before they pick up the book. And they are not even respectful of scholars who actually study the subject. Because, if you write Ramayana, you must be traditional and you must be saffron-robed Hindutva lover. So the only way to appear intellectual is to mock tradition, mock the scriptures. It's like in America, the only way to prove that you're liberal and secular is to make fun of the Bible and make fun of the creationists without actually reading the Bible and seeing the story. And for me, it's not the stories. Look at the stories carefully. What are the stories telling you? And it's something that I see everywhere. It's sad, but that's what happens.
Let's go back to your personal biography. We already spoke about how you started studying mythology and kind of almost had to invent the field and invent your ways of working, in a sense, invent your frames, and how that kind of progressed. I'm also interested in the next step you took with this, which was to start applying it to the business world. Like 2008, you became Chief Business Officer of the Future Group.
A belief officer.
Chief Belief Officer. I'm sorry, what did I say?
business
Oh
officer.
no, 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 no. Of course not. I meant belief only. Why would I? Why would anybody want to be a chief business officer? So no, no. So that's a spoken typo. I think in the 11th hour of the show, I'm allowed a spoken typo or two. So tell me a little bit about that, because I find it really interesting that at one level you're obviously steeped in all of these stories, which we are all steeped in if we've been brought up in India. Then you study medicine. Then you studied scientific textbooks and you learn to write like that. You are presumably learning to think like that. Then you get interested in mythology all over again. And then business comes in. And was it like a light bulb moment when you realized that actually these two are linked? Because, mythology gives us beliefs and management is a behavior that they result in. Was it one light bulb moment? Was it a series of kind of revelations over time? You take me through that story.
See, I was in the pharma industry. I was working in Sanofi, which is the company which makes Combi Flam, for those who don't know.
Which I'm allergic to, but never
Oh, you
mind.
are?
Ibuprofen, I'm allergic to, and aspirin. So when I am in pain, it's like a nightmare. But
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
yeah. You can't take these things because it is quite dangerous if you know if you're allergic. But I was in the pharma industry, and as I said, I have not studied MBA. I'm reading I'm participating in meetings. I have to read up a lot on these words, KPI, KRA, and I think because you are not gone through college, you really want to know the meanings. Because I also had the episode where I told you when I worked in one of the pharma companies, one of the MBA types tricked me into taking decisions for his benefit. And I didn't understand these words. And I said, never gonna, it became, I was told to hire people and I hired them. And in a review meeting, I was shown as a cost center.
ouch, because you hired those
I had
people.
hired those people, but who was benefiting from the hire? The other group. And the other group became a profit center and I became the cost center. And I was reprimanded. What they didn't realize is that they thought we are so smart. We tricked him because I didn't understand what a cost center was. I never heard these words. These are new words which consultants were using. And I was like, I'm just doing my job. You told me to hire, I hired. And they were taking advantage of my ignorance. And, it's the worst thing you can do. And especially, it's not correct if someone doesn't know it and you're playing the game and he didn't, know who he was dealing with. And I just smiled. And within 5 minutes, the owner of the company was calling me frantically, saying that I just heard you fired 14 people. I said, yeah, I don't need them. And they're in probation. And as per, I just checked and I can fire them. I just think they've all come to us with complaints and all that kind of thing without any reason you have given that. I said, but as per policy, it's their own probation. Have I done something wrong? Have I broken any law? Have I broken this? They said, no, you've not done anything wrong. So I said, I'll handle it. I'll talk to them. I don't need their services, but I'll tell them who needs their service. And I told them to go to the other department and said they need your services. Why don't you ask them to hire? The CEO is calling me. I had a huge meeting and all that kind of thing. So I said, I don't need them at all. Because see, I learn quickly and I was not trying to teach them a lesson. I'm like, well, live with the consequences. This is the consequence. I understand consequences. You were trying to be clever to win a small game in a boardroom. I just sort of terminated 14 people and you knew never mess with me again. But I also at that day decided I need to learn all these words. So I would act meetings when they say cost center and I don't understand something. I said, what do you exactly mean by a KPI? And this was happening at that time. And as I learned how management worked is when one day I realized this is so biblical. Because remember, in the free time, I'm reading the Bible, I'm reading the Quran, I'm reading Ramayana, Mahabharata, and I'm reading these stories and I'm like, all powerful God, commandments, submission, follow the rules, reward and recognition. All this sounds vaguely familiar. And it is vision statement, commandments, follow the rules, halal, haram, heaven, hell, reward, recognition, all the disciplinary carrot stick, all the language of management, which I'm told is rational and modern, is really cultural. It is based on the Bible. And then I started reading the history of who wrote these books, who was the first man to write these books. It came to Peter Druckers of the world, who all have strong Christian backgrounds, American backgrounds. They come from a military background. Again, so lots of history. And then I said, well, this is not the Indian model. What is the Indian model then? And that's how the whole idea of the Indian model came. And I started writing these articles, which were being published in Economic Times, which caught the eye of some people. And they said, will you join us as part of the think tank? And that's a new word. I'd never heard these words before. All the management people used to use these big words, think tank. And I just sort of didn't believe this was going to happen. And I'm like, and I was in Ernst & Young at that time. And in Ernst & Young, I'm like a person, and I was doing quite well. And I knew that eventually I'll become a partner or something like that. But I was like, I'm not enjoying it, but it's money. That's where the money comes from. Mythology is what I enjoy. They'll never meet. I mean, it'll never be. I never thought. And then suddenly this opportunity comes and they said, will you? And I'm like, I'm thinking aloud. And I'm like, okay, if I leave Ernst & Young and join these guys, and 3 months later they tell me leave, where will I go? Because I've lost my pharma background and I don't know where mythology will go, because it's such a nebulous thing. So I just asked for an obscene amount of money, which I thought was obscene at that time. I didn't realize how much investor money is used and how it is used. And suddenly I got the money. They just said, yeah, take it.
This is Future Group.
Yeah. And I was given, they said, you don't know your value. And I was like, is he playing? Kishore Biani. And he said that you don't realize what you're bringing to the table. And he was the brand guru at that time. Right? He was very good at branding and he understood brands. Even he's really good at brands, really, really good. And it's unfortunate, the business decision, some things went wrong and all that, but he was really good. And I trusted that. And he said, you have no idea how good what you're bringing to the table. It's something that everybody needs. It's an implicit need. But they want what you have in the table. Everybody wants it. And he was talking to consultants. At that time, a lot of these money was coming. FDI was coming in because retail was becoming big. All the companies were coming into India. Earth was flat or whatever that is. And everybody was trying to figure out India. India was the market that everybody. So how do you understand India? Mythology is the way to understand India. And therefore, when I worked with him, because I was being well paid and I had a full day now to think mythology, it's like tenureship, right? You realize the value of money on that time, because I used to do what was a weekend activity or a after hours activity became 24/7. So the output is going to be like, it's huge. I mean,
And it's so awesome when you're getting paid to do what you love. Like, it's like 70-hour weeks and it's not even work and you're just having fun.
Absolutely. And I was very lucky because I was dealing with the HR person who also enjoyed this. Initially, we over time became friends because he suddenly saw the value of what I was doing. I said something one day and he's like, oh my God, what are you saying? And he sit with me. And because and then, the words like, what is the difference between capacity and capability and all the HR words? I started working with all these words, and every time I would say something, I would come up with a mythological thing. Every time I would say something, it was like a magic because so many years of prep had happened. And I was already using mythological examples in my pharma industry. Like I would tell, when a product manager would take over, I'll say, Adhipatya Jamao. She said, my God, you sound like this mythological characters. What do you mean Adhipatya? I said, how do people know that you're the product manager? They don't know. The older man is so good at his work that every collateral is designed by him. You don't exist. They will see you as someone who just followed and taking advantage of the old guard. The first thing you do is replace every collateral. Make your fingerprint known. Adhipatya Jamao. And he was like, oh my God, you rock, man. And under me, lots of people, when I started the pharma work, I didn't even know what an Excel. I gave my first document in a Word document. And one of my friends there said, are you doing corporate harakiri? I said, why? He said, you don't write like this. So I think I'm a fast learner because I realized I didn't know the Excel sheet. And when I left Sanofi 5-6 years later, I was conducting Excel training programs for the entire secretarial staff.
Wow.
And they loved me. And everybody said, why are you working with the secretarial staff? I said, all the secrets are there. I know exactly what's going on in the company because they're all my friends. And they said, how do you do this? And one of my friends, rather nastily said it's a caste trait, because apparently my caste is famous for being Machiavellian, and Pattanaik's are coroners, it's kayast. So they burst out laughing, and at that time I didn't take it seriously. I didn't understand. Bombay, you're raised in Bombay, you're caste agnostic. You don't think about it. But now I realize, oh my God, it's there everywhere. And I thought about these things, and I was just fish and water in business. got it. And my father was a marketing consultant. So all like Abhimanyu, I was hearing in the mother's womb everything. So I heard my father talk to his on the phone in those days. I've heard so much that everything he said suddenly came back to my head. Then I was understanding what he was saying, and it all fell right. So business just was so easy for me.
If there's a web series made on your life, right, the first scene should be this: that your pregnant mother expecting you is sitting on the chair, and your father gets a phone call, of course, on one of those black rotary dial-up phones, because that's all we had. And he picks it up and he listens for a while and he says, and then he says, Adhipatya Jamao. And then you have the credits. Sorry, I had to interrupt you. Such a beautiful cinematic scene, man.
So
Yeah.
talking about films and story, I'll tell you something about translations. The problem with translations, books are translated, and this something similar. In my English, I wrote a Ganesha 99 Secrets for Jayko, and in the beginning I put Siddhivinayak photograph, and below that in English I had written Siddhivinayak, in whose temple garden my mother sat when she was pregnant with me, or something like that. I have just said my mother sat in the Marathi translation. Because I read Marathi, I got the book in translation, and this is the problem in Indian translation. It's a huge problem. They had written the temple where the mother went to pray and got a son like me.
Ooh.
Talk about mistranslations.
Yeah.
I was livid, but it had already been printed.
And now it is part of the mythology of you.
In that, of course, they must have changed because I really raised it. But then I realized I don't read Tamil, I don't read Malayalam. So the translation world, and Indians are notorious for translators putting their own ideas in the...
Ouch.
Yeah. It's a huge problem. At least 2-3 publishers have changed translators because they were fond of my work. Normally it's also cost issues and all that, so and time issues, you can't check everything. But there are people who, like, one of my books was being translated, somebody put their own stories in it, and they put their own interpretations in it. And because every language has their own, like for example Marathi will have Jnaneshwari, so suddenly you write on Gita and the Gita book will have some Jnaneshwari paragraphs. And the publishers caught it, and it became a nightmare. She said it was just, there were a lot of things, there were a lot of problems, and we had to remove them, tell them that, this is not your commentary, this is translation. So translation is, unfortunately, it's not an easy thing to deal with. Sorry, I just sort of, the thing came up because you're talking about, you are making me nostalgic about things I've forgotten.
That's beautiful. As long as you don't start remembering things that never happened.
No, the chief belief officer thing was therefore a moment for me to think about India very specifically and how it is different from the West. And that is when these ideas sort of emerged. And because by then I had understood the structure of India, but how is it different from the structure of the West? And I knew it intuitively, but I had to articulate it in presentation after presentation after presentation. What is leadership? Definition of leadership, management. And then today I don't use the word leader at all, because leader is a word which comes from the prophet. It is the leader as a word is the one who takes you to the promised land. And that concept doesn't exist in India. There is no leader in Hindu mythology. Ram and Krishna are not leaders. So it's a complete different concept way of looking at it. The Chinese emperor is not a leader. So it's a very different model of thinking. So I think that was a great moment. Everybody thought, I remember people asking me, what does a chief belief officer do? Or they would assume what I do. A newspaper journalist came to interview me and he said, sir, we want to do a show on you. I said, come. And I was a cabin with a laptop over there, sitting over there, and me wearing my shirt and sitting there. He said, you don't look like a chief belief officer. I said, how should he look? He said, let's put some goddess posters over here and put a tilak on your head and put bell on it. I said, but that's, how many chief belief officers have you met?
There's sample size of one in India, so poor guy.
Because he's coming from that. I said, I'm not going to play this game. This is chief belief officer. You photograph what is there. And then I would have people saying that, are you an evangelist? I said, evangelism is Christian and it comes from missions, and you're selling an idea. I'm not selling anything. So it's a belief, because belief, do you believe in Jesus? Because that's the word comes from people's belief. Nowadays, people will say things like Hindus are seekers. We are not believers. I'm like, really? We believe in rebirth. Rebirth is not a fact. It's an assumption. It's We don't say it like that. Do you believe in rebirth? The way they say, because those are proselytizing religions. They're proselytizing, they're selling their ideas because they're universal. They genuinely believe they're helping you. And that's their understanding of belief office of this, because many people have corporate evangelists sell the idea across the company, and corporate evangelism is a term which is used. And I'm like, no, I'm trying to understand what people believe, why they believe, what are they doing. And I had to actually understand what belief was. So I was forced to read books on what is belief, where does it come from. And I realized, step one, that most of these words were so deeply embedded in culture that they were being used universally, but they were actually culture. And these are the tough. I mean, now it sounds easy, but in those days I was like confused. Why do we not? Nobody asked, "Tum Bhagwan mein vishwas karte ho?" It's a very new term. Nobody says that. You just in India don't say such things. Ki aap Ram pe vishwas karte ho? Aap Krishna mein vishwas kar. Nowadays people are asking these questions. आप हिंदू हो, आप किस में विश्वास कर सकते हो? So I'm like, this is a Christian. Do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe in Allah? This is coming into India now. And, so you're seeing how memes, or meme and the genetic, not the current social media meme, but thought memes have become part of the culture. And I was studying all that and really Future Group allowed me to do that. Really, it was a great time, because to get that freedom, to complete freedom to do it, no questions asked at all. And I said, can I experiment with this? I was given complete freedom, because they were like, I think it was, I don't know, he just liked that idea. I always tell people, remember, there was a Marwadi businessman who invested in me. I must be good. And when I say this line, I used to say this line a lot, the audience would nod. Because India knows our business community is the Gujaratis, the Marwadis, and after that you work with, Reliance. I worked with Jio. And although I don't tell all details, but I worked very closely with Mukesh Ambani. And one-on-one. I never work with them. I have always, my deal is either with you or nobody. I only work with the head, because culture comes top down. It's never anything else. You have to work with the big guy, the one who takes all the decisions. So I had to work with Mr. So I always tell people I worked with a Marwadi businessman. I worked with the most successful Gujarati businessman. So I understood business, and I think we enjoyed each other's companies because they saw that I understood business. I was not a businessman, but I knew business. I knew also the Indian vocabulary of business. I had no problem calling people Sethji. I have no issues with that. I said, Sethji ko bulao. I don't want to call you boss or anything. I want to call you Sethji. You are a Seth. For me, there's no problem with that, because that's the Indian vocabulary. And I understood loyalty. And that's why I said the key performance indicator of loyalty is what. Because over the years, you see how it works. You know how the systems work. You understood how businesses work. And I did darshan. I was never judging. I'm like, okay, he's successful, but what does success mean? Who are the goddesses that are walking into the room? And I saw how Lakshmi is celebrated. Durga is implied. Saraswati is not valued, because you think money is going to solve all your problems. Then you realize power is more important. The state is more important. Every businessman fears the state, because the state can take away your license, especially in crony capitalism. And then you realize Durga becomes important. Durga is the goddess of kings, power. And both of them ignore Saraswati. And she's like, Iktara leke. I always tell Saraswati doesn't have a veena. She has an Iktara, and she's like, like a typical dramatic twang waiting for you to fall. Because in the end, if you don't have knowledge of the world and how the world functions, you will fall. Because Saraswati really comes from mortality. She's Vijnana Bhairava. Because remember, the whole story of mythology begins with death and meaning. And where is meaning? With Saraswati. It's not with Lakshmi. It's Saraswati who brings meaning to money and who brings meaning to power. So unless you understand meaning, you will never get it. And one of the things I learned from rich and powerful people and over the years, and these were the two major big guys, because everybody knows their names, but there are many, many CEOs, CXOs you have to work with, Indian, international. And everywhere I would talk about Lakshmi, Durga, Saraswati, because people would use words like agency. I said, agency means what? Power. Power is Durga. And they're saying, no, no, no. But because see, when you say Durga, it's somehow Indian, it's not, cannot be refined. I'm like, postmodern thinking is Vedanta, Maya. When you're using words like the new word, which I think the Judith Butler and all of these people have come, the woke people, social construct. Social construct is mythology. What is mythology? It's a social construct. Of course, it is fluid. Maya is fluid. Maya to ani jani. So Indians have used these words, and the West is discovering it now. And they're like, I can choose to be a woman. And I'm like, language doesn't work that way. Language works. There's a very famous sentence of Panini and Patanjali when they wrote language. They said, to get pots, you go to the potter's house. But to get language, you don't go to the linguist's house.
Great point.
You go to the marketplace.
Magnificent point.
Written 2,500 years ago.
So, I teach this course, Life Lessons, with my good friend Ajay Shah, who also co hosts my YouTube show. He's an economist and on the board of many companies. And while teaching the course, the first webinar was last week, he came up with this beautiful phrase, the Baniya case for Goddess Saraswati. And I thought it was absolutely awesome, and he made the case really well. So I won't try to paraphrase it and make it, but I am guessing that you made exactly the same case in your eloquent way. I want to ask a question about the impact of understanding mythology on the business decisions that you make. But first, I want to quote a para from your superb book, Business Sutra, where you also laid out the 3B framework, which is really, really interesting: belief, behavior, business. But I'm going to talk about Mr. Gupta now. You've got this paragraph on this guy called Mr. Gupta, where, who has a dilemma that compares with the dilemmas in the Ramayana and the Mahabharata and King Lear and Hamlet. And I'll quote your words here. Quote, Mr. Gupta has to choose a successor. Should it be his eldest son who is not very shrewd? Should it be the second son who is smart but not interested in the business? Must it be his daughter who feels gender should not be a criterion but who fails to realize she is not really that smart? Should it be his brilliant son-in-law who does not belong to the community, which will annoy a lot of shareholders? Must the decision be based on emotion, equality, fairness, loyalty, or the growth of the business and shareholder value? Each and every answer will have opponents. Must he simply divide the business before he dies for the sake of peace, or let his two sons and daughter fight it out in court after his death? There is no right answer, he realizes. Traditionally, in the community, the eldest son inherited everything. That was convenient but often disastrous. Mr. Gupta does not want to impress the community. He wants his legacy to outlive him. He also wants all his children to be happy. His desires impact the decision as much as the context. Stop quote. Now, in the sense of getting darshan with Mr. Gupta, I understand this dilemma beautifully. It would be a very foolish man, so I won't try to advise him what to do in this case. Only he can possibly know all the factors involved. But my question is that, like earlier you said that mythology will tell you how to see and understand, but it won't tell you how to act. It won't give you a morality. It won't help Mr. Gupta make a decision. But does it help him see his condition better so he can then make the decision well himself? And apart from, if you just look at less complex situations like setting out guidelines for how to run a company, what kind of rules to have, how do you relate to people, what are the customs within a company, how do you build the internal mythology of a company? I'm very curious to know your lessons on all of these things, because ultimately I know that you are not just going out there and telling people that, hey, mythology and etc., but it's actually making a practical difference. That's why you were paid shitloads of money and were there for so many years, and etc. And some of those things you've described in your books, I won't give spoilers, but just tell me about, the transference of your insights from mythology into actual businesses.
So, it's the consultant joke, right? You call a consultant and he'll look at your watch and tell you the time and charge you for it. It's a famous consultant joke, and people never understood what I always tell people. No, consultants are important. He shows you things that you don't see, or he tells things that you are afraid to tell. And there are so many things that a consultant does, and that's why you pay the money. And really, what happens, I realized the greatest value I brought the leaders I worked with, whether they accepted it or not, is help them clarify and declutter their mind. And I would like a consultant with a whiteboard, depending on how willing they were, write it down. I'm not giving them solutions, but I'm helping them see the Ramayana, see the Mahabharata of their lives, their own insecurities, what are the issues that are coming up with the SWOT analysis, because they're seeking certainty in the future. Everybody's seeking certainty in the future. Everybody wants the stock market to rise no matter what they do. Everybody wants to be immortal. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow. Nobody knew about COVID. None of the brilliant minds in the world knew COVID. How many conspiracy theories we come up with? It just happened one day and nobody remembers it anymore. It's just forgotten. So many people died, millions suffered. Nothing changed really. We went back to being what we were. So I would look at this and say, you know what? Any decision you take doesn't matter. Because I can tell you the lines like "Jo hona hai, to hoga hi," or I have all those magical words and phrases which I can tell you. The point is, it's for them to realize that they don't matter. But that's not what I'm going to tell them. I know nobody matters. So you do your best you can, go with your flow, and live with the consequences. Because there is no guarantee. There is no magical guarantee of anything. No matter how many people come up with so many complex, like Rockefeller has done this and they and I'm like, you have just created these constructs to admire certain plants and reject some other plants. That's your choice. You decided that's a crop and that's a weed. That's what you do in your mind all the time. And I'm like, but what I do with them is I should draw the map out for them. And I say, आपको क्या चाहिए? And who do you want to make happy? Because no matter how many people you want to make happy, they can be unhappy if they choose to be unhappy. And how do you make there's nobody on earth who can make anybody else happy. It just doesn't work that way. So why are you carrying the burden with you? So I'm a little bit of a therapist. I'm a little bit of a counselor. I'm a little bit of a consultant. But what they get is a clear vision of things that are very, very detailed. So I remember once I was told by a businessman that your job is to explain, don't bother what value it brings to me. Let me figure it out. And I think that was a great comment. And he was a wise man because he said, let me figure it out. Now you just help me because you're very good at this. So my consulting background came in, my science background comes in, my medical background comes in, my mythology comes in. And the mythology sort of adds that richness to it because it brings a wisdom which is not there in management. Management is promising you things. It's all about achievement. And I'm like, कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता है सर, मेरा इनवॉइस बस दे दो. Because so I may bring this bathos element to it, from the profound to the but I want genuinely want them to understand what's going on, and then that kind of peace which comes in where you realize, okay, fine, I know what I can do, and sort of they take decisions. But I said, because there is no right decision. There is no right decision. And that's why when I write this is a theoretical construct of, it's like a Vikram and Vetal story, right? It's a Vikram and Vetal with, I am the Vetal telling the story to Vikramaditya and saying, Bol Vikramaditya, which is the right answer. And if you look at the Vikram Vetal stories, they are all subjective answers. There is no objective. If there were objective answers, I don't need Vikramaditya. I have an algorithm and an artificial intelligence. Vikramaditya doesn't exist, doesn't matter. The Vikram Vetal stories are not mythology really, but they're parables. But the structure of Vikram and Vetal is something magnificent, because Vikramaditya is going to the crematorium to get the Vetal who tells him the stories of the dead. He's presenting case studies. He's the professor who's presenting case studies from the crematorium. And he's saying, give me the answer, give me the answer. But the moment you give the answer, he runs away. And Vikramaditya is like, shh, I don't want to give the answer. But it's like, if you're truly Vikramaditya, give me the answer. And one day he doesn't know the answer. He's very glad. And the Veda looks at him and says, you're so happy that you don't have the answer. But the day you don't have the answer, you'll not be a king. Do you realize you're so happy that you have won this game? Now you've caught me because you have no answer to the question I gave you. But you have just declared that you are not worthy of being a king. And you're proud of it. Did you realize all these times I went and met you, you showed your brilliance, your thought, your knowledge, you declared to the reader of the story that you are Vikramaditya. But with this one act of silence, yes, you have captured the ghost. But please, do you realize what you're doing? You captured a ghost. This is written 1200 years ago, 800 AD. So these are stories which I think colleges, schools have to learn. And I see 40-year-olds lost with their, Mercedes and their bungalows and their, 25-storied houses, and then wondering what's the point of it. And I'm like, this cap, all the Vetals are telling you the story, but we don't hear them.
So I want to ask you a question, a two-part question. Part one is, what is wrong with the corporate gaze, the typical corporate gaze that you get, which your dad learned from Peter Drucker and so on? What is wrong with that gaze is part one of the question. Part two of the question, therefore, and a natural corollary is, how can you modify that gaze? Like, give me some concrete examples. Like, one example I really loved was in your books you described that you described nature. You said, what does a tiger do? A tiger wants a deer. A tiger goes, it hunts a deer, it gets what it wants. That's one way of looking at the world. Another way is you look at the flower. The flower makes itself beautiful, and then bees will come and deposit, carry pollen with them, etc., etc. And these are two different ways. And the moment I read that, I said that, what someone like me is trying to do with my podcast, because I do zero marketing, zero sales, is I'm trying to be the flower. I'm trying to create a beautiful product. People will come, community will form. And that's a lovely way of sort of thinking about it. Another great insight I got from your books is about how a frame can be influenced by the language that you use. Like, so much of the language is almost toxic masculinity, like penetrate the marketplace, on top of, etc., etc.
On top of things, yeah.
On top of things, and which is
Crush the competition.
And we don't think about the language. It's just completely normalized. And I think you changed a little bit of my way of looking at that kind of language. So tell me about that, what is wrong with the frames that are in place right now, and what are the kind of modified frames that came into being because of your insights from our past?
So the biggest idea is that business is not war. There's no one to be defeated. There's no one to be crushed. It's not a Shark Tank. It's not a rat race. Don't normalize violence, please. It's an exchange. You bring value to the table and you get value in it. You give goods and services. You give goods, services, ideas. In exchange, you get revenue. That's all it is. You give and you receive. You're doing yagya. You're giving naivedya and you want prasad. You want investment and return on investment. And it's a very easy way of looking at the world. What value do you bring and what value do you get? It's buyer, seller. Why do you need a violent language? Where from came this triumphalist approach? And it really comes from the East India Company. It comes from the military. And that's how business is taught around the world. I see them talking. You look at the investment bankers walking around, talking like military generals to plunder. And one of the biggest thing about the Baniyas is this whole merchant class has been mocked, and they want to show that they're smarter and bigger and better than others. And this vocabulary has entered this space where you feel like a great warrior because you're valorizing warriors over everyone else. And that is what I want to say, that no, it's not, you have to be you're a kitchen. You're feeding people. It's a feminine vocabulary, if you want to call it. You can call it a gentler vocabulary. Now you're looking at the world very differently. So that's one very big thing for me. The second is the concept of consequence. Modern management never talks of the cost of growth, the cost of success, the cost of achievement. I look at a Jeff Bezos or an Elon Musk, and I look at these two men, tired, old men, denying their age, still trying to fight a battle, an imagined enemy, an imagined frontier, an imagined, it's Alexander endlessly conquering and conquering. They're still, I'll do this, and then next day I'll do this. Every day there's a target, and Amazon will never end because you're going to save the world. That's what the Bill Gates is retired. He doesn't seem to be retired. He's always there trying to solve problems. And I'm like, go away. Just go. The world will continue. Thank you very much. And I think these people do not realize that if they disappear, nothing will change. They don't matter. They're desperately giving themselves meaning. So please, stop the war, focus on the consequences, and know you don't matter. Only when you know you don't matter, you learn to delegate, you learn to retire, you learn to do knowledge transfer, you will be able to do the vanaprastha, which is before sannyasa. Vanaprastha is when you knowledge transfer happens. Vanaprastha is not retirement, as they say it. Knowledge transfer is a very important part of life. You cannot do first phase of your life, you're learning, then you're contributing, but then you have to transfer knowledge and then prepare for death, which we don't do. We don't prepare for death. We are too busy fighting for a longer life than preparing for death. And I think not the way the Japanese glamorize death as harakiri and, seppuku. It's their culture. They had their own structures and whatever they wanted to do with it. But, there are reasons why they came up with these ideas which were glamorized. But India, does, we had our Jala Samadhis and all. There were similar ideas in India. But the point is not that. The point is to know that there's a time when autumn will come and winter will come. And winter is coming. So death is coming here. Calm down. The world doesn't end if you die. And I think this anxiety about death, the refusal to accept death, and the tombs that you build, because you feel legacy is a tomb, because everybody will remember the pyramid. And for most of history, nobody knew the pyramid was a tomb. They thought it was the granaries of Jacob.
But Sarji, we are going to have eternal buildings in Mars with elevators going up and down with dead bodies in them. So as we discussed.
Yeah, so these are the stories that we have. These are the new promised lands. And what happens in the promised land? We are seeing what's happening in the promised land right now. That's the promised land, the land of milk and honey, where you wandered for generations in the desert and still didn't learn. So for me, these are the lessons I learned. I realized management never talks about it. Always the hero's journey. There are always these photographs of these leaders like heroes. And then they'll have these strange interventions like DEI. And they'll have another intervention, something called equality, and some all these crazy Rangoli interventions, I call them, HR Rangoli interventions. They'll talk about values. I remember this big multinational, global, really big company telling me in a lecture that we are a value-based company, and I'm looking at him and the pleasure of being a consultant and a freelancer is you don't care a damn. So I said, "Sir, is my bill paid?" And I use this game all the time. Yeah, it's all cleared. I said, then please don't bullshit me. I'm not your customer. And I think he didn't appreciate it. I said, Bill, I'm just being frank. Please do not, unless you really believe it, that you're a value-based company. Because if you're a value-based company, where is the compassion? Because you have no compassion. That's not a part of your value system. You don't expect your people to be compassionate. You've not told people to be kind. You told them to grow, to win, to be victory, to be aligned. It's all military language. And when I just jhadoed a little, I think 2-3 cocktails, and he was like, I said, please don't do that. Don't be condescending. It's okay to make money. It's okay to be greedy. But don't market it as charity. I'm exploiting you for your own good. That doesn't work. And this is the thing that we are not dealing, the consequence part. That's why climate change is happening, because you genuinely believe industries can be built without consequence. Are you so dumb? Like in Japan and China, they work these ridiculous hours. And I'm like people say Japanese culture is so good. And I'm like, it's the most xenophobic culture in the world. Do you know how xenophobic they are? Have you thought about it? But you're not allowed to talk about it. You're only about to talk about how sweet they are, how cute they are, how quaint they are, how lovely they are. Look at K-pop and look at Korea. It's so sweet. I'm like, toxic work culture, high suicide rates. Nobody wants to, you don't want to talk about that. The cost of success. And then death. That's something that just they don't want. Nobody wants to talk about it. They want to. I'll work till the day I die, and they sound. You have these old businessmen saying that I am from this old haggard like vampires telling the next generation of children they don't work hard enough, and I'm like, oh my God, this is like Gollum and these horrible, and they don't even see what they're doing. They just don't. They I sit with them and Devdutt ji ke saath hum baithenge, and they really want opium. They're basically saying comfort the comfortable. And I'm like, no, I don't waste my time. If I had EMIs, I would sit with you and take luckily I've repaid my loan. and I don't need I don't need to bear this. So that's a very hard to reach that point. But then you reach that, you work towards a financial goal and say that that's what you want, and you have to work with it in your own life. I have to be prepared with mortality, and I have to know knowledge these things. So if I don't talk about my mortality and my thing, I'll be falling into the same trap. तालीम छोड़कर हम तालियों में अटक जाते हैं.
Beautiful. Loved that. Also loved your phrase Rangoli intervention, and I completely share your disregard with them. I do have more regard for Bezos and even Musk than I think you do. In fact, I think one of the foundational values of Amazon, and I really do believe that they have it, is the notion of serving your customer, which is a very opposite of the kind of language you spoke about. And I mean, I agree with your larger point, of course, about the toxic language.
I'll tell you something which is interesting. First, they talked about shareholder value. Then they talked about customer. We have to. They'll always take one example to justify the exploitation of the employee. I'm firing you because I'm serving the customer. I am downsizing because I'm serving the customer. The benefits will. So you always come up with a language that wins you adoration. And that is Dharma Sankat. Because I'm killing the deer to feed the tiger. And this conversation is therefore not ever holistic. Businesses are being presented as saviors. They're helping the world.
Can I say something? Just to complete my point. First of all, as far as Bezos is concerned, he has also done those other things that you pointed out, that delegate, retire, etc., etc. He's kind of done all of those. And as far as that language of exploitation is concerned, again, I think that this is again that oppressor oppressed kind of. It comes from that ecosystem, and I don't agree with it. I think, for example, that slavery is exploitation. But if you work in a company, you are making a voluntary decision to work in a company. You have chosen that job because it is the best option open to you, and I don't consider that exploitation at all. And equally, in a free marketplace, I don't think that a company has to feel like it is doing good in the world. By default, if it is surviving, it is doing good in the world, because the only way it can exist and continue to make money and make profits and pay its employees is by serving the customers. And obviously the caveat here is, in a free market, in a cronyistic kind of system, it's a completely different matter, as we know.
No, see, the Indian model is about preparing for your own death.
Hmm.
Because remember, the Western model of business is about relentless growth and eternal survival. It's immortality. The companies have to be immortal. That's the goal. So growth after growth after growth after growth. Nobody talks about the consequences of it. Immortal, 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 immortal. So philosophically, it's not designed like an ecological thing where others will grow when I die. The idea of Amazon will survive. Amazon doesn't have to survive. Now that's an Indian model where where it's about abhushan nikal ke abhi aap jangal jaiye, where you prepare, the children have to take over. They may not be the smartest. Mr. Gupta has to die. Mr. Gupta has to, the children around him will never be perfect. It will never, Bhishma says, I will never die. Right? Bhishma is Ichha Maran, because one day the world problems will be solved, and then I will die. Sab so theek karne ke baad, and Krishna finally pins him to the battleground. That's the story of Bhishma. It's like, stop it. You can't die, so I'll immobilize you. And you will witness your children killing each other. The way it is functioning, the way nation states are functioning, the way industries are functioning, they've created a mythology that justifies their existence. Mythology's purpose is not to justify your existence. Mythology's purpose is to explain why you don't need to exist. It's a complete opposite of it. There is an age where you say, ab chhod do. When do you say I will stop growing? Because we're talking about material growth. We're not talking about psychological growth. We're talking about only material growth. When we say the word growth, around the world, it is only material growth, GDP, per capita income. Nobody's talking about growth of contentment. We're talking about how much charity do you give. It's always measurable, measurable, measurable. Contentment cannot be measured. You're not enabling ecosystems. You're fighting a war. And I have not met a single corporate place where I work with where the language of war is not used. Nobody is talking about we're bringing value, and I have very rarely seen people saying that next generation has to take over. We have to think of the next generation, next generation, next generation.
Next generation is getting Botox.
They're getting Botox. Yeah, the children are doing Botox. Is like, and billionaires' children who said, "I want to make more money." That's the story. So the thing is, see, I don't know Amazon. I don't know. These are placeholders again, and we are using their examples, but they're celebrated because they are the big guys. You are celebrating I celebrate you because you have a lot of money, which means you are incentivizing hoarding. We are incentivizing people not to share, because the more I have, the more I'm admired. The more I have, the more I am admired. The more I control, the more I'm admired. You mentioned Putin at one time because it's up. I will manage the thing. I'll be the dictator. I'll take charge of everything because, I can solve problems. And when you read the Ramayana, I always tell people, Ramayana is this. What is Ramayana? And this is the story, is the glory of Ram. Somebody told me. I said, no, it's not the glory of Ram. And then Mahabharata is Krishna's glory. And we are trained because stories are all about these glorious people.
How would you describe them in one line?
The biography of Ram. Because it begins with the birth and ends with his death.
But that's a chronology. It's much more than that. That's what it is.
Mahabharata is the biography of the Pandavas. It begins with the birth of Pandavas and ends. The last chapter is them dying and going to heaven and hell. Last chapter of Ramayana is Ram going and doing Jala Samadhi.
No, it is that in terms of chronology, but isn't it much deeper than that in the sense that it is, in a sense, a study of human nature? It's a study of this world that we live in. It's a study of our society.
Yes.
It's all of these.
But it is prime. You see, life is being told to you. शुरुआत and end with all the adventures. In the end, this is the end.
But वो तो skin है, उसके नीचे जो flesh है, blood है.
हाँ, but वो देखते देखते हम भूल जाते हैं. How many people talk about the death of Ram and the death of, you can't. It's about how was he born? How did he die? What did he do? Everything comes with death. Remember, mythology is an outcome of death. Without death, and how, I'm not saying this for the sake of, I'm not being facetious and just being. The beginning of the Ramayana, Valmiki begins the story by the story of witnessing a vyadha, a hunter shooting a bird, it dying, and the female starts weeping. This is the beginning. The story begins with death, rage, anger, curse, and conversation about that. It's about this dying. Now, who is the foul? Is Ram the hunter? Is Ram the bird who was shot dead? Is Ram the weeping bird? Is Ram Valmiki watching the scene? And then that becomes the whole story from the beginning to the end. How does Mahabharata begin? Mahabharata story begins with the genocide. The snakes are going to be killed by Janmajay. And the snakes are coming and they're floating in the air, ready to be killed in the battlefield. So death has come again. Genocide is about to happen when the Mahabharata story is being told. And it's not telling you about right and wrong. It's telling you about the beginning and the end of your grandfather's life, and everything that they did in between, whose consequences are. And Ramayana, by the way, is told by Love and Kush, who are the products of Ram, is arching back on the story. So the reason biography is important, because your life is ending not with your triumph. Your life is ending with your death. It's not a conversation. I always tell people a good leader has to start writing his obituary and then say, have you written your will? Have you written your obituary? Have you written your will? Have you written your obituary? Because the will is how you want to do with your life, how you imagine your life. Obituary is how others remember you. And if you don't talk about mortality, what are the biggest scandals happening in America right now? You have these very successful businessmen suddenly, at least the whispers is like the Epstein, I think, right? The people, sex scandals and all that, because you're seeking meaning. And you spend 20 hours a day in your office and you're working these toxic hours because you're serving the customer. The moment I say that, it sounds noble because you're not living life. Customers don't need your service. Calm down. It's a paradigmically shifting act, which you asked me the question, what does India bring to the table? Is saying this. That's why the Jainisms, who are the biggest business community, it says ahimsa. Ahimsa doesn't mean non-violence, it means contentment. Because when you're content, you won't be hungry. If you're not hungry, you won't want food. If you don't want food, you won't be violent. So ahimsa. So the root cause of violence is discontentment. If you're content, you will not contribute to violence. And if you are content, you will not hoard. So aparigraha is the word which is used in Jainism. And if you don't hoard, what do you do with extra? You have surplus. You have so much of surplus. What do you do if you don't hoard? You'll invest. You'll say, no, I'll be generous. I'll give it away. That's not correct, because if you give it to someone else, he's going to be burdened by debt. He is in debt. Whether you like it or not, he is in debt. That's why charity is not the word that is used. So now you've given it the investment aparigraha. You give it away, invest it in the market. How does he react to it? Everybody has a different way of thinking of when they receive something without reason, they'll all respond to it differently. Some people will be say, hey, I'm grateful and I'm going to return it to you. And you will have a good return. Some will say, I'm entitled to it. Somebody will be suspicious. Why is he giving me money? Kuch dal mein kala hai, baniya to paise deta hai. Somebody will get hostile. Who the fuck do you think you are? How dare you give it to me? You think I can't manage it on my own? And then they're saying, if you're wise enough, you'll say, anakantavad. I can't control the minds of the people I'm investing in. Now, these are philosophical ideas of a business community, which ends with they worship the naked wise man who fasts to death. I mean, it's just mind-boggling that they have these ideas, and these ideas don't exist in the world. And the modern corporate world doesn't have these ideas. It's going toxic right now. Now, in America, the Banya is controlling the Raja and telling declare war, because that's helping fueling the economy through war. War fuels great economy. We all know that. Genghis Khan is being created because then the Silk Roads will happen, right? You just massacre and kill, destroy Baghdad. This is what Genghis Khan did. And then Silk Roads happened. So what is happening today is kings who were supposed to enable business, the businesses are now controlling it, turned kings into their workers to serve the customer. Of course, they're serving the customer, but they're really serving the shareholder. They're not serving any customer. It is the shareholder, their share, their value, their spaces, and it's a lie. Everything else is, they're not, because they have the best PR agencies and lawyers, they can tell you the sentence which gets them the approval rating. And that's why I'm saying it's subjective, not objective. It is not a subjective. What is happening around the world? Because the ecosystem is not Rangabhumi, it's Ranabhumi. When I hear these businessmen, they're always using the language of military. I keep noticing this. It's never, how do we help? It's because of course, they're part of a structure which is military. Unfortunately, everything is military. Politics has become military. Everything is about this. Let's win the war. But you have vision, yes. But be kind. Kindness is not a value anymore. It's just not celebrated. It's seen as weakness. And I experiment with this because I help people. I try to give money and help it out. And finally, I know that in India, when you help people, they see it as he's easy to take money out of. इनसे तो पैसे निकालना आसान है यार, बहुत आसान. खुले हाथ है उनके, खुले हाथ. And I keep playing that card, and I see how they're functioning. I said, and then I one day just tighten my fist, and I'm playing these games, and I'm watching how they're reacting to it, and how the entitlement comes in, how the hostility comes in, how the suspicion comes in, how the rage comes in. And I'm saying that this is what Indian mythology brings to the table. I'm not saying, again, not right and wrong, but the frameworks, and that framework is causing a lot of violence.
I think it's a very useful framework, great food for thought for me and for everyone who's listening. I'd say that actually about business, the opposite is also true. In fact, when you speak of serving the customer, every single day I order something or the other from Amazon. Every single day I'm ordering something or the other from Swiggy and Blinkit. Why am I doing it? They are serving me.
That's great.
All their sales are revealed preferences that indicate that they are successfully serving the customer, and etc. etc. And but leaving that aside, I want to shift to the personal. And I want to now ask you about yourself. Like, when I look at you, this is literally, we met yesterday when we started recording. We're meeting for the second day. Uh, when I look at you, I see someone who has been successful in terms of attracting Lakshmi, surely. That has given him some amount of Durga as well. But I feel that you are someone who all his life has basically pursued Saraswati. That is the whole point. And something that I admire is that you're helping others find Saraswati as well, such as through conversations such as this. So I want to ask you about what is the story you tell yourself about yourself in terms of where does your sense of purpose come from? And I'm not implying that you have to force fit some connection with mythology or whatever. I'm just asking as friend
Yeah,
to
yeah.
friend, because it's something that I have struggled with all my life, finding that sense of purpose. Seeing this journey in my friends and the roads we take is very interesting to me. So this is out of the context of everything you do. I want to know about your sense of purpose. What wakes you up in the morning and makes you excited? What do you look forward to doing? What are your days like?
So I'll tell you that, but the answer will come back to mythology because
Yeah.
for me,
No, that's
everything
fair
is
enough. I
mythology.
just don't. I just didn't want to force you
No,
into
no,
that
no, no.
space. But if it
So, because
comes,
these
by
are
all
questions that
means.
you ask yourself. As I said, all what I write is really the answers I am seeking. So, I'm really sharing the food that nourishes me to hopefully out there this question somebody else is asking, so they will also get the food. But that's where it's coming from. And when I was writing about this, and it was about, does the sun have value? It's a question I asked myself one day, and I was writing something, and I realized the sun has no value on its own. Its value comes from plants which do photosynthesis, because then that sunlight becomes food. Remember, I asked you the question about food and hunger, and we sort of got sidetracked because we talked about chicken and egg. But the reason I asked you about food and hunger is because physics and chemistry came first, biology comes later, because when hunger comes, what is already there becomes food. So sun was always there, but the day it's the big mystery of the world, but the day chlorophyll emerged, it became food. And suddenly the sunlight, which was always around as a physical chemical entity, photon, became food. Photon became food because the plants came around, and the sun got a value through the plant. Now the plant, does it have any value? Yes, ask the herbivore. The herbivore needs the plant, and the carnivore needs the herbivore. So suddenly the food chain emerges. Again, we come back to the eater and eaten. And then I said, oh, who eats me? And that's when I started asking myself that I am producing my books and my lectures and my talks. It's like I'm producing these fruits which I want people to eat. I'm the tree that is producing all kinds of things, and birds are coming, animals are coming, snakes are coming, people are coming under the shade of the tree. They're all going to eat this thing, and that's what I'm bringing to the table. I see myself as the tree, but I've got my roots, which I need my nourishment, I need my leaves, I need my things, and people start worshipping some of parts of me. I like that. But then I remind myself that this tree has to die one day. Either somebody will come and cut it because the wood is great. That's a possibility. Or it will just die naturally. A parasite will come and wrap around it, or I will just natural decay and die. And in my absence, the forest will still survive. The forest doesn't need the tree. But all those animals who lived in around me will not remember the tree, but I have brought value to their lives. So we all bring values into the lives of people around us, the network, not the world, but our world. And that value we don't realize. The housekeeper, the toilet cleaner, the chef, the cook, the lift man, we are all bringing value to each other. It's just that we have decided some things are valuable. But the father brings value to the child, even when he's a cruel father, because he's doing something to the child which makes the child react, and something happens to his head. Because everything, and I think purpose comes from the other. We don't bring purpose to the world. We can imagine ourselves to be a mango tree, but everybody else says, but you know what, you're a jackfruit tree. And we love the jackfruit we produce. And you're like, but I'm producing mangoes. And I'm like, you can shout as much as you want. They see the jackfruit. and they're going to make the chakka curry and they're going to make the jackfruit biryani out of it and thank you for it. And you're like, but all my life I've been misunderstood. I'm a mango. I want to be a mango milkshake, but I ended up as a jackfruit biryani. I think that's how I see my life. I'm trying to be a tree that's producing a rare fruit, maybe, but maybe it's a fruit which was forgotten. But I hope that I'll produce enough seeds that will help, make more fruit, make new varieties of the fruit. Like all plants will transform over time. More sugar will come with each generation. It'll be commoditized, commercialized, destroyed, all that. But I think I see that tree as a metaphor. It's strange. My father was in the wood business, plywood business, and he would always say, green is my favorite color. And he would always, and we used to make fun of my father, stop it, green tree. Blah, blah. And today I realize my favorite metaphor is the tree. I explain the complex problems using the tree. And meaning for me is trying to be Kalpataru, wish fulfilling tree, with which is not immortal. Mortality is important.
Beautifully said. And what you said about the dilemma that everyone thinks I'm a jackfruit tree, my mangoes are valuable, reminds me of Arthur Conan Doyle, right? That when he wrote Sherlock Holmes, it was a pastime for him. He didn't take it seriously.
Yeah.
So all his life, he was engaged in other serious stuff, which today is forgotten and most probably out of print. And he kept on saying, no, 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 wo to jackfruit, I'm making mangoes. But the world looked at the jackfruit. I also love what you said about what is the value of sunlight if that photosynthesis isn't there, and even if a tree goes, the forest remembers. And that reminded me of this beautiful lines from a poem by Vijay Sheshadri, where he writes, the mountain that remains when the universe is destroyed is not big and is not small. Big and small are comparative categories, and to what could the mountain that remains when the universe is destroyed be compared?
Yeah, that's such an important thing, by the way, that is the meaning of the word maya, because maya comes from mapdand, measurement. The word maya comes from measurement. The world of measurement creates the delusion of control. That is why maya as a word, when sab maya hai, it means everything is measurable except atma, except meaning.
And it also, I think, speaks to me about appreciating the world and living in it, and indulging in it, because without the world we are nothing. By ourselves we are nothing. We are the mountain at the end of the universe. It's meaningless, it's pointless.
And I tell the self and the other, I'm nothing without my readers. Our conversation is nothing without our listeners. Our awareness of them shapes a lot of our conversations. My awareness of you shapes what I'm saying. I'm sure my presence is shaping the questions, and it's this circularity which is something over the years I realize is central to Indian thought. You are not alone. You are a part of an ecosystem of others, and I think, I don't know if you once hears all our conversations. That's the consistent idea: self and the other, self and the other. Yagya, food, eater, eaten, feed and fed. That's what is consistent.
Beautiful. I've taken a lot of your time today, so I want to talk. Like, your latest book on Harappa is great. I will just tell my listeners that please go and pick it up. It's fantastic. But all your books are great. I haven't read all of them. You've written more than 50. I've read maybe 10, 15 books of yours, and they're all just wonderful and they flow so easily. I also want to talk about your upcoming work, which you spoke to me about offline, and that excited me tremendously. But by not speaking about it now deliberately, I hold out the possibility that you will be back at some point and we can have a longer conversation. So I'll ask you to end this conversation today by giving us a little more Saraswati, which is, I would like you to recommend for me and my listeners books, films, music, any kind of art at all that means a lot to you and fills your heart with joy, so much so that you want to share it with the whole world.
Something which I tell my people is, please buy my books, because that's the
It's a
Saraswati.
given. Yeah, that's a given.
The reason I say this is because the best I can offer is in the books, um, uh, because that's scholarship. But if you can't afford them, just go to my website. There is at least an archive of 20 years of articles freely available to anyone with our illustrations, because that's the main thing for me. If you tell me what books, recommend books, it's a difficult thing for me, because I read a lot of non-fiction JSTOR kind of stuff. So
Whatever you love, it's okay. Leave it to the listener; they'll figure it out. But whatever you love, just give us the names, and I'll link them. And
so Johann L I can't pronounce his the name, but he wrote this book called. I'll tell you the books which he wrote. He wrote the book called The Footprint of the Buddha. Is a book that is very, very well written. It's a great book that I would recommend people should read. I like Manu Devadevan's non-fiction work on history. He wrote the prehistory of Hinduism. He wrote medieval history of India. I think Manu Devadevan he's a historian. He's an academic historian. These are the books that I will definitely recommend.
Johann Elverskog.
Yeah,
I think even he will forgive you for not remembering.
These are all these names. Ian McGill is also very good.
Ian McGilchrist.
Emissary. But then that's a slightly academic tome, but it is a really good book to read. I will definitely like, it's a book that I like. I think there is Bernard Faur. He wrote this book on unmasking Buddhism. Because people have these views on Buddhism which has always annoyed me, and people would think I am Brahminical, anti-Buddhist, anti-Dalit, because anything you say against Buddhist becomes anti-Dalit. And I'm like, no, you're not trying. I'm trying to explain. It becomes this. You get caught in their trap. And I'm like, then finally this scholar came along, and he's put this, and he's not came along, but he's like an old man, but he's written these fabulous, all his books, Red Thread, Power of Denial, 1001 Buddhas, where he tells the stories of the Japanese and Chinese. In terms of videos, I would say Chad Henson, he talks about the semiotics of Chinese language. Yeah, semiotics of the Chinese script and the Chinese language, something. What I'm trying to explain about India, he does that for China. And you need an English-speaking person to do that. And it helps if this person is not from that culture. That is I always read about India from non-Indians a lot, because they bring a different way of reading the story. It sort of makes you think differently. Another person I've liked is Kulki, who wrote out the history of Odisha. He's famous for his books on Odisha. Kulke, he's a German. So many of them are non-fiction things. I think these are the things that I can. In terms of movies, one of my favorite movies is The Hours, and even the book Hours. I forget who wrote it. I think won the Pulitzer or something. The movie I saw first, and then I read the book, and I was like just really impressed by the way the storytelling sort of.
Ours was Michael Cunningham.
Yes, Michael Cunningham. I think it's a very beautifully interwoven book, which sort of makes you aware of. Yeah, so I think these are some of the. I'm sure there is much more. I mean, I do.
If you think of more, you send me a list later. I'll put it in the show notes.
So, I mean, I give a lot of bibliographies in my book for that reason, because many books I refer all the time, and I'm trying to explain. If you're interested in the Harappan script, and those who are interested in the most peer-reviewed right now is by a lady called Bahata Anush. Just search Bahata Mukhopadhyay girl, and her papers in nature.com is something to be read. Very lateral way of approaching the problem, but in cue with the way people have been moving in this direction of seeing the Harappan script very differently from what we have just very typically assumed it to be as a language. But what is language? It sort of makes you think in so many different ways. I liked, and I didn't, I read this article in Academia and Nature. I didn't know, I thought some old person, some scholar, and I wrote to her, and turned out to be the software engineer from Bangalore who lives in Calcutta.
Bahata Ansumali Mukhopadhyay. And she looks young in the.
She's a young lady. Yeah. She's a young, obviously a very talented software engineer who does this in a free time. And I was like, we just wrote, she said, "Oh, sir, I love your books." And I'm like, "Oh, what?" Because I was just so impressed by it that I wrote. It's sometimes you're surprised. Then there is, the work of an Odisha historian called Umakant Mishra. Again, I didn't know who he was. I just read one of his articles on Tantric. So much of India is not known. That India is the home of Tantra, Odisha. The oldest mandalas are in Odisha, which go to Southeast Asia. Historians know about it, but general public doesn't know about it. And then I contacted him. Turned out to be one of the most. He's told me about these archaeological sites in Odisha, and he said, when you go 2,000 years ago, you find bones that that cattle bones are there, so you know that they've been eating. But at one particular time in 800 BC, you find a burial of a cow with sacred objects, and you know that something has shifted, because till then cattle is food. Cattle is not to be worshipped. And suddenly, at one particular layer, 800 BCE, you find the cattle being worshipped. And it's an archaeological evidence of a shift in thought. And, I love these little things which catch your eye.
And then you, like the crow, you start asking.
Yeah, why is he saying this? And how is it coming across? And why is it happening in this time? And it's so beautiful when you get scholars who explain these things. Ganesh Devi's books are something I love.
Yeah, he's
Ganesh
awesome.
Devi is just awesome because he languaged. Peggy Mohan, oh yes, of course. I again didn't know who she was. I read a book. I reached out to her, and she reached out. So I'm very lucky that way that sometimes you get people who they have been reading you too, and so just accidentally pick up this book and you're like, oh my god, how good it is, how brilliant it is.
Peggy's been on my show, and I've gifted her book to so many people. Like I went to DC in July, and I had a recordings with a bunch of people, and Peggy's book was the one I was gifting all of them because I just such a phenomenal book.
Because it looks at language, and see, this is where gender plays a role, because as a woman she saw language differently.
Yeah.
She said mothers raise children and give language to them. Then where do nouns come from? Where does grammar? So I'm on touch with her like every 3 weeks. I'll be grammar and vocabulary and looking at grammar differently from vocabulary. And why is India a noun-based language? Why do we use nouns far more? One of a British museum, I forget their names now, very bad with names, not mythological names, but and he said that Devdutt, your language is so Indian, you use so many nouns. He just said it like this, and I was like, what do you mean by that? And he said, I don't mean it as it's a thing which all Indians have. You all use a lot of nouns. And it never forgot. And when I met Peggy, I said the same thing. I said, why do we use nouns? He says, she burst out laughing. She said, yes, that's an Indian trait. That's how you know. He said, whenever a foreigner is editing Indian writing, it is the characteristic feature of Indian writers is Indians use a lot of nouns. Even when they have to use verbs, they will use nouns.
Wow, that's really interesting.
And what is the reason? One of the, of course, you're never 100% sure. It's because when you're dealing with multiple languages around you, noun is what you throw around. You don't need grammar. Khana, pina, ghar. So it's noun is what with which you work, not with verbs, because it's
roti, kapra, or makan.
Roti, kapra, makan. So nouns. You don't talk about eating, feeding. You talk about food. Sorted. Food, water. Imagine if you're traveling to another land. If I'm going to Paris, I need to know the key words: hotel, taxi, location. We don't need the verb. I don't need the verb. So I didn't think about it. And when she said, and after reading Peggy's book, I was like, oh, it's suddenly making sense. And language, grammar, pigeon, the way she talks about the tiramisu bear, and yeah. So see, as you start thinking, you remember the books that you admire, and these are the books. Many books. So many authors have helped me. There's a book, Critical Edition. The word myth is, if anybody is interested in myth, they have to read the book, Critical Edition, Myth. I forget the writer's name. I was in touch with him for many years, and he passed. I forget his name. I'll have the name somewhere. But Critical Edition series, it's a whole series of things, and myth comes in.
Link it from the show notes. Yeah. So, Devdutt, it's just been so awesome. Thank you so much. You've been very generous with your time. I know in the case of someone much in demand by rich and powerful people like yourself, time is money. So, but more than that, the wealth of knowledge that you've shared with me and my listeners, thank you so much for that. It was awesome.
Thank you. It was awesome talking to you too.
If you enjoyed listening to this episode, check out the show notes, enter rabbit holes at will, visit your nearest bookstore online or offline, and pick up one book by Devdutt or some books by Devdutt or even every book by Devdutt. They're all worth it. They're great fun. You can follow Devdutt on Twitter at Devdutt Myth. I'll link it from the show notes as well. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AmitVarma. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.